Chapter 574. The hibiscus garden was built on the water and filled with soil to form a continent. Buildings were built on top of the continent, from the shore to the top. It was about 10 feet long and was connected by a curved bridge. The bridge was paved with limestone, and on both sides were white marble railings with carvings of lions, tigers, and fierce beasts. The railings were only as high as an adult's waist, and on both sides was a river with lotus leaves growing in the water. Yang Fan tied his horse to a weeping willow tree by the riverside and strolled towards the head of the bridge. The continent was not small. At a glance, there were at least 5 or 6 red buildings and 7 or 8 pavilions. Yang Fan expected that Dugayu would not only entertain guests at one place, but booked the entire hibiscus garden. That was the behavior of a nouveau riche, not someone from an aristocratic family. However, Dugayu's invitation did not specify where he would be invited. Withdrawing his gaze, Yang Fan saw 2 servants in green robes and hats looking around at the head of the bridge. Yang Fan's heart stirred and he walked forward, saying, "My surname is Yang Fan. I was invited by young Master Dugu to attend the banquet at the hibiscus garden. Were these 2 servants sent by Brother Dugu to welcome me?" "Ah, yes. Young Master came so early." The 2 servants hurriedly returned the greeting and happily said, "Please wait a moment, young Master. We will report to young Master to welcome you." Finished speaking, one of the servants turned around and ran away. When Yang Fan heard that they were sent by Dugayu to welcome him, he thought that they would lead him to the island and he would be fine. He did not expect them to be so serious and even invite the host to welcome him. He smiled and stopped walking, thinking to himself, so strict with etiquette and rules, I'm afraid this Dugayu is really the family I guessed. But I don't know why he wants to befriend me. Could it be that the 2 people following behind me were sent by him? Thinking of this, Yang Fan subconsciously looked back and saw that the 2 people leading the horse had disappeared without a trace. He could not help but be startled. If he was not sure that the 2 people had been following his every step, he would have suspected that he had seen wrongly. Yang Fan thought for a moment, yet he didn't continue searching for the whereabouts of those 2 people. At this moment, as far as he was concerned, those 2 people were most likely sent by Dugayu. In this way, it caused him to be even more curious in his heart. What exactly did Dugayu intend to do all this? The river on both sides of the bridge was filled with lotus canals. The lotus leaves gradually withered and the lotus pods stood out. Because this body of water was located on the sunny side, the lotus leaves were often illuminated by the sun. Among the withered lotus leaves, there was some white and some pink, but they were still blooming beautifully. Yang Fan suddenly discovered a small boat, quietly stopped in the middle of the lotus leaves. Because it did not move at all, Yang Fan had actually overlooked it. The boat was not big and looked like a canoe. It was pointed like a shuttle. At one end of the boat stood a barefooted boatwoman with rolled-up trousers and a bamboo hat on her head. She carried a long pole in her hand. On the other end sat a young girl in moon-white clothes. The young girl sat at the bow of the boat. The small boat was very shallow, and the bow was long and narrow. From afar, it looked like she was sitting in a lotus. Beside her, there was a twin lotus flower blooming. Her graceful figure, pink and delicate color, and that slender figure filled with spiritual energy complemented each other. It was as if the young girl was also a lotus flower that had just bloomed, a white lotus. This scene was like a painting, and Yang Fan couldn't help but look at it attentively. A cool breeze blew gently. The lotus pods swayed slightly. The lotus pods swayed slightly. The water rippled slightly, and the long black hair of the young girl was also gently lifted. Only now did Yang Fan discover that the young girl did not tie her hair in a bun or tie it up. Her long hair was casually tied behind her with a white ribbon. The wind blew on the lake, but the young girl did not move. Although her beautiful hair was flying, she gave off a feeling of stillness. Extremely stillness. The young girl was looking into the distance. Her figure was a little lazy, and her expression was very peaceful. But Yang Fan had been watching her, and it seemed to have attracted her attention. She could not help but turn her head and look at Yang Fan. The distant mountains were dim, and the clear blue water was clear. The weeping willow tree beside her danced, and the boat on the water also seemed to be moving, but the young girl was still quiet. Only when she turned her head and looked, and when her black and white eyes met with Yang Fan's gaze, did Yang Fan feel that she was moving. The sunlight shone on her face, and her snow-white face seemed to become translucent. Black hair, red lips, and snow-white skin, this was an extremely beautiful girl. Seeing Yang Fan's gaze, the young girl was not embarrassed, nor did she avoid it. She could see that Yang Fan was only looking at her with an appreciative gaze, so the corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a clear and shallow smile. The wind came again, blowing the black hair on her shoulder, bringing with it a clear autumn coolness. Yang Fan smiled and nodded in greeting. At this moment, he only felt that such a beautiful and pure girl should only be born in the Jiangnan water village, wrapped in a gentle embrace, and not placed in this bleak autumn scene, where lotus leaves withered. But on second thought, he felt that there really was no better scenery that could accommodate and highlight her beauty and cleverness. Her appearance was not absolutely beautiful, at least Wanner's gentle beauty, Taiping's delicate beauty, Annu's charm, Xiaoman's handsomeness, each with their own characteristics, not inferior to her. Even that Miss Sun air from the southern borders Yaozhou was not inferior to her, but no one had her kind of quiet spirituality. That kind of scenery should only belong to the heavens. Although the young girl was magnanimous, and Yang Fan did not have any thoughts of profanity, only pure appreciation, but it was not good to stare at a girl he did not know for too long, so after a slight smile, he withdrew his gaze. When he withdrew his gaze, he saw Dugiyu with the boy who ran to report the news, walking quickly from the other end of the small bridge. Yang Fan was about to step forward, but he had only taken one step when he felt a sense of danger. When he hurried from Yaozhou to the barbarian province, he also had this kind of animal-like vigilance on the way, a pity that the Miao people's blow darts were too silent. He did not avoid them, and in the former capital of the Tang dynasty, it was clear that no one used that thing. Yang Fan suddenly turned around and found that 4 tall and sturdy men who had unknowingly approached the end of the bridge were crossing their shoulders, looking at him with unkind eyes. Yang Fan only took a glance, and from their movements, the position of their toes, and the movement of crossing their shoulders, he could tell that these were 4 sumo masters, and their skills were most likely not much worse than the 8 highly skilled female sumo wrestlers by Princess Taiping's side. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows, feeling that it was a little troublesome. A martial arts master could easily beat 8 or 10 ordinary people, but if the opponent was also a martial arts master and the area was relatively narrow, not allowing him to move around, then it would be more troublesome. At that time, when he stormed into the Prime Minister's residence, he still remembered the time when Princess Taiping's female sumo wrestlers grabbed his ankle and pulled him off the horse. At that time, the female sumo servant did not want to hurt him, but the eyes of the 4 people in front of him were filled with killing intent. Knowing that today's banquet is a little strange, I should have brought that scabbard. Yang Fan raised his eyes, looking behind the 4 sumo wrestlers, and saw 8 people slowly walking over from behind. The bodies of these 8 people were not as sturdy as the sumo wrestlers, but they were more agile and nimble. The 8 of them approached like 8 wolves tiptoeing, and the most important thing was that they were all wearing large robes, bulging under the robes, not knowing what kind of weapons they were carrying. Yang Fan smiled bitterly. Although I knew that today's banquet was strange, I only guessed that Dugiyu's goal was not as simple as making friends. Who would have thought that this was a Hongmin banquet? Yang Fan turned his head to look, and sure enough, 20 steps behind Dugiyu, there were also more than 10 people following. He was surrounded under the big wild goose pagoda at the head of Furong Bridge. Yang Fan stared at Dugiyu. The people following behind Dugiyu were still more than 20 steps away from him. Yang Fan was thinking that if he flew up to meet them, would he be able to seize the opportunity to capture the leader of the thieves before those people arrived to help? But before he could move, he discovered that Dugiyu might not be the leader of the thieves. Dugiyu had originally come over with extremely fast steps, but when 4 burly men suddenly appeared behind Yang Fan, Dugiyu's footsteps stopped for a moment, as if he was a little stunned. When another 8 people flashed out from the forest, obviously closing in on Yang Fan, he stopped and turned his head to look behind him. When he turned back again, his face was blank. If this trap was set up by him, of course there was no need for him to put on show at this time. Yang Fan's heart immediately moved. If it's not him, then who wants to deal with me? Duguyu quickened his pace, almost running towards Yang Fan. There were a few water birds in the lotus leaves and even a few wild ducks. The small boat and the girl on the boat had been in the lotus leaves for so long, but they had not disturbed these water birds. Duguyu's rustling footsteps had scared them away. The water birds spread their wings, chirping as they flew away. Yang Fan could not help but sigh. This Duguyu does not know martial arts at all. I would rather Duguyu cover his head and run like a rat than let him run up and play the hero. He was surrounded by these people, and although his situation was not very good, but if he had a friend who did not know martial arts, it would be even more difficult for him to escape. Duguyu quickly ran over. Although he did not know martial arts, he was a robust youth. These few steps did not make him gasp for breath, but his breathing was still hurried. That was because of nervousness and anger. Erlang, what's going on? Yang Fan spread out his hands. I only brought a belly here to eat and drink. I have no enemies in Chang'an. Could it be that they are here for you? Duguyu's answer was even more brilliant. In Chang'an, who would dare to seek revenge against me? After saying this, Duguyu puffed out his chest and walked up with a calm face. The Dugu family of Chang'an is hosting a banquet for distinguished guests. Who are you ignorant fools? Call your masters over to see me. If you do not give me, Duguyu, an explanation for today's matter, then I will have to give you one. Duguyu's words were said very confidently and very domineering, but it was a pity that after he said these words, those people seemed to have gone deaf. They did react, and their actions were. For sumo masters opened up a pair of large pincers like crabs, took a step sideways, and slightly lowered their shoulders, as if they were about to pounce. The 4 of them moved sideways, and had already blocked the bridgehead, so that not even a drop of water could leak out. Behind them, the 8 strong men in loose robes also took out weapons from under their clothes. When Yang Fan and Duguyu saw the weapons in their hands, their faces turned a little pale. They were holding crossbows, military crossbows. The iron arrows were already on the bowstrings, and their fingers were already on the hanging knives. Armed crossbows that could shoot 300 steps and pierce through 7 layers of walls. Even a flying bird would not be able to dodge them. Chapter 575. Everything was ready except for the east wind. The east wind was between young Master Lu's small fan. Young Master Lu waved his small fan and excitedly walked out of Hibiscus Garden. Young Master Lu had gone to Hibiscus Garden to test the Kunlun's water slaving skills. He had never expected that Yang Fan would also come to Hibiscus Garden and that his subordinates had chosen to make a move there. There were very few tourists in this season. If the process of making a move was seen by 1 or 2 tourists, they could just finish them off at once. The consequences wouldn't be serious. Wasn't this the best place to make a move? But young Master Lu's subordinates knew that young Master was here. So when the 2 men leading the horses followed Yang Fan and discovered that he was coming along River Chu and heading towards Hibiscus Garden, one of them quickly rode his horse around from outside the forest and hurriedly asked young Master Lu if there was a need to change the time so as not to affect young Master's mood. Young Master Lu had no interest in specifically going to see how his subordinates would execute an official of the court who was his older brother's enemy. But since the 2 sides had coincidentally come together, he didn't mind watching. So this matter didn't dampen his mood. His mood was still very high. Young Master Lu was beaming with joy and waved his small fan even more confidently. The fan was made with ivory as the bone and white silk as the base. It was made with embroidery techniques on both sides. The side that covered the chest was a magpie ascending a branch. The exposed side was a peacock spreading its tail. Peonies and plum blossoms interweaved and scattered. A peacock spreading its colorful tail looked very much like young Master Lu's smug face. Such big words. What explanation do you want to give me? Young Master Lu heard Duguyu's words and immediately followed up with a gloomy voice. Duguyu turned his head and the two people's eyes met. They both froze at the same time. Dugu said in surprise. Lu Binji? Young Master Lu also said in surprise, Dugu. Dugu saw that it was someone he recognized and immediately let out a sigh of relief. The other had already put out such a lineup. If it was someone he didn't know, he would really be afraid that the other would have no scruples. In a loud voice, Dugu said, Erlang is Dugu's friend. Today he is invited to Tsuchi for a banquet. Brother Lu, what is your intention by putting up such a show of force? At this time, Lu Binji also came to his senses. He dared to kill an official of the imperial court, but he had to kill him without leaving a trace. Even if he couldn't make it look like he died by accident, he had to make sure that there was no evidence that could be used against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Now that he had already mobilized his men and laid out a sure kill formation, no matter who saw it, there was no reason for them to stop. If he stopped now, would Yang Fan be willing to give up? Lu Binji had originally planned to settle this matter no matter who it was that had witnessed it. But he hadn't expected that the witness would be the Dugu family's lord. Lu Binji thought to himself, this is such bad luck. Why did he have to be present? After the deed is done, it will take more effort to shut his mouth. With this in mind, Lu Binji's tone became more amiable. Delang, I am sorry. I did not know that you were hosting a banquet today. Otherwise, I would have missed today. It's just that. Lu Binji closed his fan and pointed at Yang Fan, saying gloomily, this person is your guest, but also my enemy. If Brother Dugu still considers me a friend, please step aside. It won't be too late for me to apologize to Brother Dugu after I end this person. Dugu is furious. Lu Binji, you know that he is my guest, yet you still dare to make a move? Lu Binji chuckled. Brother Lu, I have already set up such a formation. It's hard to sheath a knife. His voice suddenly changed, and he shouted, Do it! Who dares? Dugu opened his hand and blocked in front of Yang Fan, blocking the direction of the 8 men in loose robes. He shouted, Lu Binji, don't go too far. This is Chong, and not your Lu Manor. The corner of Lu Binji's mouth curled up slightly as he said coldly, I know you're the local bully here, but if I wasn't a strong dragon, how would I dare to cross this river of yours? Brother Dugu, you can't scare me. Dugu, you said, I can't scare you. But what about the imperial court? Erlang is an official of the court. Killing an official is equivalent to rebellion. How dare you act so recklessly in broad daylight? Lu Binji laughed. My men have already taken control of the outside, so no one else will come in. I want to kill everyone here, but I didn't expect you to be here as well. You and I are acquaintances, so I can't be so cruel as to kill you as well. Haha, why haven't you pulled young Master Dugu away? Don't make things difficult for him. The 2 sumo masters moved, swinging their arms as they closed in on Dugu. As their arms swayed, it was as if they were shaking a mountain. Before they even arrived, their imposing aura made it hard for others to breathe. Dugu was infuriated and shouted, Surnamed Lu, you're too arrogant. Don't think that my Dugu family is afraid of your Lu clan. This is Guangzhou, not your Shandong. If you dare treat me like I'm nothing, we'll just part ways. Do you believe that I won't announce this matter to the world if you dare hurt my guest? Lu Binji wiped his eyes and said indifferently, I don't believe it. If you dare do that, you'll form a death grudge with my Lu family. Not to mention that he's only a guest. Even if he were your father, I believe that you wouldn't declare war on my Lu family if you had to pay the price of the entire family, because you're the head of the family. Dugu's face turned ashen as if he had been exposed, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Binji continued, If I wasn't certain of this, I would have long since given the order to kill you as well. Although it would be a bit troublesome, as long as my hands and feet are clean enough, what can your Dugu family do to me? Brother Dugu, I'm not going to hurt him. I'm going to kill him. Yang Fan had been standing there the entire time. He might not have had a chance to escape at first, but Dugu had opened his arms like a mother hen protecting her chick to block the crossbow, so it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance at all. The crooked river was deep, and it was unknown how deep it was. But Yang Fan could swim in the ocean, so this was naturally not a problem for him. If Dugu had opened his arms to protect him, and Yang Fan had jumped into the water to escape. With his swimming ability, those crossbow bolts might not have been able to hit him. But Yang Fan hadn't moved and had been standing there listening to this person who wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, after listening for so long, other than knowing that this person's surname was Lu, his name was Lu Binji, and that he came from a large family in Shandong, he didn't know anything else. He couldn't help but speak. Yang Fan coughed and said, "This young Master Lu, I've listened to you for a long time, but I still don't know what kind of enmity you and I have formed. You're a graceful gentleman. You can't just teach and punish, right? Shouldn't you let me die knowing?" Lu Binji stared at Yang Fan for a moment, his eyebrows raised, and he smiled. "You're in a desperate situation, but you still have such courage. It's admirable. I've always admired brave warriors, but unfortunately, I can't forgive you because of this. Today you must die. If you want to know the cause of death, it's easy." Lu Binji's expression became stern, and he said coldly, "Because you're my big brother's enemy. My big brother has painstakingly built Chang, and for many years, and now his great foundation has been destroyed. Tracing back to the source, it might not be without your fault. My big brother doesn't want to kill you, so as his younger brother, I naturally have to do it for him." Yang Fan's knife-like eyebrows slightly furrowed, and after a moment, they slowly relaxed, and his eyes revealed a look of relief. "Young Master Jiang?" Lu Binji said hatefully. "That's right." Yang Fan nodded lightly, and said to himself, "So, young Master Jiang's surname is Lu?" "Yes, the surname Lu originates from the surname Jiang, and if he wants to change his surname, the surname Jiang is naturally the best." "Haha, so you're Fan Yang's Lu family?" Lu Binji smiled proudly, and didn't answer, as if he didn't care to answer. He closed his fan, raised his hand, and between his fingers was a pearl the size of a longan fruit, and said in a clear voice, "Before he dies, whoever can pick up this pearl will be heavily rewarded by this young master." Lu Binji bent his finger, and the pearl drew an arc in the air. When the sunlight reflected, it was suffused with colorful light, like a rainbow after the rain. One end of the rainbow seemed to be still tied to Lu Binji's hand, and the other end had already disappeared into the clear river. Several Kunlun slaves, standing behind Lu Binji, rushed into the river. Bang, bang. Several Kunlun slaves dived into the river one after another. At the same time, the four sumo wrestlers that were slowly approaching suddenly increased their speed and fiercely pounced towards Yang Fan. They rushed past Dugiyu, and the bluestone under their feet trembled like wooden planks. When the tall figures rushed past Dugiyu, it was like four mad bulls rushing past a female deer. Dugiyu trembled, and in the end, he didn't have the courage to stop them. He also had guards, but he didn't bring them with him. How could he know that when he went to the bridgehead to welcome the guests, he would be met with such a scene? Moreover, Lu Binji was well prepared, and even if he brought 2 guards, it would be of no use. Lu Binji's rudeness made him angry and hateful, but Lu Binji's threat also made him secretly cold. He was really afraid that Lu Binji would harden his heart and kill him. So when the 4 angry bears rushed past him, he didn't have enough courage to stop them. When the 4 sumo wrestlers rushed towards Yang Fan arched his body, and like a cheetah, he pounced towards Lu Binji. The bulls followed, and the cheetah in front, as if they were pouncing towards Lu Binji together. Yang Fan had waited until now to confirm the other party's identity. Now that the truth was out, he naturally had to capture the leader. Pa pa pa. Fists, palms, legs, and feet. In an instant, it was unknown how many moves had been exchanged. In just an instant, Yang Fan and the 2 guards in front of Lu Binji had already exchanged more than 10 moves. There were still 2 more guards standing beside Lu Binji, waiting for the next move. The 2 guards that rushed over were all skilled in martial arts, and when their fists and feet clashed with Yang Fan, a series of terrifying explosive sounds rang out. Yang Fan's hands and feet were somewhat numb. He was confident that he could take down these 2, but he needed time. Even if he took down these 2, there were still 2 more behind him. At this time, the 4 sumo wrestlers had already fallen, and like 2 waves, they fiercely smashed towards Yang Fan. If this fall landed, it was likely that they would directly snap Yang Fan's waist. When fighting with these 4 black bears, he could only use small martial arts. If he wanted to fight them head-on, they could use their weight to crush Yang Fan. However, the small bridge wasn't very wide, and there wasn't enough space for Yang Fan to twist and turn. Yang Fan's body shot out like a spirit ape, and he hooked onto the stone railing with one hand. His entire body whizzed out, and he hung above the river. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as his body emerged from the bridge, 2 crossbow bolts shot towards his suspended body. Chapter 576. Unless it was absolutely necessary, these crossbowmen didn't want to shoot Yang Fan. Once they shot him, they would be injured. If possible, it would be best to let him die a natural death. For example, drowning. Every year, many people drowned in the Chu River. Some drowned when boats capsized, some drowned in the wild. Officials of the imperial court were also human, so why couldn't they drown? But since he had approached the young master, they would rather shoot him to death than allow him to pose a threat to the young master, even if it was just a possibility. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Fan didn't want to expose himself to the shooting range of their crossbows. He didn't even think about jumping into the air. Under the control of the 8 military crossbows, anyone who tried to jump into the air would immediately become a dead bird, a stupid bird. So his body only spun outside the stone railing for a moment before suddenly turning back. He didn't expect that they would be able to seize this opportunity to attack. These people were true archery experts. Not only were they accurate, but they were also good at seizing opportunities. Yang Fan's figure spun outwards, and when he suddenly rolled back, 2 crossbow bolts brushed past his thighs. Yang Fan once again spun back to the bridge. Both his feet kicked the waist of a sumo wrestler, causing him to fall down and crash into the bridge, causing it to tremble. A few dark faces with curly hair appeared on the surface of the water. They were the Kunlun slaves who had dived into the water to search for the pearl. They took a deep breath, dived into the water again, and dived underwater. They were excellent swimmers. A whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water, following their bodies. Then, it turned into a circle of ripples. There wasn't even a splash. Dugiyu stood there in a daze. He wanted to rush forward and stop them, but he didn't have the ability or the courage to do so. He couldn't turn a blind eye to this. Dugiyu was in great pain. He struggled in his heart and hated Lu Binji to death. Young Master Lu opened his fan again. A peacock spread its tail and fluttered in front of his chest. Clouds floated across the sky, casting a shadow. It was as if a big fish was swimming under the Chu River. From time to time, a curly-haired, dark-faced Kunlun slave would emerge from the surface of the river. After taking a deep breath, he would plunge back into the water. The 6 crossbowmen on the shore stared calmly at the fight on the bridge. The sharp arrowheads caught Yang Fan's figure among the moving figures. The other 2 crossbowmen took out 2 iron arrows from their backpacks and unhurriedly knocked them. The lethality of a crossbow was greater than that of a bow, but the speed at which an arrow was loaded was much slower. However, given the current situation, they were not in a hurry. Young Master Lu was still waving his fan. Yang Fan was entangled by the 4 sumo wrestlers and did not attack him again. The 2 bodyguards in front of him also retreated, and the 4 of them firmly protected him. In the distance, some people appeared along both sides of the Chu River and behind the forest on the opposite side. Occasionally, there would be pedestrians approaching, but they would immediately stop them and say something to persuade them to leave. There was only a small boat near the water. It was a narrow boat that looked like a willow leaf. It did not seem to be moving, but unknowingly, it had already approached the long bridge. The sky moved, the earth moved, the scenery moved, and the people moved. Yang Fan's figure was as nimble as a ghost. He weaved in and out of the 4 sumo wrestlers that were as thick as bears, like a butterfly weaving through flowers. The 4 sumo wrestlers were all experts. As long as one of them was entangled, the other 3 would be able to pounce on him and choke him. At that time, he would not be able to use any of his skills, so Yang Fan did not dare to stop for even a moment. Yang Fan seemed to want to break through the encirclement of the 4 sumo wrestlers and pounce on Lu Binji. However, The 4 men weaved a large net that was equally tight in defense and offense. Yang Fan could not break through at all. Even if he could not break through, there were still 4 people by Lu Bingji's side. How could he break through their defense? Therefore, Yang Fan gradually moved towards the side of the bridge. It looked like he wanted to find an opportunity to escape. His movement technique was very ingenious. From beginning to end, he was entangled with the 4 sumo wrestlers, using their bodies to block the crossbow bolts behind him. The 5 of them were in an intense fight, so the 4 sumo wrestlers naturally did not notice his intentions. However, Master Lu clearly saw through Yang Fan's intentions. Master Lu no longer waved his fan. He furrowed his brows, closed his fan, pointed it forward, and shouted, "Kill! I only want him to die." Following this shout, the 2 bodyguards in front of him pounced forward. The 4 sumo wrestlers used their ultimate moves. 1 pressed down from above, 1 rushed forward in a bear hug, and 2 rushed towards Yang Fan's thighs. The 2 sumo wrestlers behind Yang Fan were the 2 sumo wrestlers behind him. As they bent down, they exposed the upper half of Yang Fan's body. 8 men immediately pointed their crossbows at Yang Fan, their fingers on the hanging blades, ready to shoot arrows at any time. Yang Fan spun around, his knees slamming heavily into the face of the man who was trying to bear hug him. He punched out with both fists, raising fire to burn the heavens, aiming for the chest of the man who was pressing down on him. However, at this moment, he could not avoid the 2 people who were hugging his legs from behind him. However, no one expected him to use a feint at such a critical moment. The instant Yang Fan raised his fist, he suddenly pulled in his abdomen and bent his body, retracting the knee that was ramming into the face of the man who was pouncing forward. His feet stomped heavily on the ground, and he shot out diagonally, brushing against the railing at the head of the bridge and scurrying towards the river. When Yang Fan's body scurried towards the river at a strange angle, the 2 men who were pouncing towards his thighs closed their iron pincer-like hands with a loud bang, and they caught nothing but air. The man who was pressing down from the sky lost his target and crashed heavily to the ground. When a man who was trying to bear hug him saw Yang Fan's knee, he hastily retracted his 2 fan-like hands and used them to block in front of him. In that instant, Yang Fan was already on Lingyu River. Just like the cloud in the sky, he also cast a shadow on the surface of the water. He was like a fish that was much smaller than the cloud, and he swiftly swam across the water. Whoosh! One of the Kunlun slaves drilled out of the water. He had just taken a deep breath when Yang Fan tapped on the top of his head with 1 foot. The Kunlun slave let out a groan, and like a stake that had been rammed into the ground, he plunged straight into the water. Yang Fan used the momentum to leap another 5 feet towards the surface of the water in front of him. Northerners rarely knew how to swim, unless they were fishermen for a living. Or perhaps the youths in the northern countryside were naughty from a young age, and they often went into the water to play in the summer. They would practice swimming in rivers and lakes, but city people, especially the children of wealthy families, had no reason to practice swimming. Lu Bingji knew that this Yang Fan was his big brother's enemy, but he didn't know where he came from. It wasn't that he couldn't find out, but that he didn't want to know. Therefore, Lu Bingji didn't know that Yang Fan knew how to swim. When he stopped Yang Fan, he also didn't think that this person knew how to swim and could use the water to escape. And since Yang Fan was intercepted at the bridgehead, his performance all along definitely did not look like he knew how to swim. Even though he was now exposed to the attack range of the crossbow bolts, he did not dive head first into the water. Instead, with the help of the Kunlun slave, he strived to leap into the air. Everything proved that he didn't know how to swim. Therefore, when the 3 archers who had the best angle and were in front pointed their crossbows at Yang Fan, who was on the surface of the water, the person behind who seemed to be the leader suddenly had a flash in his eyes. He stepped forward and pushed the elbows of the 2 archers. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 archers pierced through the clouds. The 2 people turned back in shock, and the person behind said anxiously, "Isn't it better to let him die in the water?" They didn't know whether Yang Fan knew how to swim or not. And even if he did, what could he do? In the water, there were 9 Kunlun slaves that were the best at swimming. They were as agile as 9 black loaches in the water. Even if he knew how to swim, could he be better than these Kunlun slaves? Even if he was really good at swimming, he was still doomed to die in the water when it was 1 against 9. Lu Binji obviously also quickly thought of this point, and he couldn't help but smile. This time, Yang Fan really committed suicide. Even the most brilliant detective and expert would not be able to find any clues. Unfortunately, there was still an arrow shooting at Yang Fan. Lu Binji could only hope that Yang Fan was lucky and could avoid this arrow. Yang Fan stepped on the Kunlun slaves and jumped another 5 feet, but he still couldn't avoid falling into the water. But he had just jumped 4 feet when a sharp bamboo pole pierced through the air. This stab was very fast, and the sharp point of the pole was not inferior to a spear. If it had hit, it would have definitely pierced through his body. However, the pole was only 3 feet away from him, so how could it hurt him? This pole was not to hurt people, but to save people. Yang Fan, who was in the air, could even faintly hear a young girl's delicate voice. Save him. Yang Fan had his reasons for not wanting to enter the water unless it was absolutely necessary. But at this moment, he had no other choice. Originally, he was thinking of sinking into the water, but as soon as he saw someone pass him the punching pole, he hastily dispelled the idea. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the tip of the pole. The boat maiden holding the pole pulled back, and Yang Fan swept towards the bow of the boat. Even the most skilled archer would not be able to predict that Yang Fan would be able to change direction and sweep horizontally in the air. There was nowhere to borrow strength in the air, and this was impossible. So the arrow missed, and the sharp arrow whistled through the air, only a foot away from the bottom of Yang Fan's boots. Bang! With a soft sound, Yang Fan landed on the boat. The moment he touched the ground, the boat lady, who was over middle-aged but still beautiful, reached out to support him. Thus, the force of his landing was very light, only causing the boat to shake violently a few times. The girl in white sat on the other side of the boat, one hand holding the side of the boat, the other hand covering her mouth, and was coughing violently. The boat shook a few times and slowly stabilized, and the girl's coughing also became softer. "Don't move. That's my sister." Seeing this scene, Duguyu, who had been standing on the bridge, suddenly came back to his senses and shouted. As he shouted, he rushed to the bridgehead, held the white marble railing, and said in a panic, "Ningku, what are you doing?" Lu Binji frowned and hurriedly waved his fan to stop his men's movement. In any case, Yang Fan wouldn't be able to escape, so it would be better if the Dugu family didn't start a feud with them. Lu Binji, wasn't someone who didn't know the gravity of the situation. The reason why he had dared to kill Yang Fan was because such a shocking act wouldn't be traced back to the Lu family as long as it was done discreetly. Ningku, sister? Dugu. Ningku. Yang Fan had just heard this name from Princess Taiping yesterday, and he did not expect to see her today. This girl who stopped between the Lotus Canal, like a gentle water lotus, was actually Dugu Ningku. Chapter 577. Dugu Ningku's voice was not high when she shouted, "Save him, just now." At least after being used to the loud voices of Xuanqi, Gongsun Bufan, and Gongsun Lanji, Yang Fan felt that the girl's voice was crisp and soft, just like an oriole singing on a willow branch. But it seemed that Miss Ningku seldom used such a small cry, so she began to cough nonstop after the cry. When Yang Fan looked at her, her fair and clean face, which was like a freshly peeled egg, was flushed due to choking and coughing. Her palm-sized face was so thin that it was delicate, with her small hand covering her mouth. Only the 2 flushes on her cheeks and her pair of clever eyes could be seen. The girl glanced at him, her eyes as deep as the blue sky in autumn, and then she gently lowered her eyes, cutting off her bright eyes. When she lowered her eyes, the tips of her eyebrows slightly curved. Her eyebrows were very thin, forming a faint and elegant arc. The boatwoman holding the pole walked past Yang Fan. The boat was very small and narrow. Yang Fan not only knew how to swim, but also knew how to steer a boat. So as soon as he landed on the boat, he stood in the most stable position. The boatwoman was obviously also a master of steering a boat. Judging from Yang Fan's standing posture, she knew that he was good at swimming. For a person who was good at swimming, The best way to escape was to jump into the water. Although it was not safe under the water, it was obviously much safer than on the shore. But he refused to try to jump into the water, which was a bit strange. So when the boatwoman walked past him, she glanced at him with a strange look. The boatwoman walked over and gently helped Miss Ningku up. Her face was slender, and her figure was even more slender. He didn't feel it when she was sitting, but when she stood up, Yang Fan only felt that her waist was so thin that he could hold it in one hand. Her white dress fluttered in the river wind, as if she was about to fly away with the wind. Duguyu rushed to the edge of the bridge. Seeing that the girl stood up and was not accidentally hurt, he was greatly relieved and said, "Ningku, you scared me to death. Why didn't you stay there? Why did you jump out?" Ningku said, "Eldest brother's way of doing things is inappropriate." A look of shame appeared on Duguyu's face as he lowered his head and said, "Yes, elder brother is incompetent, and he has ruined the Dugu family's reputation." Ningku shook her head gently. Yang Fan looked at her from behind. He could only see her shaking her slender neck elegantly, slowly, and firmly. Reputation is not important. Ningku held the barge's pole in the water like a lonely girl holding a bamboo pole. Reason is the most important. Brother Yang is a guest invited by elder brother. There's no such thing as treating a guest in this world. Her voice was a little hoarse. It seemed that she rarely spoke, so when she opened her mouth occasionally, her pronunciation was a little jerky. Therefore, her words were always as simple as possible, but her soft voice revealed a sense of firmness, which did not weaken because of her weak voice. Duguyu hesitated and said, "I don't want to, but I can't do anything." Ningku said, "It's your responsibility. Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear it." Big families paid special attention to rules and seniority. Ningku was the younger sister, but every word she said was lecturing her elder brother. Duguyu didn't know whether it was out of love or respect for her, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his sister's tone. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little sister, I'm worried about the Liu family. I'm related to the whole Dugu family. How can I rashly make a strong enemy?" Ningku chuckled and raised her eyebrows. She asked, "What is a family?" "The aunt who steers the boat, the manservant behind you, the bodyguard in front of young Master Liu. Everyone has an ancestor. Why don't they have a family? If only wealth is passed down, is it still a family?" This sentence was a little long, and then she coughed slightly as if she was a little tired. "Ha ha ha, well said." Liu Bingji closed his fan and walked over to look her up and down. His eyes showed a little surprise when he saw Ningku's elegant and refined appearance. Then he regained his composure and said with a smile, "It's a pity that you're not a man. Otherwise, the Dugu family would have called you the head of the family." Liu Bingji patted his palm with his fan and said leisurely, "However, I don't dare to agree with you. Reputation is indeed not important, and neither is reason. Only one thing is important, and that is strength. Let's not talk about the distant emperor. His wife usurped his husband's power, and his mother seized the throne. For the sake of the throne, he killed his son, his daughter, his in-laws, and his mother's family. What reason is there to talk about?" Liu Bingji had already made up his mind to kill Yang Fan today. At the same time, he didn't worry that the Dugu family would be stupid enough to spread these words. So, he said it without any scruples. Ningku said, "Justice is in the hearts of the people." Liu Bingji said disdainfully, "The hearts of the people? What's the use of the hearts of the people?" Luo Binwen scolded her to his heart's content in a paper, but she is still a high and mighty empress. Those who were killed by her, some lost their husbands and some lost their sons, but didn't they still have to crawl at her feet and flatter her? Maybe thousands of years later, the later generations will praise her as a rare empress in the world, just because she is an unprecedented empress. If you can do what you can't, then you're a peerless hero. Who cares if what you do is benevolent, righteous, and reasonable? Without strength, you are full of reasons, and no one will help you. But with strength, you could decide everything. "Ha!" Liu Bingji said without any scruples, and laughed even more unscrupulously. Ning Ku gently shook her head and said, I'm not talking about your heart or his heart, but my heart, my own heart. Brother Yang is a guest of the Dugu family, and the Dugu family has the responsibility to protect his safety. If young Master Lu wants to kill him, then you have to kill all the people of the Dugu family first. Her voice had never been fast, nor was it loud, but it had always been very powerful. Her body was as weak as a daughter, but the spirit in her words was as vigorous as a pine tree on a towering rock. Lu Binji's eyes shrank, and he said in a cold voice, Are you threatening me? Even if I kill you, do you think that I kill the people of the Dugu family? Without solid evidence, do you think that the Dugu family is willing to go to war with my Lu family at all costs? What's the point of dying with him? Ning Ku quietly said, Nothing else, I just want peace of mind. Lu Binji's face began to change, and his eyes drifted like the clouds in the sky. Yang Fan stared at his palm, which was gradually tightening its grip on the fan, and the drifting light in his eyes gradually became fierce. Yang Fan immediately understood that Lu Binji had made a decision, and from his expression and reaction, the intervention of the Dugu family didn't make him stop, but instead forced him to stake everything on one throw. Yang Fan secretly took a breath and quietly moved an inch forward with the tip of his foot. His original plan had to be changed. The person was coming for him, and he couldn't let this innocent and weak woman get hurt. At this moment, Yang Fan suddenly saw two people, and his body that was about to explode suddenly stopped. Lu Binji said that his people had controlled the surroundings, and no one could break in and see what they shouldn't see. Yang Fan believed this sentence. Since Lu Binji had arranged killers to kill him, it was inevitable. Lu Binji was very rampant now, and dared to kill an official in broad daylight. But his biggest advantage was that no one would know that he did it, and no one would even know why Yang Fan died. If this matter was exposed, he couldn't bear it, and neither could any aristocratic family. When the tiger was not here, he could bare his fangs and brandish his claws, as if he was the tiger, and he was more like a tiger than a tiger. But once the Real tiger showed its power, he couldn't bear a fierce tiger's claw. Therefore, no one could come in, no matter what the Lu family did, they couldn't let anyone in. But now, two people were walking over. Yang Fan was the first to see it, because what he was truly afraid of was not the 4 sumo wrestlers, nor the 4 bodyguards by young Master Lu's side. What he truly cared about were the 8 people with the crossbows, so no matter what he was listening to or looking at, he never relaxed his vigilance against those 8 people. The 2 people who suddenly appeared had walked out from the forest behind the 8 people. There was a winding path in the forest. 2 people walked slowly step by step from the path, one holding the other, walking even slower than Miss Ning Ku's talking. The person being supported was a white-haired old man, wearing a black gauze crown that was not commonly seen. He was wearing a loose robe with big sleeves, and it was unknown how many times the sleeves had been folded. It was estimated that it was enough to make another set of clothes. He was wearing a black Buddhist robe as thin as a cicada's wing, and a pair of wooden clogs with high teeth on his feet. The old man was no longer young, but his spirit was still very hale and hearty. It seemed that his body was quite sturdy, his slender neck was held high, and his back was also ramrod straight. The high-toothed wooden clogs were not very easy to move, and had to be step by step, so when he walked, he looked like a white-headed, long-legged crane. It was no wonder that he could not walk fast. The person supporting him was over middle-aged, ordinary-looking, and wearing a blue robe. He held the old man with his hands, and his face was full of smiles. But no one paid attention to him, because no one was used to looking at a servant. People would only look at his master, except for Yang Fan. Yang Fan glanced at him, and felt that he was a little familiar. After a closer look, he immediately remembered that this person was Lin Zixiong, the Lin Zixiong that he had met in the Miao family's village in the Barbarian province. When Yang Fan saw them, Miss Ning Ku also saw them. Ning Ku was surprised at first, and then overjoyed. Dugu Yu and Lu Binji saw the change of her expression, and they immediately turned their heads to look. Then they were stunned, and then Dugu Yu was overjoyed, and Lu Binji's face changed. The white-headed crane-like old man continued to walk forward. The 8 green-robed men with crossbows also noticed the commotion and turned around. Lu Binji, whose face had changed color, suddenly shouted, "All of you stop! Move to the side!" The 8 crossbowmen suddenly separated to the left and right. The white-haired old man's pace was neither fast nor slow, and he still walked with very elegant immortal crane steps, swaying step by step. The 4 sumo masters also subconsciously retreated to the left and right and stood next to the bridge railing, making way for him. The old man walked to Duguyu's side and stopped. His face was clear, and his skin was covered with fine wrinkles, but he obviously took good care of himself, and his skin was still white and lustrous. The old man's eyes swept over Duguyu and Lu Binji's faces, and the two immediately bowed deeply and called, "Great-grandfather." The old man's eyes didn't linger on them, but directly fell on Dugu Ning Ko. As soon as he saw Dugu Ning Ko, the old man's wrinkled face suddenly smiled like a blooming autumn chrysanthemum and immediately showed her treasure excitedly. "Ning Ko girl, this old man just found a good treasure 2 days ago. Ha! Guess what it is?" The old man's eyes were probably blurred, and he didn't see the dense killing intent here, and only cared about showing off his good treasure to his fellow collectors. Chapter 578. When Duguninka saw the old man, she immediately felt relieved. She didn't know why the old man suddenly appeared here, but since he was here, nothing would happen. Everything would be fine, and everything would be fine. At this moment, Lu Binji was as obedient as a kitten that was still drinking milk. Dugu Ningku saluted to the old man cheerfully and said in a sweet and naive voice, "Ning Ko pays respect to old great-grandfather Li. What kind of treasure did you get?" "Ha! It took me a lot of effort to find that treasure. You will like it when you see it. I'll keep you in suspense and not tell you. You'll be shocked when you see it." The old man said happily and turned his head to ask, "Which one of you is hosting the banquet today?" Duguyu stepped forward and answered, "Old grandfather, I am hosting the banquet to entertain the guests." The old man laughed and said, "Well, I will invite you to drink a cup of wine." After saying that, the old man said to Ning Ku, "Girl, come and sit with me." Speaking of this, he took a look at Yang Fan and said with a smile, "You must be Ning Ku's friend, right? Let's go together." After saying that, the old man raised his head and strode forward like a crane. His pair of wooden clogs clattered as he walked over to Lu Binji's side. Without stopping, he said, "And you?" Duguyu turned his head to look at Ning Ku, and then at Yang Fan. Ning Ku nodded to him knowingly, and Duguyu followed the old man. At this time, he was completely relieved. With the old man here, unless Lu Binji was crazy, he wouldn't dare to use force again. So this matter was solved? Difficult. Duguninka turned to look at Yang Fan and said softly with a little joy on his face, "The Dugu family is very sorry for mistreating our distinguished guest. Brother Yang, please don't take it to heart. Brother Yang might as well go to the hibiscus garden with us. As long as old grandfatherly is here, he can guarantee your safety." On the bridge, Lu Binji said angrily, "Why is old grandfatherly here? Who brought him here?" Of course, no one answered this question. Lu Binji thought for a moment, then waved his hand to summon a guard. He lowered his voice and said, "You go. Quickly return to the residence." Lu Binji's voice gradually became softer and softer until it could no longer be heard. The imperial bodyguard nodded his head heavily and flew away. 8 men armed with crossbows rushed in front of Lu Binji. Lu Binji winked at them. Then with a gloomy face he chased after the old man. The 8 crossbowmen immediately spread out and stared at Yang Fan. It seemed that if he dared to escape, these people would not hesitate to shoot him. The old man's arrival might have temporarily eased the situation, but how could this matter be resolved without a conclusion? Dugu Ning Ku's boat parted the lotuses and swayed leisurely to the shore. When the boat reached the shore, Yang Fan was still standing firmly on the boat. Miss Ning Ku was not good at swimming, so she had already sat down when the boat was moving. When they reached the shore, the boatwoman went ashore first, tied the boat, and then came to help Ning Ku. Only then did Ning Ku step ashore. Yang Fan's feet were firmly fixed on the boat, until Miss Ning Ku stood firmly on the shore. Then he stepped forward and followed Miss Ning Ku to the hibiscus garden. Seeing this, the 8 crossbowmen relaxed their vigilance and followed behind them as if they were escorting criminals. A Kunlun slave, who was fishing for pearls, emerged from the water. He raised a pearl in his hand and shouted loudly. After shouting several times, he felt that something was strange. Treading on the water, he stood in the middle of the river, momentarily not knowing what to do. Miss Ning Ku said to Yang Fan, "My brother is in charge of the family at a young age. There are some elders in the family who are not convinced by him and often find fault with him. My brother is careful in everything and cares about everything. Over time, he has become overcautious and indecisive. That's why I didn't try my best to protect him just now. Brother Yang, please don't blame me." This speech was a little long. Although Miss Ning Ku spoke softly and slowly, but because she was walking and talking at the same time, she still felt a little out of breath and couldn't help coughing. Yang Fan frowned slightly and said, "Miss Ning Ku doesn't seem to be in good health." Ning Ku smiled and said lightly, "I'm used to the illness I brought from the womb. It's nothing." Yang Fan said, "Just now, Brother Dugu stood up for this Yang. This Yang saw it with his own eyes. In that situation, it's hard for Brother Dugu to do anything for me. Do you really want him to die with me? I'd rather he live. Then there will be someone to burn incense and candles for me on the day of my death, and someone to take care of my family." Ning Ku said in a low voice, "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Yang." Yang Fan laughed heartily and said, "You're welcome. Brother Dugu's behavior just now is also human nature. I don't blame you. But Miss Ning Ku, you are not inferior to men. I have a whole new level of respect for you." Yang Fan said with a smile and turned his head, only to find that she was 2 steps behind him. Although he didn't walk fast, Miss Ning Ku still couldn't catch up with him. In order to catch up with his footsteps, Ning Ku's face was flushed, but she was still trying hard to bear it. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly slowed down. Ning Ku felt his thoughtfulness and gave him a gentle smile. Yang Fan said in his heart, "I've only heard that Miss Ning Ku is frail before. Today I've seen Miss Ning Ku's delicate and timid body." This was a very strange banquet. Sitting at the host's seat was an inexplicable old man. The old man occupied the host's seat as if he was very familiar with him, and the host was pushed to one side. Lin Zixiong and Yang Fan were old acquaintances, but they didn't have time to talk. Lin Zixiong stood behind the old man with his hands down and only nodded to Yang Fan. It seemed that unless the old man introduced himself, Lin Zixiong would never introduce him. Miss Ning Ku shouldn't have been at the banquet. The reason why she came to the lake today was not only to relax, but also to see Yang Fan. But now, not only was she at the banquet, but she was also pulled to sit at the second seat by the old man. But Ning Ku's treatment was even better than the old man's. There was a back behind her seat, and there was a soft cushion on the back. Dugu and Yang Fan sat side by side. Because there was an elder, it was inconvenient for them to talk. Moreover, his momentary weakness on the bridge made this young master of the Dugu clan unable to raise his head in front of Yang Fan. He was also too embarrassed to talk to him. Lu Binji sat opposite to Yang Fan and was like a ferocious wolf dog that was itching to fight. But Old Man Li was sitting above, so Lu Binji didn't dare to act rashly. Yang Fan was absent-mindedly guessing everyone's identity and background. Lin Zixiong was sent by the hidden sect to contact him, and the hidden sect backer was the 7 sects and 5 families. At this moment, he was standing behind Old Man Li like a docile dog. Even the arrogant young master Lu didn't dare to act rashly in front of this Old Man Li. Then, he must be an important figure in the 7 sects and 5 families. It was just that he didn't know if he was Longxi Li or Zhao Jun Li. Lu Binji's identity had been clarified through his previous conversation with Dugu. Lu Binji came from the Lu clan of Fanyang, and now, even young Master Zhang's true identity was confirmed. This was a great thing for Yang Fan. He wanted to deal with young Master Zhang. Knowing young Master Zhang's true identity was equivalent to grasping one more trump card. Yang Fan found it strange that no matter if it was the Li clan or the Lu clan, they were all prestigious clans in Shandong, but the Dugu clan was a noble clan in Guanlong. Could it be that these two opposing factions had formed an alliance under the suppression of the Empress? If an old man was energetic and cheerful, most of them would turn into an old child. This old man, Li, was no exception. Among everyone present, he was the oldest, but his temperament was the most childlike. Just now on the bridge, he said that he would keep Ning Ke guessing and that he would show Ning Ke what treasures he had found when they arrived at his mansion. However, after sitting down for a while, he restrained himself. It was not easy for him to meet this old friend. How could he wait to go home? As soon as he sat down, he proudly asked Ning Ke to guess what he had got. Ning Ke guessed wrong several times. The old man was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He couldn't help but announce the answer himself. The zither of Qi Hung is called Hao Zhong. The zither of Chu Zhuang is called Lingering Beam. The zither of Sima is called Green Damask. And the zither of Kaiyong is called Jiaowei. They're all famous instruments in the world. Ning Ke, guess which one I got? Ning Ke was tired of sitting and was leaning on the cushion. Hearing this, she was delighted and sat up straight. She said happily, "Grandpa, you got a zither? Green Damask or Jiaowei?" Hao Zhong and Lingering Beam were famous zither from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. It was too long ago, so it was unlikely that Old Manly got them. So it could only be Green Damask and Jiaowei. The old man stroked his beard and said happily, "It's Green Damask. Ha! This zither now belongs to this old man." Really? Ning Ke's eyes lit up immediately. Sima Xiangru's Green Damask? The one that played a phoenix seeking for a phoenix? I want to see it. The old man said complacently, "You can see it if you want, but you can't ask me for it." Ha ha! When I'm done playing with it, well, on your birthday next year, I'll give it to you as a birthday gift. Ning Ke said with a smile, "It's a deal." Hey, the old man couldn't possibly lie to him. On your birthday next year, this Green Damask will be yours. Ha, have a drink with me first. As soon as the old man raised his cup, Dugiyu and Lu Binji immediately raised theirs. But Yang Fan didn't support them. He put his hands on the table and looked at them coldly. When the old man looked at him, Yang Fan said seriously, "Senior, it's Brother Dugu who invited me to the banquet today. It's okay for you to steal the host place. I can see that you're a distinguished guest." Shocked, Dugu quietly tugged at his clothes from the side. Yang Fan ignored him and said seriously, "I don't know why you're here, but I believe you're aware that Lu Binji gathered a group of people to assassinate me. Now that Senior has pulled us together to chat and drink wine together, do you think this matter can be left unsettled? It's about my life and the law of the country. Old man, you don't have that much influence. Even this scene can't suppress me." Chapter 579. Yang Fan sneered and said, "In Senior's mind, perhaps what we did is like a child's play, and it's not even as practical as a guqin. But in my mind, even if all the famous weapons in the world are piled up together, they are not as important as my own life." Yang Fan pointed at Lu Binji and said sternly, "I believe that Senior can also see that Lu Binji has not given up on killing me, and I can't give up just like that. Killing an official is equivalent to rebellion, and the consequences are serious. I advise Senior to pretend that you don't know anything about this matter and leave. If Senior is willing to bear the responsibility, then you have to give me a clear explanation." Hearing this, a strange light flashed in old Grandpa Li's old eyes, and Miss Ning Ke also couldn't help looking at Yang Fan with a strange light in her eyes. When old Grandpa Li came, he really didn't know what was going on here, but how could he not know now? He and Miss Ning Ke echoed each other in talking about antiques and famous weapons. But in the end, they just wanted to ease the atmosphere and then solve this matter slowly. After all, no matter how rampant the Lu boy was, the Lu family and many aristocratic families were in the same boat, and behind Yang Fan stood the imperial court, so he was not a pushover. Unless they let go and let Yang Fan die, it would take a lot of effort to solve this matter properly. But they didn't expect that Yang Fan didn't care about the power they showed. He was obviously at a disadvantage, and even like a prisoner waiting to be executed, but he still dared to be aggressive and take the initiative to point out this matter. Lu Binji's face turned fierce, and he sneered, "For the sake of old Grandpa Li, I wanted to let you live a little longer, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient. If you don't spare me, do you think I will spare you? You can enter Hibiscus Garden today, but you can't leave." Lu Binji slammed his wine cup heavily on the table. The 4 sumo wrestlers and 8 samurai with concealed crossbows immediately took a step forward. Only his 4 personal bodyguards remained motionless. Dugiyu also had guards under him. Seeing this, the 8 armed guards immediately held their sword springs in their hands and took a step forward, giving tit for tat. Just a moment ago, they were still talking and laughing, and in a harmonious atmosphere, but in a moment, they were at daggers drawn and murderous. "What are you doing? Are you looking down on this old man?" Great-grandfather Li coldly rebuked and stopped both sides from making a move. He then put down his wine cup and looked at Yang Fan. He sighed and said, "Alas, this old man originally wanted to feign ignorance, but you, this young man, are not willing to forgive me." Yang Fan didn't say anything, only staring at him coldly. Old Master Li pondered for a moment and said while stroking his beard, "I am also in a difficult position regarding this matter. How about this? This old man will have the Liu family's son apologize to you solemnly and compensate you with a generous gift. He will swear that he will never make things difficult for you again. How about it?" Before Yang Fan could say anything, Lu Binji's expression changed drastically. "Great-grandfather, you can't do that. Grandson respects great-grandfather, but grandson does not dare to agree to this matter." Great-grandfather Li's face darkened as he scolded. "Why can't you agree? Do you want to kill an official and rebel? If killing people could solve the problem, would it be your turn to do it? You're 100 times worse than your eldest brother. What a good-for-nothing. You dare to disobey this old man's words?" Lu Binji's face turned red, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Great-grandfather can say whatever you want, but grandson will not agree to this matter. This matter is between my Liu family and that surnamed Yang. Old Master Li, please don't meddle in this matter." The old man was furious. He glared at him and said, "So what if I meddle in this matter?" This time, before Lu Binji could say anything, Yang Fan rushed to answer. "Junior appreciates old master's good intentions. But regarding this matter, Junior also thinks that it is better for Senior to stay out of it." Great-grandfather Li restrained his anger and said indifferently, "It is a good thing for a young man to have courage and insight, but sometimes you cannot be too arrogant. Although you are an official, the Liu family is a colossus that you cannot afford to provoke." Old Grandpa Li said, "It's not just you. For so many years, from Emperor Taizong to Emperor Gaozong, and now the Divine Empress, we, the aristocratic families, have always secretly opposed them, and have also been times when we openly opposed them. But aren't we still fine? We don't want to rebel, and the Emperor knows that we won't rebel. The Emperor wants to suppress us, but he can't leave us. We are the same. We can't let the Emperor suppress us, but we can't leave him either. Ha ha! In this big world, love and hate, friend and foe, it is impossible to distinguish. Take a step back, and the world will be wide open." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Junior also wants to take a step back, and the world will be wide open. But now that Junior wants to retreat, I will fall into the lake. Great-grandfather's great principles have nothing to do with Junior. Junior's way of doing things is very simple, and my thinking is also simple. Whoever wants me dead, I will kill that person. This Junior only wants peace." Great-grandfather Li's white eyebrows rose. "This old man will make him swear in the name of the Liu family's ancestors. No matter how naughty and mischievous this kid is, he will not dare to go back on his word. What do you think? Old geezer, you are quite generous. For an outsider, you want my grandson to swear in the name of my Liu family's ancestors? You can't make the decision for my Liu family. This old man will not agree to this." Following a very domineering voice, a carriage was directly carried into the building. For blue-robed men were carrying a brocade carriage. An old man sat on the carriage. His robes were similar to great-grandfather Li's, simple and unadorned. The old man's frame was quite large, so even though he was old, he still appeared mighty. Looking at his age, this old man was not inferior to great-grandfather Li. However, his eyebrows, hair, and beard were still partially black. The black was like a silver frost, making him appear even more stern. Great-grandfather Li was a bit surprised to see this person. "Why are you here? This rash matter couldn't have been ordered by you, right?" Great-grandfather Li glanced at Lu Binji and suddenly realized that this kid had called for reinforcements. The four blue-robed men carried the carriage as if they were flying. When they arrived at the hall, their foreheads were already covered in sweat, and they were short of breath. However, the four of them still carried the carriage steadily, bowed, and gently put it down. Lu Binji was overjoyed and quickly stood up to greet them. "Great-grandfather, you are here." Dugu had already stood up at this time. He bowed to the old man and said respectfully, "Great-grandfather Lu." Ningku was delicate, supported by the boatwoman-like attendant. She stood up like a weak willow facing the wind. She bowed to the old man, but did not say a word. Although this girl was delicate, her temperament was a bit stronger than her brother's. Today, Lu Binji not only wanted to kill the Dugu family's guests, but also wanted to kill the siblings to silence them. The girl did not say it out loud, but in her heart, she had already regarded the Lu family as her enemy. She was already giving him face by bowing to him, so why would she call him anything else? Everyone in the hall stood up and bowed, except for two people. One was Great-grandfather Li, who was sitting at the head of the table, and the other was Yang Fan. The old man got off the carriage and glanced at Yang Fan. Yang Fan was sitting arrogantly on the table and did not even look at him. The old man laughed and said, "How arrogant! You do have some of the demeanor of our Lu family. Binji, you should learn from others. Don't bow and scrape and be timid all the time. You're losing face for our Lu family." Lu Binji's face was full of smiles, and he repeatedly agreed. Great-grandfather Li's face turned a bit dark. Wasn't this obviously teaching his grandson a lesson, but actually slapping his face? Great-grandfather Li's face darkened, and he said, "Lu Zhongjia, do you think your grandson's outrageous behavior is appropriate?" Directly calling someone by their name was a sign of anger. Great-grandfather Lu's temperament had always been unruly. Otherwise, how could he have taught the arrogant and eccentric young Master Jiang and the domineering Lu Binji? He knew that Great-grandfather Li was angry, but he did not give in. He said, "Young people will inevitably make mistakes. When you and I were young, weren't we also frivolous? When a child does something wrong, as an elder, you should give him some pointers and help him out. You shouldn't be siding with an outsider and side with an outsider. If you do that, are you worthy of your child calling you great-grandfather?" Lu Zhongjia glanced at Yang Fan and said, "A mere Ministry of Justice official is worth it for you to give up the friendship between the Lu and Li family for generations? I have already heard about Binji's matter. He has already done something wrong. What should we do? Should we let him go? Kill him and throw him to the bottom of the lake? If he is alive, we won't see him, and if he is dead, we won't see his corpse. Won't that solve everything?" Li Mubai said in a low voice, "This person cannot be killed." Lu Zhongjia raised his thick and white eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Why?" Li Mubai said, "This child is not purely a member of the official family. It is all because of this child that the Southern Command's turbulent times have gathered. He has contributed greatly to us. He is one of us." "It's him?" Lu Zhongjia revealed a look of understanding. He looked up and down at Yang Fan. Suddenly, he curled his lips and said harshly, "What ability does he have? He is just a pawn of ours, doing things under our control." Thinking of the fact that his most valued grandson was defeated by Shun Mu, and that there were many key reasons behind it, Lu Zhongjia hated Yang Fan even more. He turned to Li Mubai and said solemnly, "Old Li, no matter what, this person has already gone against my grandson. He must die." Li Mubai slowly stood up and said in a low voice, "This old man values this person greatly." Lu Zhongjia said, "Is it worth it for you to fall out with me for an outsider?" Ningku was afraid that Li Mubai would be persuaded by old Master Lu. She called out nervously, "Old Master." Ningku called out, but in her heart, she also knew that these elders of aristocratic families have spent their entire lives for the family and power. No matter how kind they usually appear, they're very cold-blooded people in their bones. Everything is for their own benefit. If necessary, they can even give up their own kinship. Now that Lu Zhongjia's words were so serious, would Li Mubai fall out with the Lu family for Yangfan? Ningke herself did not believe it, so her face was already pale. She called out Old Master Li, but her big eyes that could speak were constantly winking at Yangfan, hinting him to quickly escape. Although it is not easy to escape, but Old Master Lu is standing in the hall. Can't you think of taking him hostage? However, Ning Ke kept winking at Yangfan, but he still sat there steadily. He clearly saw her eyes, but did not know whether it was because he could not react or because he still had hope for Old Master Li. Ning Ke was anxious and her forehead was dripping with sweat. But she could not shout. Once she shouted, it would be ineffective. Lu Zhongjia stared at Li Mubai and slowly said, "My grandson was wrong, so he has to make the best of it. Once this person dies, everything will be over. This old man will owe you a favor. How about it?" Yangfan snorted and laughed. He slowly stood up and said with a smile, "What I hate the most in my life is those who regard other people's lives as worthless, arrogant, and pretentious idiots. Usually I feel nauseous when I see one, but today I actually see a whole family. Is it because I did not look at the almanac when I went out today?" Dugayu did not hold him back. Yangfan had already stepped over from the table full of food and wine. "Your arrogant and ignorant grandson wants to kill me. You, this violent and unreasonable old bastard, discussed with others to kill me. From beginning to end, had you ever thought about asking if I agree or not?" Yangfan suddenly swung his hand, and something flew out of his sleeve. It passed through the window and flew above Chu River. With a bang, it exploded like a cluster of golden chrysanthemums blooming in the air. Chapter 580. There was a thunderclap on the river, and a burst of fireworks followed. Even though it was daytime, it was still as beautiful as a flower. Immediately after, countless flags were raised behind the trees on the outskirts of the river, and battle cries shook the sky. In Hibiscus Garden, this building was the tallest. It was 3 stories high, and they were standing on the highest floor, looking down at their surroundings. The people in Hibiscus Garden were startled and looked around, but they could only hear the battle cries and couldn't see anyone. But they could clearly see from upstairs that many soldiers and horses had suddenly appeared outside the forest. They were the imperial court's officers and soldiers. Banners fluttered in the wind. Swords and spears flashed in the air. One by one, the cavalrymen rode to and fro, surrounding the entire Hibiscus Garden. Amidst the dust and smoke, dozens of elite cavalrymen galloped towards the Hibiscus Garden from the north and south entrances. Who could stop these cavalrymen? When the scions of the aristocratic families who were scattered around the perimeter saw the soldiers charging towards them, they hesitated and didn't dare to step forward to stop them because they didn't have any intention of rebelling. In addition, their short weapons couldn't block the long spears and halberds of the cavalrymen, so they were immediately scattered. The people upstairs turned pale with fright. What Yangfan threw out was a firecracker. Firecrackers were also known as fireworks in later generations. They were invented by Li Ji from Luoyang. He was born in the 4th year of Wuda in the Tang dynasty and was later revered as the founder of firecrackers. At present, firecrackers were only popular in the Hunan and Shu regions, but they were also sold in the 2 capitals and Dafu. Yangfan now had a bunch of firecrackers that were bought by Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao accidentally lit firecrackers on the Ding Ding Street in Luoyang, causing a fire during the Shangyuan festival. This incident was still fresh in his memory. When he was strolling in Chang and in Xin City, he accidentally saw these firecrackers and bought 2 bundles. Thinking that children liked excitement, he completely forgot that even if his child was born, how could a child who was less than 1 year old like this kind of loud and shocking thing? When Yangfan learned that Princess Taiping had just attended Duganinka's banquet and that he was invited by Dugayu, he had some doubts in his heart, so he made some preparations. He had tested this kind of thing in the Gongsun mansion, and it was inevitable that 1 out of 10 would fail. He was worried that it would fail this time, so he hid another one in his right sleeve. Seeing this one explode loudly, he was immediately relieved. The horses were whistling, the men were shouting. The distance of several dozen zhang was covered in a flash by a fast horse. In an instant, the Furong Tower was surrounded by a group of officers and soldiers. People were shouting and horses neighing. Iron hooves were trampling on the ground. Long spears were leaping in the air. The momentum was terrifying. The corner of Yang Fan's mouth curved with a hint of disdain. He looked at the pale-faced Lu Zhongjia, then at the bewildered Lu Binji, and said with a cold smile, "Look at you, grandfather and grandson. You two act so majestic, as if the life and death of everyone in the world is in your hands. You don't care about the emperor. You don't care about the common people. When have you ever cared about anyone else? Millennium family? The great aristocratic families that have been passed down for thousands of years were only there because they had a deep foundation and a long history. It didn't mean that they could be the ancestors of the world. You." Yang Fan poked Lu Zhongjia's nose with a finger. "You are high up above with no one in your eyes, looking at the common people like ants. Do you really think that you can control the whole world? My army is just downstairs. Your private soldiers are highly skilled in martial arts, and their weapons are exquisite. Do you have the guts to fight against the elite soldiers on the battlefield? How would Lu Zhongjia dare? As long as he fought, he would immediately become a traitor. Moreover, with the martial arts of the pugilistic world, he might not be a match for the killing formation of the soldiers. You can, or you can." Yang Fan's finger poked from Lu Zhongjia's nose to Lu Binji, then swept his gaze over the panicking guards under him, and commented with disdain, "Ignorant arrogance." Limu Bai could no longer care about his ancient Han and Jin style, and asked anxiously, "Yang Longzhong, what do you want?" Yang Fan said in a clear voice, "Killing an official is equivalent to rebelling." The lad of the Lu family gathered people and hid soldiers, intending to kill an official of the imperial court. This is a crime punishable by death. Crossbows and bows are weapons prohibited by the common people. Hiding them is equivalent to rebelling. Not only are these people hiding crossbows, they're not privately made crossbows, but military crossbows. Where did the military crossbows come from? For commoners to hide military crossbows, if not for rebelling, then for what? This is another crime punishable by death. Yang Fan turned to Great Elderly and said word by word, "This Yang does not want to do anything. Since I am enforcing the law for the country, I will naturally act according to the law. Those who have committed 2 crimes punishable by death naturally deserve to die." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lu Zhongjia shouted angrily, "Yang Fan, you are too arrogant. You dare to oppose the Lu family?" Yang Fan slowly turned around, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he sneered, "Who said that I want to oppose the Lu family? Great Elder Lu, when this case spreads to the world, even you, perhaps the person with the highest seniority in the Lu family, will definitely be abandoned by the family. Do you believe me?" Yang Fan slowly took 2 steps forward, facing Lu Zhongjia, his figure like a mountain. Great Elder Lu, who had been insufferably arrogant just now, was trembling with a hunched body. Yang Fan slowly said, "Because if they do not abandon you, your entire family will fall into eternal damnation." That's right, the emperor cannot be enemies with all the aristocratic families, but to eradicate a family is as easy as turning one's hand. Also, I can guarantee that if the emperor has a sufficient reason, an excuse that can shut everyone's mouths, she will definitely cherish this rare opportunity. The Lu family will no longer exist. Lu Zhongjia's body trembled, and his lips moved twice. Suddenly, he roared somewhat crazily, "You cannot do this. Don't forget, you have a relationship with our aristocratic families. If my Lu family suffers a calamity, don't even think about having a good ending." Yang Fan lightly patted the old man's shoulder, causing the old man's body to tremble. Yang Fan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Great Elder Lu, you really have gone senile. Just now I was still an outsider, and I was even threatened by you 2 grandfather and grandson. How did it become in the blink of an eye that I have a close relationship with you? Lu Zhongjia involuntarily took 2 steps back. Yang Fan bent down slightly and stared into Lu Zhongjia's eyes. Pointing at the tip of his nose, he asked, "Do you believe that I am one of your people? Do you know how many grand families, powerful ministers, and even members of the royal family, like Junshan, Zhou and Xiu, when they were in power, did they punish them? If you believe that you can bite back at the emperor, do you think they can still enjoy such glory for so long?" Oui. Yang Fan smiled and nodded lightly. "That's right. You have evidence. Even if there is no material evidence, there are witnesses." However, Yang Fan's eyes slowly narrowed. His gaze was like 2 sharp knives that pierced out his eyes. "Do you really have evidence? Who do you think will stand up to testify for you? Bowling Chui, Qinghe Chui, Longshili, Zhao Junli, Xingyang Zheng, or Tai Yuan Wang? Do you think they're afraid that the emperor doesn't know that the noble families are working together to do something under her nose?" "Ha ha!" Yang Fan burst into laughter. His laughter was as unbridled as Lu Bingji's laughter just now. But he had the right to laugh because the person who could decide the life and death of a person with a word was him. As long as he wanted, he could destroy a 1,000-year-old noble family right now. Evidence? Where would he have any evidence? If the Lu family dared to bite the other noble families, they would immediately be abandoned by all the noble families. Even if he had evidence, it would not exist. Even if he really did have evidence, the emperor and the noble families who were not willing to escalate the conflict to the point of death would tacitly ignore it together and destroy it. At that time, not only would the emperor want to kill off the Lu family, but the other noble families would also kick them when they were down and make it so that the Lu family would never be able to reincarnate. The emperor could not kill the Lu family, and a change of dynasty could not destroy the Lu family. But if the other noble families all viewed the Lu family as an enemy, then the Lu family would really be uprooted. Lu Zhongjia had always understood this. He just wanted to scare Yang Fan. But this youth really did not seem to care about the Lu family, a large noble family that could easily crush people into powder in his eyes. Lu Zhongjia's face was pale. He took another 3 steps back, his back completely bent. His pleading gaze could only look toward Li Mubai. Li Mubai sighed inwardly. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the beginning?" Thinking about it again, what did he say in the past, today, the change from arrogance to deference, all kinds of sudden changes, it was just today the change in an instant. Li Mubai could only give a bitter laugh. Kicking off his wooden clogs, he walked in front of Yang Fan and said in a low voice, "Little husband, where it is possible to let people off, one should forgive them. What I said earlier definitely counts now. If you take a step back, the world will be clear. Why fight until both sides are injured?" With old great-grandfather Li's age, identity, reputation, and status, even if he went to court to see the emperor, he did not need to pay his respects. The emperor would even have to bestow him a seat. But now, his words to Yang Fan were almost begging in a low voice, but Yang Fan remained unmoved. Yang Fan turned and walked back to his seat. Sitting down cross-legged, he looked at his nose and calmly said, "Junior will say the same thing as before. I want an explanation." When he heard old great-grandfather Li say those words in a low voice, Duguyu almost wanted to nod on behalf of Yang Fan. Now that he heard him say this, Duguyu was extremely anxious. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade him, he suddenly saw his little sister being supported by the boat maiden and shaking her head. Duguyu's heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Bang, bang. The stairs gave off a uniform roar, like a war drum, heavily pounding on the bottom of everyone's hearts. 3 imperial guards in full armor, 1 in front and 2 behind, with their hands on the hilts of their swords, walked up the stairs with a murderous look. With armor weighing dozens of kilograms, coupled with their burly bodies, they did not need to deliberately stomp their feet, but the sound of their footsteps was already very shocking. The 3 of them stepped up the stairs, their eyes sweeping around with dignity, and fixed on Yang Fan, who was sitting cross-legged. The person in the middle cupped his fists and said, "This general has rushed here under orders and awaits the imperial envoy's orders." This person was fully armored, the top of his helmet red like blood, the round shoulder guards on his chest shimmering, and the shoulder guards on his shoulders, because of the action of cupping his fists, were like a fierce tiger yawning, lazily opening its bloody mouth like a sacrificial bowl. His face was covered by a black leather mask that looked like black iron, revealing only a pair of heroic eyes. Yang Fan raised his eyelids to glance at him, then lowered his eyes and couldn't help but raise them again. He knew that this was Ma Qiao, but he did not expect that the usually frivolous Ma Qiao would actually be so murderous when he became serious. He couldn't help but look at him again, then lowered his eyelids and gently waved his hand. Ma Qiao and the other two retreated to the side, their military boots landing on the ground at the same time. With a crack, they stood there like wooden stakes. Yang Fan's soldiers are at the gates, and he only wanted an explanation. Chapter 581. The Furong was packed with people, but there wasn't a single sound. Only the wind blew in from one row of windows and out from another row of windows, causing the clothes and hair to flutter. Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the seat, as though he was meditating. He was calm and composed. When he noticed that the Dugu clan's invitation wasn't so simple, Yang Fan began to make preparations and found the hidden sect. In Yang Fan's opinion, this preparation was sufficient. Even if the Dugu clan had other plans, it wasn't likely to be to use force against him. At most, they had other motives for befriending him. Just in case, it was enough to have the hidden sect's secret support. The fireworks that he brought along were only used as a communication tool with the hidden sect. When he noticed that someone was following him, he sensed that there might be danger. However, his current target was still Dugu. The peddlers who were selling cakes by the banks of the Chuchi were people sent by the hidden sect. When Yang Fan was buying the cakes, he originally wanted to tell them about his discovery so that they would be more vigilant. However, when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly thought of a problem. Hence, he changed his words. The problem he thought of was, Shandong's aristocratic clan's foundation wasn't in Chang'an. However, it was unknown why the obvious sect and the hidden sect chose Chang and the western regions as their footholds. No matter if it was Guanzhong or Longxi, they were all within the Guanlong Corporation's sphere of influence. The Guanlong Corporation was like a centipede. Although it was weak now, it wasn't dead or stiff. Did they really not know that there was such a dragon sleeping soundly beside their bed? Or perhaps they knew but tolerated it. If this wasn't the case, then there was only one explanation. The obvious sect, or the hidden sect, wasn't just a peripheral organization of the 7 sects and 5 families. It was highly possible that the Guanlong Corporation was a part of it. At the very least, they had reached some kind of agreement. This was a compromise that the aristocratic clans had reached when facing the pressure from Wu Zetian's imperial authority. If this was the case, as one of the important members of the Guanlong Corporation, the Dugu clan, if they wanted to harm him for some special reason, would the hidden sect, which had countless connections with them, still be reliable? If he had to choose between Yang Fan and the Guanlong Corporation, who would the hidden sect choose? Therefore, Yang Fan kept an eye out. He wasn't sure of the hidden sect's attitude and didn't dare to rely on the hidden sect's influence. He treated the hidden sect, who didn't know the inside story, as a mouthpiece. When Yang Fan bought the cakes, he gave 3 instructions to the hidden sect spy. You can't handle this matter anymore. I don't care what method you use. Hurry up and inform Ma Qiao to bring his troops here. Take action when you see my fireworks. Anyone who blocks my way will be killed without mercy. Fortunately, Yang Fan had this layer of scheming. The hidden sect might not have the intention to harm him, but if they discovered that the people in the Furong were old grandfather Li, old grandfather Lu, and the Dugu clan's clan head, it was hard to say if they would still have the courage to jump out and protect Yang Fan. Their roots were aristocratic families. When their sect master saw these 2 old fellows, he had to stand obediently and act like filial sons and grandsons. What else could they do? Now that Ma Qiao had arrived, the initiative was in Yang Fan's hands. Of course, Yang Fan was not in a hurry. He was a person, and the other party was a family. He was a hot-blooded man, and the other party was a cold-blooded politician who rolled around in the Vanity Fair all his life. When it came to holding back, who should be careful? Yang Fan, who had been sitting cross-legged in the Furong pavilion, suddenly smiled and said, "I can still control the situation for now, but I can't hide the fact that I've mobilized so many troops and horses. When the commander of Chong arrives, no one will be able to turn the situation around." This sentence was like a drop of cold water dripping into a pot of boiling oil, and the calm scene finally became restless. Lu Zhongjia had no choice but to concede. He was arrogant. He was arrogant. He had no respect for anyone, and he viewed human lives as worthless. But what he couldn't let go of was his family, his glory, his authority, and his inheritance. If he was careless today, all of these might be lost in his hands. Now that he had encountered Yang Fan, a young man who didn't care about the consequences, he had no choice. He couldn't wait to tear Yang Fan into pieces, but his rationality told him that he had to concede. Because Yang Fan could afford to gamble, but he couldn't. Lu Zhongjia took another glance at Li Mubai. He couldn't bring himself to lower his noble head, and had no choice but to seek help from Li Mubai. After all, they had known each other for a lifetime. Even if they didn't get along, these matters could still be entrusted to each other. Li Mubai sighed and said to Yang Fan in an old tone, "Lu Bin's descendant might be arrogant, but it is a fact that he has never lowered his head to anyone. Now that he is asking you to toast and apologize, it will be a lesson for him. Young Lang Jun, you are so mature. Why do you have to go against him?" Li Mubai continued, "Moreover, I will make this decision on behalf of the Lu family. I will grant you thousands of acres of fertile land as compensation. You can choose the land you want, whether it's paddy or dry land. It's all up to you. Or, I will give you 10% of the shares of the Lianghuai Tongshi Salt Works. How about that?" Dugu, you couldn't help but gasp. Thousands of acres of fertile land. With this alone, he can immediately become a tyrant. Even if his descendants are very prodigal, this amount of money is enough to protect the Yang family's wealth for generations. The Lianghuai Tongshi Salt Works is one of the 3 largest salt works in the Lianghuai region. I didn't expect this salt works to belong to the Lu family. 10% of the shares? That is an endless stream of money. As long as the Lu family doesn't fall, as long as the Yang family doesn't have a prodigal son who is addicted to gambling, then the Yang family will be able to rely on this towering tree for as long as the Lu family continues to exist. Dugu, you wasn't someone who didn't see the world, but even as the head of the Dugu family, this amount of wealth was still a shocking amount to him. Was this just a sincere apology? A 1,000-year-old aristocratic family, with 1,000 years of accumulation, was indeed extraordinary. The Guanlong aristocratic family was just a group of military aristocratic families that rose to power during the rise of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Compared to this, they were practically a group of beggars. Yang Fan didn't seem to hear it all. He looked out the window and said nonchalantly, "With such a lineup, I'm afraid that the moment the troops move, someone will have already reported to the Luoyang prefecture. Lu Qiantian should be here soon." Chong was the place where these aristocratic families were most active. This was because it wasn't under Wu Zetian's watch and was restricted everywhere. Moreover, it was the capital of the Zhou dynasty and had the qualifications to be a political center. Moreover, this was the former capital of the Tang dynasty. Their gathering here also had the purpose of expressing their political leanings. However, it was also because of these reasons that Wu Zetian valued Chong and no less than Luoyang. In fact, because Chong wasn't under her control all the time, she paid more attention to this place than Luoyang. Thus, how could she not have her trusted aides in Luoyang to monitor the movements of these aristocratic families? Chong and Magistrate Lu Qiantian was one of Wu Zetian's trusted eyes and ears in Luoyang. If he were to arrive and sniff out something unusual with his sensitive nose, then Lu Zhongjia finally panicked. He anxiously looked at Li Mubai with a pleading gaze. Li Mubai gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. This time, Jiannan, Qinzhong, and Lingnan are in chaos. The emperor will definitely make a move soon, and there will be a large number of vacant official positions. As long as we let today's matter go, you can choose 3 people from your friends and relatives to report to me. Those who are talented can be given a civil position, and those who aren't talented can be given a military position. All of them will be at least of the 9th rank. How about it? Land was the foundation of a family and business, and the shares of the salt works were an endless source of money. Not only that, he could also be given 3 more official positions. It was not easy to become an official in the Tang dynasty, and even more difficult to be promoted. Many people spent their entire lives trying to become an official, and after becoming an official, it was even more difficult for them to be promoted. Take Zhang Jianji, for example. He was born in a prestigious family in Xiangyang, and he was a talented scholar. Yet, at the age of 60, he was still a lowly 9th rank county magistrate. Now, as long as Yang Fan were to nominate someone, even if that person wasn't qualified to be an official, he would still be able to become one. Everyone present wanted to nod their heads for him. In fact, when Li Mubai had put forward the first condition, if it had been someone else, they would have hurriedly nodded their head. But Yang Fan had not expressed his position, forcing the Lu family to increase the price layer by layer. Finally, the conditions were so generous that the Dugu siblings simply admired his fishing skills to the point of prostrating themselves in admiration. But Yang Fan just sat there unmoved. Everyone was shocked. Just how big was his appetite? Lu Binji was unable to restrain his anger as he said, "Yang Fan, don't go too far. Even if you have millions of soldiers outside, do you believe that I won't give the order to kill you on the spot?" Yang Fan said leisurely, "I believe you, but even if I die here, can you kill all my people? As long as one of my people walks out alive, you will have to bury the entire Lu family with me. This is a risk that your great-grandfather would not dare to take, great-grandfatherly would not dare to take, and the Dugu family would not dare to take." Lu Binji hissed, "I'll kill you right now." "Stop!" Lu Zhongjia shouted as he turned to Yang Fan. Suppressing the hatred in his heart, he chuckled and said, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. This old man really appreciates you now. How about this? You don't have to choose between the land and the shares. I'll give you all 3 conditions. Moreover, I've just bought 100 young girls from Silla and Korea yesterday. Each and every one of them is charming. Little Lang Jun is a young hero. So, how can you not be accompanied by beautiful women? I'll give them all to you as an apology. How about it?" Lu Zhongjia tossed his beard and laughed. "Don't be afraid that you won't be able to afford them. Wait until you have thousands of acres of fertile land and 10% of the shares in the salt works. Then, you'll be able to afford 10 times as many beauties." Lu Zhongjia was laughing heartily, but his heart was already at its peak. It's just that he was shrewd enough, just listening to his hearty laughter, looking at his benevolent face, nobody could guess what he was thinking. Land, wealth, official position, beauties, and the submission of a millennium-old family. Wine, women, avarice, and temperament. But Yang Fan smiled faintly, just faintly, and said, "Grand Elder Lu's actions are enough to show his sincerity." Lu Zhongjia thought that he had agreed. So, he laughed even more heartily. Li Mubai and Dugu also revealed relaxed smiles on their faces. Yes, wealth, fame, and beauties. A person could pursue everything in life. Moreover, the Lu family was not to be trifled with. So, how could he not agree if he didn't agree to make a strong enemy? Who would have thought that Yang Fan's tone would change? He sighed and continued, "But this is not the explanation that this junior wants." Chapter 582. Although it was the Lu family that was forced to lower their heads, as one of the 7 sects and 5 families, the Lu family had to lower their heads to a young man. How could Li Mubai feel proud? Therefore, Li Taigong smiled bitterly and asked bitterly, "What kind of explanation do you want?" Li Mubai came for Yang Fan today. The old man that Lin Zixiong said might want to see Yang Fan was Li Mubai. The person standing behind young Master Jiang was Lu Taigong, and the person standing behind Shenmu was Li Taigong. Li Mubai thought highly of Shenmu. Because of his love for Shenmu, he had a good impression of Yang Fan, who had repeatedly played an important role at critical moments. However, his original intention was only to meet this junior and say a few words of consolation. Perhaps he would even give him some help so that Yang Fan could support Shenmu more. Deep down, It was impossible for a person with a high status to treat Yang Fan as an equal. The help he wanted to give to Yang Fan, to be exact, was a reward from an old man. But now, not only him, but also old man Lu, whose temper was even worse than his and who was even more arrogant than him, had no choice but to lower their heads to a young boy. It was impossible to give him a reward. He rushed to give land, money, and women, and was afraid that he would not accept it. This contrast was really, Yang Fan said decisively, it's very simple. I want him dead. Yang Fan pointed at Lu Bin, and everyone was in an uproar. Yang Fan had already said this, but no one took it seriously at that time. Everyone just thought that he was saying something mean. If someone intended to harm the eldest grandson of the Lu family, it was reasonable for the Lu family to catch him and force him to commit suicide. But it was a bit weird the other way around. What's more, Yang Fan was neither injured nor dead, and none of his family and friends were injured. How could he want Lu Bin dead? That was the Lu family of Fan Yang, once the first family in the world, but now it was only ranked below the Chui family. Such a request was extremely arrogant and unreasonable. Lu Zhongjia suddenly changed his expression. Li Mubai turned pale with fright. Dugu Yu looked blank, and Lu Bin was furious. Only Dugu Ning Ke looked at Yang Fan with eyes full of inquiry, doubt, and curiosity. She had seen many men, all of whom could be regarded as outstanding young men, but none of them could make her so interested. What kind of man was this Yang Fan? He didn't look like a madman, nor did he look like an idiot. He didn't look like someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, someone who would rather lose his life than let others take even half a step back. But why was he able to make such an unexpected move? Ning Ku's pair of clever eyes stared at Yang Fan, observing the most subtle expression on his face, every flicker of his eyes, every movement of his eyebrows, and every wrinkle of his lips. She still didn't know what Yang Fan wanted to do, but she was sure that Yang Fan must have a purpose. He must have a very good reason. She just looked at him, as if she could see into his heart at once. Ning Ku was very smart, but she didn't have the ability to see through people's hearts. But she didn't know why. When she looked at Yang Fan, she seemed to be able to sense something in his heart. In this world, there are always some things that people couldn't explain. Just like some strangers, some felt like old friends at first sight, and some felt disgusted at first sight, without any reason. Buddhists called it good karma and bad karma. They were all caused by the previous life. Since it couldn't be explained, it could only be explained in this way. So, Ninka gave her brother another look. Although Dugu Yu was puzzled, he obeyed his sister's words. He didn't make a move, so the only one who would come forward to persuade Yang Fan was Li Mubai and Old Li Grandpa Li. Old Li had already thrown away his old face. The immortal demeanor he had when he first appeared was nowhere to be seen. Face? How much is face worth? Today, if he was forced by Yang Fan to borrow the power of heaven and really forced Lu Binji to commit suicide, then he would lose all face. Not only would the Lu family lose face, but all the people of the 7 sects and 5 families would also be shamed. Unfortunately, Yang Fan was still unmoved. Suddenly, there was a heavy sound from the stairs. An armored soldier quickly went up the stairs, cupped his fists, and reporting to the Imperial envoy, "There are flags fluttering in the distance. There are troops moving. It seems that the Chang'an commander has already sent the Imperial army to Chu River. Looking at their speed, they will arrive soon." The faces of the people in Furong restaurant changed again. Li Mubai said anxiously, "Young Lang Jun, killing one person will offend the whole family. Why bother?" Yang Fan didn't care and said with a smile, "I believe that in order to protect the whole Lu family, even if you ask old Lu to commit suicide, old Lu would be willing to die. If you don't want Lu Binji to die, then wait to bring a disaster to the whole Lu family. If Lu Guitian comes, I can't hide it. If his death alone could bring peace to the Lu family, Lu Zhongjia would not hesitate to die. But he was willing to die himself, but he didn't want his grandson to die. The Lu family only had 2 brothers. The eldest grandson was a clean freak, and he hated to have sex with a husband and wife. He only had 1 son, and he refused to share the same room with his wife. If the eldest branch wanted to have children, it all depended on this second grandson. Old Lu's face was gloomy and uncertain. All kinds of thoughts came one after another, but how could he come up with a plan? There was a loud noise in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw that a group of people had already arrived at the bridge. Forget it. I will die. Lu Binji's eyes were about to spit fire. He glared at Yang Fan and suddenly pulled out the sword from the waist of his guard and placed it across his neck. Binji, don't! Lu Zhongjia shouted in panic. Fortunately, the guard beside Lu Binji was skilled and quickly grabbed Lu Binji's wrist. The sword was sharp, and it had already cut a bloody line on Lu Binji's neck. Old Lu staggered and almost died from fright. Li Mubai was so angry that he stomped his feet. His wooden clogs slammed against the wooden boards, and the sound of hooves could be heard. Beta Persei, my son, are you really so heartless? If you aren't afraid of shortening your life, this old man will bow to you and beg you to spare that little bastard. Old Lu's arrogance was gone, and he angrily shouted, This old man will die in place of my grandson and apologize to you. Yang Longzhong, what do you think? Ha. Yang Fan suddenly stood up and supported Old Li, who was about to bow. He then said to Old Lu, The two elders love this junior, and your sincerity is moving. I only hope that this arrogant kid can understand the two elders' good intentions. If you don't want me to kill Lu Binji, it is not difficult, but you have to agree to 3 conditions. Hearing that there was still hope, Old Lu looked up and saw that the group of people surrounded by the Chong, in token of honor, had already crossed the bridge. He was so anxious that his heart almost jumped out his chest, and he repeatedly said, Speak, 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 speak quickly. Lu Qintian is about to arrive. Yang Fan said with a smile, There is no hurry. He walked over and whispered a few words in Ma Qiao's ear. Hearing this, Ma Qiao's face immediately revealed a strange expression. He glanced at Yang Fan and then at Ning Ku, who was standing quietly, and couldn't help but smile as he hurried downstairs. Yang Fan turned back and said with a smile, All right, General Ma can stop him for a while. Now tell me my conditions. Yang Fan raised a finger and said, The first condition, Lu Binji immediately returned to the ancestral home of Fanyang, and for the rest of his life, he is not allowed to leave Fanyang. Fanyang was a part of Beijing and Baoding. That was the base of the Lu family of Fanyang. Yang Fan's words sent Lu Binji back to his hometown. Lu Zhongjia was hating his grandson's incompetence, causing him to make a fool of himself at such an old age. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Yes. Yang Fan said again, The second condition, all the Lu family members scattered everywhere must all return to Fanyang and cannot come out within 3 years. Lu Zhongjia was startled, and his expression immediately changed. At present, there were many vacant positions in the southern border, and the Lu family of Fanyang was actively participating in the planning, wanting to get a share of the profits. If all the Lu family members returned, wouldn't they miss a good opportunity? Yang Fan's smile was a little cold. What? Li Mubai heard Yang Fan's request, and after a moment of daze, his eyes suddenly brightened. All the aristocratic families were fighting for the vacant positions, but although there were many empty positions, there were even more powers fighting for these positions. The aristocratic families only had the advantage in manpower and resources and could not monopolize these positions with one hand. If there was one less Lu family, the other aristocratic families could arrange for 2 more nephews. Li Mubai immediately said in a low voice to Lu Zhongjia, This Yang Fan is young and spirited and does not fear death. If we do not agree, I'm afraid he would really rather die than drag the Lu family down with him. Old brother, be careful. Lu Zhongjia glared fiercely at him and said in a deep voice, My Lu family currently has no less than 20 officials in the court. According to what you say, do you want all of them to resign and return home? Although the emperor is eager to suppress the aristocratic families, I'm afraid that if my Lu family really does this, the emperor will instead be restless day and night. Yang Fan said, The nephews of the Lu family who have already become officials are naturally not included. Hearing this, Lu Zhongjia felt slightly more at ease. After thinking for a moment, he could only reluctantly give up the many vacancies in the south. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I also agree to this condition." Yang Fan said, "The third condition, the nephews of the Liu family will inevitably be dissatisfied with Yang Fan. If in these 3 years there are descendants of the Liu family who have not returned to Fanyang who have the intention to harm me, we will fight, and life and death will be up to the heavens. In the future, when the Liu family comes out, they cannot use this as an enemy." This condition was really nothing compared to the second one. Without even thinking, Liu Zhongjia said, "This old man agrees." Yang Fan said, "Good. Then please, Liu Taigong, swear in the name of the Liu family's ancestors that if the Liu family violates this oath, the 1,000-year-old aristocratic family will be destroyed in a day, and there will be no more descendants." This oath, for such a large aristocratic family, was more effective than any poison oath. Since Liu Zhongjia had agreed, he did not hesitate, immediately raising 3 fingers to the sky and loudly swearing. As Yang Fan listened to Liu Zhongjia loudly swearing, a trace of a relaxed smile slowly blossomed on his face. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of really forcing Liu Bingji to death. If he forced Liu Bingji to death, the Liu family would definitely not let him off. Whether it was using the Liu family's official power to plot against him, or using death warriors to assassinate him, it would all be extremely dangerous and troublesome. Moreover, the various aristocratic families of the 7 sects and 5 families were competitors, and they also had intertwined interests. For so many years, the Qinghe Chui, Xingyang Zheng, Zhao Junli, Longxi Li, Taiyuan Duke, Bowling Chui, and Fanyang Liu families had only intermarried internally. This was breaking the bones and connecting the tendons. If he really forced the Liu family to this point, he would offend everyone. In addition, although the Liu clan had enmity with Yang Fan, and Yang Fan's hidden sect and young Master Zhang's visible sect also had enmity, they were allies when it came to dealing with Wu Zetian. An additional ally meant an additional strength. If he really eradicated the Liu family, the one to benefit would only be Wu Zetian. What Yang Fan truly wanted was to force old Madame Liu to make these 3 oaths. He would first force Liu Bingji to commit suicide, then he would back off. That way, it would be easy for the other party to accept. Confining Liu Bingji in Fanyang's home was simply a smokescreen to conceal Yang Fan's true intentions. His true goals were only the last 2. What Yang Fan cared about the most was naturally the third. However, he had not expected that while he had only proposed a second because he wanted to weaken the Liu family, the one that had truly caused the Liu family great pain was precisely this one. This one had caused the Liu clan to suffer for 100 years. Chapter 583. The reason why Yang Fan had ordered the Liu family to be grounded for 3 years was because of the purge of the southern officials. His enmity with the Liu family was set in stone, and there was no reason to give them a chance to grow stronger. Every blow he could take counted. Moreover, the purge of the southern officials was an opportunity he had created, allowing the Liu family to benefit from it. How sullen would he be? In addition, he had long since prepared to deal with old man Liu's eldest grandson, young Master Jiang. He had secretly implemented this plan while he was still in Luoyang, but he didn't know young Master Zhang's true background at the time. Although he knew he was from one of the 7 sects and 5 families, he couldn't determine which one. Now that he knew he was from the Liu family, he had to force the head of the Liu family to swear an oath that the Liu family would not pursue any conflicts between him and the Liu family within 3 years. This way, he could fight with young Master Jiang without restraint. Otherwise, it wouldn't be safe to send his family to Chong, and if he wanted to make an enemy of a millennium-old family, he would probably have to send his entire family to Java. Liu Zhongjia had no choice but to form an alliance with Yang Fan. From Liu Taigong's point of view, he had only lost a few official positions in the southern frontier, and the impact on the Liu family wasn't that great. But even in death, he didn't expect that these past few years were precisely the critical moment when the world's political situation was changing rapidly. The aristocratic families were so powerful that they made a comeback in just a few years. One step late, every step late. If they missed this opportunity, the Liu family's footsteps would never catch up to others. After Wu Zetian suppressed the aristocratic families for a short period of time, the aristocratic families quickly made a comeback. The 7 sects and 5 families, as well as their branch families, continued to dominate the imperial court. There was nothing that could be done about this. They had the best educational resources, and their disciples were all talented. Their connections in the imperial court were also incomparably strong. If the climate was slightly better, how could they not thrive? For example, the Cui family of the 7 sects and 5 families had more than 20 prime ministers in the 200 years of the Tang dynasty. But the Liu family had always been silent, only gradually recovering in the middle and late Tang dynasty. As a millennium-old family, during the Tang dynasty, the Liu family only had 8 prime ministers, only a third of the Cui family. Among them, the earliest one was the prime minister for a short period of time, more than 90 years later. In other words, Yang Fan's words today had caused this 1,000-year-old family to be depressed for a full 100 years. As long as Yang Fan was alive, no one in the Liu family would be able to pay respects to him. That was not all. Because of today's events, not only did the Liu family's influence decline step by step among the 7 sects and 5 families, but their influence in the obvious and hidden sects of the succession hall was also deteriorating. At the end of the 5th dynasty, the 7 sects and 5 families fell apart, but the succession hall was still thriving. The Liu family had to take the risk and try to eliminate the important figures in the succession hall of the other big families in order to control the entire succession hall, and then use the power of the succession hall to revive the family. In the end, the plan failed, and the Liu family was eradicated. Only 2 young men managed to escape. One was named Liu Jusi, and the other was named Liu Yixing. They did not forget to revive their family. In the end, the 2 brothers were killed by someone. Coincidentally, the person who killed them was also surnamed Yang. Tracing back to the source, everything was caused by today. If Liu Zhongjia had known that the Liu family would pay such a heavy price for agreeing to this condition, he would rather have his 2 grandsons die, or even all the members of the eldest branch, than agree. For a 1,000-year-old family, there was no crueler blow than this. After making the oath, Liu Zhongjia put down his hand and looked at Yang Fan calmly. After all, he was the head of a family. Since the matter had been settled, there was no need for him to be unnecessarily angry, which would only make people despise him. But his grandson Liu Bingji still stared at Yang Fan fiercely, as if he wanted to pounce on him and tear off a piece of flesh. If Yang Fan forces Liu Bingji to die, he will die, and so will his whole family. Doing so will definitely arouse public anger, and none of the 7 sects and 5 families will let him go. But now, the Liu family will lose face, and Yang Fan will be safer, and he will be unanimously favored by the other 6 families of the 7 sects and 5 families. Ning Ku thought, and looked at Yang Fan with a very interesting look. This guy fully showed his wisdom and courage, and of course at the Furong Bridge he also showed his bravery and outstanding skills. There were many such outstanding children in aristocratic families, but they lived in big and small circles since childhood and were bound by layers of rules and regulations. No one could be as arrogant as him, like this, manly. When these 4 words flashed through his mind, Ning Ku somehow felt a little hot on his face, so he immediately changed the word in his mind, masculine. Ning Ku was born with a disease, and her physique was naturally weak. Girls always liked strong men, and the weaker the girl, the more so. Ning Ku admired Yang Fan's wild, unruly, and domineering nature. Ning Ku was not the only one who admired Yang Fan. Old Master Li, who was old but didn't die and turned into a thief, admired Yang Fan more than she did, but he still pouted and pretended to be on the same side as the Liu family. Anger was shown on the outside, but joy was hidden within. This was even more powerful than the expressionless poker face. Yang Fan didn't seem to see his expression and even walked closer to him, smiling politely at him. Liu Biantian is downstairs. If Old Master Li and Old Master Liu are seen by him, I'm afraid he will figure out something unusual. Can you 2 go away? The old man said angrily, "Do you really have a way to hide from Lu Biantian? That young man is as cunning as a fox." Yang Fan still smiled politely. "Junior will give it a try." The old man looked at him suspiciously and said to Old Master Lu, "Let's go. This is the world of young people. We two old men should go away." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Child Lu, you can't go. You still need to stay and help. Please take the 8 crossbows with you. It's better to throw them into the river, so as not to leave any traces." The 2 old men ignored him and walked to the side room with a sullen face. Yang Fan turned to Ning Ku, bowed deeply, and said politely, "Yang Fan has something to trouble you." Ning Ku was delicate and thin, with a palm-sized snow-white face and a sharp chin. Only her big eyes were especially bright. Seeing Yang Fan suddenly walking to her and bowing deeply, Ning Ku's big eyes couldn't help but open even wider, and she asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "Oh, Mr. Lu, why are you here?" When Ma Qiao saw Lu Biantian, he immediately showed an expression that was even more surprised than Lu Biantian. Lu Qian was in his 40s. He had a white face and a small beard. His features were elegant, but his eyes were not lively enough. They were always slightly squinted, giving off a sense of craftiness, as if he was plotting against someone. In fact, Lu Biantian only had some eye problems, which was myopia. He had to squint his eyes to see clearly. Lu Biantian's figure and appearance were quite good, but his small eyes were the least attractive of his features. If he continued to squint like this, his eyes would become even smaller, and it would seriously affect his temperament and demeanor. Lu Qian squinted his eyes as he approached Ma Qiao. Seeing that he was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Commander Ma, what happened? Why did the Imperial Army's cavalry come out? I was scared when I heard about it in the Yamen. Is there a rebellion in Furong Courtyard?" Ma Qiao laughed nonchalantly and said, "Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. It's just that an ignorant thing had a conflict with Imperial Envoy Yang. As the Imperial Envoy's bodyguards, we naturally moved out." Lu Biantian was stunned and said nervously, "Conflict? What kind of conflict? Could it be that someone wants to harm the Imperial Envoy?" Ma Qiao said, "At first, there was no collision, but later on, there was a collision. The Imperial Envoy came to this banquet without any guards, so he sent someone to inform me. When I heard this, I quickly brought people here. Haha, it's all right now. Because of the urgency of the matter, I forgot to inform His Excellency and made you come all the way here. I'm really sorry." Ma Qiao's words came out of nowhere, so Lu Biantian naturally didn't understand. He squinted his small eyes and looked up suspiciously, then grabbed Ma Qiao's leather wrist guard and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "Commander Ma, please explain." "Ahem, look at how anxious His Excellency is." "Haha, this is actually what happened." Ma Qiao gestured and explained. Lu Biantian let go of Ma Qiao's hand in a daze and said woodenly, "That's it." Ma Qiao nodded matter-of-factly and said, "Yes, that's what happened." Lu Biantian looked back at the Dragon Martial Army soldiers who had their swords unsheathed and arrows nocked. They looked murderous, as if they were facing a great enemy. Then he looked at the Chong and soldiers with spears and the Chong and government officials who had their hands on their swords. In a hoarse voice, he said, "I will go up and take a look." Ta, ta, ta. Lu Biantian lifted his legs high and took light steps. Holding the hem of his robe with both hands, he climbed up the tall building step by step. When he reached the top, he saw the great Imperial Envoy Yang sitting in high spirits with his nose in the air. Sitting next to him was a slender girl with an oval face the size of a palm. Her skin was as white as jade, and her facial features were bright and beautiful. Her gentle, smiling eyes were focused on him. On the left sat a black-robed young man. Lu Biantian recognized him as the head of the Dugu family, Dugu Yu. Young Master Dugu looked helpless and was drinking silently. On the right sat a young man in a white robe. Lu Biantian also recognized him as Lu Binji of the Lu family in Fanyang. Young Master Lu's face turned red and green. He looked indescribably ugly. From the bulging veins on his forehead, one could see that he was suppressing his anger, but he didn't dare to explode. Behind this pair of black and white impermanents were 7 or 8 guards. Each guard stood there empty-handed, like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Behind them stood 2 rows of burly men, all dressed in shining armor and holding swords. They looked like a group of fiends in the Hall of Limbo. The muscles on Lu Qiantian's cheeks suddenly twitched a few times. The imperial envoy flew into a rage and sent the 3 armies to Tsuchi. I didn't know what kind of disaster had happened here, so I rushed over in a hurry. It turns out that the imperial envoy was fighting with someone for a woman's favor. It's true that Chang and is the old capital of Haojing, but you don't have to reenact the fire beacons teasing the feudal vassals, do you? Chapter 584. The soft curtains were like a thin layer of mist. On the small table made of cyan jade in front of the bed, the agarwood turned into green smoke and slowly escaped from the hole of the incense burner, calming one's mind. Ning, who was lying on the bed, biting a piece of cork tightly. Suddenly, she took out a blue satin ribbon from under the pillow and tied it to her forehead. Then she tightened it. The expected pain came. She was like a small fish that jumped ashore. Her thin and weak body would bend sharply when she could not bear it anymore. Her strength was amazing. Her head was about to explode. Her bones seemed to be broken inch by inch. She was completely out of control. Sweat oozed out little by little and quickly covered her pale cheeks. She had used up too much of her strength today. Traveling was a luxury for her, and it was fine for her to take a stroll once in a while. However, the physical exertion today was a little too much for her weak body. When she was still in Furong Restaurant, she had already predicted that she would experience a pain worse than death today. Strangely, the pain that made her want to pull out her hair and hit her head against the wall didn't come today. Her mind didn't have the urge to end her life every time she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. There seemed to be an opening in her mind. Traces of agarwood floated up and seeped into her mind, like the fragrance of lotus seeds. Well, that person, what was his name again? Ninka bit her lips in pain and clutched the bed sheets tightly. Her small and delicate face was covered with fine beads of sweat. She couldn't remember who she was thinking of or what he looked like. She could only vaguely remember his sunny smile, which made her feel a little warm and happy. Dugu walked along the winding and deep corridor of the Zhu Pavilion to Ning's boudoir. Seeing 2 maids in cyan standing at the door, he stopped and asked in a low voice, "Ningku is resting?" The 2 maids in cyan didn't dare to speak and just nodded gently. Dugu wanted to say something, but stopped. He lowered his head and kept silent for a while. Then he sighed softly and turned away. He came with brisk steps, but left with heavy steps. After suffering for a long time, maybe as long as a century, Ningku exhausted her last bit of strength, and the splitting headache finally disappeared. She didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. Her white teeth gently loosened the cork, on which there was a row of deep teeth marks. Looking at her slender figure and elegant face, most people would think that she was 7 or 8 years younger than her brother, and that she was only a 15 or 16-year-old young girl. Only the people of the Dugu family, and those who were familiar with the Dugu family, knew that she and Dugu were twin siblings. The heavens had given the Dugu family a pair of twins. The siblings were both good-looking, and the younger sister was especially intelligent. She had displayed extraordinary intelligence since she was young. Her father and grandfather hadn't lived long. Her brother had become the lord of a clan in his 20s and led the entire clan back to its former glory. It was all thanks to her, the female Zhuge Liang, that she had schemed in secret. She, the seemingly fragile girl, was the real soul of this generation of the Dugu family. God gave her extraordinary wisdom, but also gave her a disease that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She was fine when she was young. She could run and jump like an ordinary girl and was just as naughty. But as she grew older, the disease hidden deep inside her body began to wreak havoc. Her headaches became more and more frequent, and her body became weaker and weaker. With the financial resources of the Dugu family, they could invite famous doctors from all over the world. But no one could cure her. Even the best doctors could only prescribe some medicine to relieve the pain and some medicinal diet to nourish the body. Her appetite was also affected because of her frequent headaches. Without the nourishment of medicinal diet, her normal intake of food couldn't support her life. Ninka would suffer every time she had a headache. But today's attack was still light. Since she knew that no one could cure her headaches, Ninka refused to let anyone be around her. She had an unusual self-esteem and didn't want anyone to see her in pain and weakness. Ninka had the most fragile body but also the most tenacious spirit. The pain gradually disappeared. The bone-piercing feeling of imminent death also gradually weakened. The frown on her delicate face disappeared. Ninka suddenly remembered who she had just thought of. It was that young fan. He was sometimes resolute, sometimes awe-inspiring, sometimes rascally, and sometimes cunning. Ninka thought of how he pretended to compliment Lu Binji in the Furong restaurant, how Lu Binji had to cooperate with him in pretending to be his rival in love even though he wanted to bite him to death, and how Lu Biantian, the magistrate of the Chong and local government, had a weird expression on his face. Ninka slowly smiled. This smile consumed all the strength she had just saved up, but she still had to smile. Laughter was a very luxurious thing for her. How could she give it up when she had the opportunity to get it? In the early morning, Dugiyu came to his younger sister's boudoir again. Ningku had already washed up and had breakfast. It was a bowl of crave shrimp wonton with 4 small wontons and a small bowl of fresh soup. Ningku, are you going to see Taiping? Yes. Dugiyu frowned and said, You'd better not go. Taiping knows your situation. He won't blame you. Ningku smiled and said, If you want to go, I will go. You also go. Not for Taiping, but for Yang Fan. Dugiyu said doubtfully, Yesterday, he offended both the Liu and Li families. Offending these 2 families is equal to offending all the aristocratic families in Shandong. We all avoid them. Do you still want to be allies with them? Ningka sighed and said softly, Silly brother, go get ready first. Let's talk in the car, okay? Okay. Dugiyu was so obedient to this younger sister that even his father was jealous of him when he was alive. With steady steps, the 2 big green bulls pulled a green oil cleaning cart and slowly drove toward Yongkong Square. In the carriage, Ningka leaned on a comfortable and soft semi-reclining soft couch and explained to her eldest brother in a low voice, Why did I persuade you to get close to the 7 sects and 5 families? Because the decline of our Guanlong aristocratic family is a foregone conclusion. Ningku was weak and spoke in a very low voice. Sometimes she had to drink water to moisten her throat and rest for a while. But Dugiyu had long been used to talking with her like this. He neither urged nor rushed her. Sometimes when she talked too much, he would stop her and force her to rest for a while. When the world is stable, the military power will be concentrated in the emperor. Only civil officials can rule the world. Our Guanlong aristocratic family thrives on the military and will also perish because of the military. Since the death of Zhongsun Wuji, the imperial examination was abolished and the military power was centralized. Our Guanlong aristocratic family no longer exists. But the aristocratic families in Shandong are different. Although Dugiyu listened to his younger sister's words, it was only because he had been used to his younger sister's vision and wisdom since he was a child. But he was not an ignorant waste. Hearing this, he couldn't help saying, Since the time of Taizong, the aristocratic families in Shandong have been suppressed. They're not what they used to be. Ningku smiled and shook her head. When the wind is strong, the grass and trees will fall. When the wind is gone, the grass and trees will rise. Taizong wrote the Annals of Clans to promote the Guanlong aristocratic family and demote the aristocratic families in Shandong. The empress wanted to ascend the throne, but was obstructed by the Guanlong aristocratic family. So she did the opposite and used the aristocratic families in Shandong to disintegrate the Guanlong aristocratic family. After the empress ascended the throne, she wanted to get rid of the aristocratic families in Shandong. Therefore, she vigorously promoted the Han aristocratic families. Unfortunately, it was useless. The power that the aristocratic families in Shandong had already grasped could not be taken back. The imperial examination system was not a panacea. The reason why the aristocratic families in Shandong had not declined for thousands of years was that they had mastered the inheritance of culture. In order to resist the aristocratic families in Shandong, the empress did promote a group of poor commoners through the imperial examination, but this was not enough to shake the aristocratic families in Shandong. The aristocratic families in Shandong had always entered officialdom through the imperial examination. At first, they were just disdainful and unwilling to enter officialdom through the imperial examination. When they realized that this was irreversible, how many people in the Han aristocratic families could surpass them? Once they adapted to the imperial examination and entered officialdom, with the profound family customs and cultural traditions of the aristocratic families, they would have a great advantage. Just look at the number of scholars who passed the imperial examination in recent years, and you should know this clearly. Moreover, the powerful ministers of humble origins were indeed hostile to the aristocratic families at first. However, their hatred of the rich was only due to envy, because they also wanted to be rich. Once they became a member of the rich, they would be assimilated, and those who were initially opposed to them would become their allies. The nouveau riche wanted to become an aristocratic family after gaining a foothold. There were many talents in the 7 sects and 5 families. How could they not see this? As long as they were willing to lower their statuses, these powerful officials of the Han clan would fight to the death to become the son-in-law of the landowning households. They would befriend them and use this to raise their status. In the end, they would be assimilated into the landowning households. Can the imperial examination really destroy the aristocratic families? Ning Ke smiled faintly and said, "Even 500 years of effort can't do it, unless there's a great turmoil that will last for 100 years and completely destroy the existence of the aristocratic families." Du Guyu lowered his eyes and pondered. "So, you want me to get close to the 7 sects and 5 families at all costs and be the first to get close to this big tree?" Du Guyu raised his eyebrows and asked, "But what does this have to do with Yangfan?" Ning Ke said, "Because the Shandong aristocratic families have always been wary of our Guanlong aristocratic families. Our sincere efforts to make friends with them have never dispelled their wariness. After a few years of hard work, we only managed to get closer to them and gain some benefits for mutual benefits. This is not the way for the Dugu family to survive." Du Guyu's eyes flashed, and he said, "Can Yangfan do it?" Ning Ke said, "That's right. After the Shandong aristocratic families were suppressed by the empress, they have already begun to fight back after many years of adaptation and preparation. Adapting to and responding to the imperial examinations is one thing, and absorbing outstanding talent from poor families and commoners for their own use is another. Because of our background, they are wary of us, but they will take the initiative to absorb people like Yangfan." Du Guyu said, "The Shandong aristocratic families have taken the initiative to absorb many talents, and Yangfan is not the only one. If Yangfan doesn't have great ability, what use is he to us?" Ning Ke smiled and said, "This is the reason why I asked Elder Brother to gather information about the Shandong aristocratic families. From the information we have, perhaps Yangfan was just a small fish in their wide net at the beginning, but now this small fish has grown into a big fish." Ning Ke's eyes were like 2 black gems set on his thin and delicate face, shining brightly. When the wind and clouds gather, he can shed his scales and change his armor, leaping into the sky and becoming a dragon. Du Guyu frowned and said, "Where will the wind and clouds come from?" It was still that soft voice. "Although I can't move mountains and fill the seas, I still have the ability to summon wind and rain." Chapter 585. Du Guyu didn't ask his sister how she could call the wind and summon the rain, nor did he ask her what kind of height Yangfan could reach once the wind and clouds gathered. Ever since he was young, his experience had long since told him that what his sister said would never be wrong. He didn't understand and naturally wanted to ask, but his sister had said too much and consumed too much energy, so he didn't want to ask. However, even if he felt sorry for his sister, he still had to ask another question in his mind. Because he was the head of the Dugu family, he had to make the final decision. He didn't dare to make a decision without asking clearly. Dugu took a deep breath and asked softly, "But now Yang Fan has offended the aristocratic families in Shandong. The big fish is about to become a dead fish. What's the use of him?" Ningka shook her head gently and said, "No. He only offended the Liu family, but got the appreciation of the entire aristocratic families in Shandong." Dugu raised his eyebrows. He still didn't understand, but seeing that his sister was already tired, he couldn't bear to ask anymore. But Ningka still struggled to explain. The aristocratic families in Shandong are not monolithic. Just like the current imperial court of the Great Zhou dynasty, when foreign enemies come, all the officials and military officers in the court work together to resist the foreign enemies, but this does not prevent them from scheming and deceiving each other. Yang Fan has a good grasp of the scale. He's only challenging the Liu clan, not the aristocratic families of Shandong. After saying this, Dugu Ningka closed her pair of smart eyes. She needed a rest for a while. Dugu had already understood that the aristocratic families in Shandong were united against the outside world, but they also schemed against each other internally. In the past, when Emperor Xiaowen of Wei ranked the aristocratic families in the world, the Liu family of Fanyang, the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Inyang, and the Wang family of Taiyuan were the top 4 aristocratic families in the world. At that time, the Li family of Longxi was worried that they wouldn't be able to hold the position, so the head of the family rushed to Luoyang on a camel at night, but he was still one step late. But at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the power of the Wang family of Taiyuan was greatly reduced, and the aristocratic families in the world were ranked again. The 4 aristocratic families became the Cui family, the Liu family, the Li family, and the Zheng family. The Wang family was eliminated, and the Li family not only became one of the 4 aristocratic families, but also ranked the 3rd. The Liu family, which ranked the 1st, was reduced to the 2nd, and the Cui family, which ranked the 2nd, was promoted to the 1st. The intensity of the secret competition between the aristocratic families could be seen. After that, the 4 families evolved into the 7 sects and 5 families, and the competition became even more intense. The Cui clan of Bowling and the Cui clan of Qinghe constantly competed against each other for ranking and status. The Li clan of Longxi and the Li clan of Zhao County also constantly competed against each other. Even among the same surname, the relationship between the other surnames could be imagined. Although the aristocratic families of Shandong had always advanced and retreated together with outsiders, and they had the obligation to take care of each other in addition to competing with each other through marriage, who would interpret Yang Fan's actions in Furong Tavern as a threat and challenge to the entire aristocratic families of Shandong. It was just the opposite. Without the Liu clan, whose strength was only inferior to the Cui clan, the other aristocratic clans of Shandong would have even more benefits to share. It was even to the extent that the few great clans that were ranked below the Liu clan had a chance to use this opportunity to catch up to or even surpass the Liu clan. Perhaps they wouldn't be grateful to Yang Fan because of this, but at the very least, they wouldn't arouse hostility towards him. After thinking it through, Dugu finally felt at ease. Looking at his sister's haggard face, Dugu felt guilty and distressed. He gently pulled a thin skirt and wrapped it around her waist, saying softly, "Have a good rest." The ox cart moved forward slowly along Vermilion Bird Main Street while making squeaking noises. The tall gate of Yongkong Workshop could already be seen from afar. Dugu Ningku's light and steady breathing was like a cat taking a nap. But when the cart turned into Yongkong Lane and was about to reach the princess mansion, she woke up as if she had calculated the time. "Elder brother, have we arrived?" Dugu hurriedly helped her sit up and said, "Soon. We will be there soon." Dugu lifted the curtain and looked outside. The corner of his mouth hooked up as he suddenly chuckled and said, "I heard that this Yang Fan is Taiping's gigolo." Alas, Taiping. If Prince Shui was still alive, Taiping would not be like this. Ningka snorted and said, "Do you think it's possible?" Dugu thought for a while, and the sneer on his face quietly disappeared. Yes, was it possible? A man who turned a blind eye to thousands of hectares of fertile land, 10% of the Lianghuai salt works, 100 Silla Korean beauties, and the opportunity of 3 relatives and family members to become officials. A man who would rather offend the Liu family than step down and take a step back. How could he be a gigolo? Ning Ke's voice was still soft and weak, but there was a kind of firm appreciation in his bones. He is a man. Yang Fan asked Feng Yuanyi curiously, "Why not go to Chang'an? Dr. Sun has already promised to take care of you for me before I return to the capital." This young man seemed to be 14 or 15 years old, but his age and mind were still that of a 10-year-old. When he heard that Yang Fan would not return to Luoyang with the princess's carriage, he became a little restless. Just now, he finally found a chance and quietly pulled the corner of Yang Fan's clothes. Yang Fan came to his senses and led him to a corner of the courtyard. Feng Yuanyi hesitantly said what he was thinking. I want to follow Brother Yang. Brother Yang will eventually return to Luoyang, right? Yang Fan rubbed his chin and said, "Yes, of course I will return to Luoyang," but Feng Yuanyi hurriedly said, "Then it doesn't matter. Then I will wait here. We will leave together when Brother Yang returns to Luoyang." "Brother Yang, don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble. I will stay at home every day and won't go anywhere." It was Yang Fan who had saved Feng Yuanyi's life when his family and friends were destroyed. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli naturally did not speak ill of him, but they also did not act affectionately toward him. In Feng Yuanyi's heart, Yang Fan was the only person he could be close to and trust in Chang'an. Now that Yang Fan wanted to entrust him to a stranger, he naturally felt uneasy. Although Yang Fan did not really understand what he was thinking, he saw Feng Yuanyi looking at him nervously. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, "Okay, then you can stay. In a while, after we send off the princess, you will come with me to live in the Gongsun residence." "Thank you, Brother Yang." Feng Yuanyi beamed and bowed to Yang Fan. Then he obediently moved to the side so that he would not disturb Yang Fan's conversation with others. Feng Yuanyi was the son of the Pan provincial governor and the son of the Lingnan emperor. He had lived like a prince since he was young, but after this disaster, he quickly matured. Suffering always made people mature. "Brother Fan, when will you return to Luoyang?" Ma Qiao walked over casually. He did not have the strict aura that he had when he saw him in the Furong restaurant. "Haha, don't worry. No matter what, I will not go back until your baby's full moon banquet is over." Yang Fan joked to Ma Qiao and then said seriously, "I think the imperial court will not agree to it if I delay too long. Although the illness is very serious, it will at most delay for a month. Including the time needed for the return trip, I will return to Luoyang in a month and a half at most." The reason why Yang Fan stayed was because he was suffering from a serious illness. Other than Princess Taiping, only Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan were present. These two had gone through trials and tribulations together. Now that Yang Fan stayed, it was only to wait for the birth of his child. This was human nature. It was not a crime. So who would not help him? As for Lu Qintian, Lu Fujun was waiting in the front hall with a group of civil and military officials. Yang Fan and the others were invited to the middle hall as an exception. After a while, when they went out, Yang Fan had to be supported by someone. He was weak and listless. As for Lu Fujun, he had seen Yang Fan go crazy with the young master of the Lu family for a woman from the Dugu family with his own eyes yesterday. Ahem, I am very sorry. Big Lord Yang was suffering from an emergency this morning. A long-distance carriage drove on the Blue Bridge. Under the bridge, the river was flowing rapidly. The blue brook was like broken jade and snowflakes, splashing white waves. It spun and rolled far away, disappearing. The carriage had obviously traveled a long way, but it was as clean as a speck of dust. Even the shaft of the carriage had been washed, revealing the original color of clean wood. In the carriage, young Master John's clothes were as white as snow. They were also clean and spotless. On his slender fingers, there was a snow-white letter spread out. The carriage moved very steadily. Young Master Jiang slowly read the letter in his hand. His slender fingers slowly closed and tightly grasped the letter. The white-haired Liu Boyan was sitting on the side, looking at him calmly. Young Master Jiang took a deep breath and slowly said, "My Liu clan will all return to Fanyang. For the next 3 years, we will not be allowed to leave." Lu Boyan slightly frowned, but still did not speak. Young Master Zhang's mouth slightly curled up, and he smiled strangely. My plan to come a Chong and has been completely ruined. Lu Boyan could not help but ask why. Young Master Jiang slowly leaned against the seat and closed his eyes. After a while, he spat out two words like autumn frost, Yangfan. Young Master Zhang's secret return to Chong, and this time was also for the vacant official positions in the southern border. If he operated well and fought for a few more positions, it would be of great help to him. Although for the imperial court, the key decision-makers were all in Luoyang, for the aristocratic families, the key decision-makers were in Chang. If young Master Jiang wanted to benefit from it, he had to consult, communicate, negotiate, and compromise with the big shots behind the scenes of the aristocratic families. Although young Master Jiang was defeated by Shun Mu, they were only fighting for internal power and status. Everyone was of the same lineage, and no one could fight with each other for life and death. It was fine for him to return to Chong, and in a dignified manner. But this was originally his territory. Now that he had lost to Shin Mu, how could the proud young Master Jiang have the face to openly return? Moreover, he did not need to reveal his identity to do what he wanted to do. It was more convenient for him to secretly contact them. So, young Master Jiang's whereabouts were very secretive. Who knew that before he reached Chang'an, all his plans were like a dream, and in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Yang Fan, young Master Jiang's chest suddenly surged with anger. His eyes opened wide, and there was a cold look in them. Chapter 586. Princess Taiping slowly walked out from the backyard. Because of the departure today, the officials of Chang, and even some rich families of Chang, and had come to see them off. So Princess Taiping was dressed up. She was still charming, but she looked more noble than usual. The first thing she saw was Yang Fan. She stared at him deeply, but didn't say anything. Yang Fan was the same. Even if everyone thought they had the most intimate relationship between a man and a woman, they still had to restrain their feelings. The moment she saw Yang Fan, Princess Taiping's eyes flashed a trace of reluctance, but it was immediately replaced by a strong look. She had to leave no matter how reluctant she was. Going back to Luoyang was more important than staying with her Lang Jun, no matter how long she had been looking forward to being with him in Chang'an. Since the day she was born and became the daughter of an empress, she was no longer just a woman. Love, husband, children, and family were never everything to her. Princess Taiping just stared at Yang Fan deeply, and then smiled and nodded to Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, Ma Qiao, and others, accepting their worship. Miss Hu Fei accompanied Princess Taiping. She was still in the Miao costume, but she had more jewelry than when she was in the barbarian province. Her head, neck, shoulders, arms, wrists, waist, ankles, and her whole body was covered with round, flat, thin and long bells, tubes, and tassels shining with silver light. These were all bought by Sun Yuxuan for her. Women from the Central Plains would find it cumbersome to wear more than 4 or 5 pieces of jewelry. Maybe it was because of the special shape of these Miao ornaments, or because of the special color of Miss Hu Fei's clothes, but these silver ornaments were very suitable for her. They didn't feel complicated at all, but they made her more beautiful, revealing the unique cleverness of a Miao girl. Even when she walked, her whole body jingled, and the sound was as sweet as music without a trace of noise. Sun Yuxuan's eyes suddenly brightened when he saw her, but he still maintained the reserved face of an official. Miss Hu Fei didn't care about that. She was already happily flying to her man with a touch of charm. Princess Taiping's housekeeper came to her side and reported in a low voice, "Lord Sun, officials of Chang, and aristocratic families are waiting for your highness in the front hall." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fan's body tilted to one side, his eyelids drooped, his eyes were lifeless, and his breathing was weak. Fortunately, Feng Yuanli, who was standing next to him, was a 10-year-old urchin, but his body was as sturdy as a 14 or 15-year-old boy, so he was able to support Yang Fan. Princess Taiping stared at Yang Fan, and there was an undisguised amusement in her eyes, and said, "You off. Yang Fan, it is better." Yang Fan smiled dryly. Princess Taiping said snappily, "We haven't reached the front hall yet." Taiping said. "Ping, ping." Taiping, Princess Taiping. Lu Taiping. Lu Taiping, Princess off. As soon as Lu Chitian and the others saw Princess Taiping appear, they all went forward to greet her. Yang Fan was also one step ahead, leaning on Feng Yuanyi's body with a sickly look. Lu Qiantian paid his respects to Princess Taiping. When Princess Taiping was chatting with the Guanlong family members, he saw Yang Fan's appearance and couldn't help but walk up to him. He asked curiously, "Dr. Yang?" Lu Qiantian greeted Princess Taiping, and when Princess Taiping was talking with the Guanlong nobles, he saw Yang Fan's condition. He couldn't help but walk forward and ask curiously, "Yang Longzhong?" Lu Qiantian said in surprise. "So it is like this. Have you asked a famous doctor to treat you?" Yang Fan nodded slowly. "I have. Sickness comes like a landslide and goes like spinning silk. I have to rest." Lu Qiantian rubbed his teeth and said, "Doctor, you have to be careful on your long journey." Yang Fan said weakly, "I can't go. Your Highness is kind enough to allow me to recuperate here." Just as he said this, a servant hurriedly came to report, "Your Highness, Dugu and Dugu Ning could have arrived." Princess Taiping was holding hands and chatting with a lady of the Wei clan. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be shocked and said, "Ning Ku is here? Why is he? I will go and welcome him." Princess Taiping certainly knew that Ning Ku was suffering from a chronic illness and didn't have many opportunities to go out. Although they were childhood friends, Princess Taiping wouldn't be surprised if she didn't come to see him off. Hearing that she was coming, Princess Taiping was really shocked and wanted to go and welcome her personally. Unexpectedly, she had just taken 2 steps when Dugu and Ning Ku walked into the hall. The maid who used to dress as a boat girl held Ning Ku's arm. Ning Ku stood straight and didn't use the maid's strength. The maid supported him just in case the girl suddenly fainted. Taiping hurriedly came forward to greet them, and the others also followed. Among the crowd, Yang Fan was supported by Feng Yuanyi, who was dressed as a servant in cyan clothes and a hat. He looked so weak that he seemed to be even more delicate than Miss Ning Ku, which was really eye-catching. How could Miss Ning Ku not see him? They looked at each other at the same time. Ning Ku slightly frowned her eyebrows. Ning Ku had been sick for a long time, and her eyesight was very sharp. Besides, she seemed to have an innate ability to see through Yang Fan's mind. So she just took a glance at him and felt, this guy seems to be pretending to be sick. Yang Fan also felt a little guilty. How can this weak little girl's eyesight be so sharp? It seems that she saw through me. Princess Taiping and Dugu said a few polite words, and then came to Ning Ku, held her arm, and complained, I won't blame you if you don't come. You don't have to take the trouble to come by yourself." Ning Ku said softly, "You have been living in Luoyang for a long time, and it's rare for you to return to Chang'an. How can I not see you off?" The two chatted for a while, and then everyone boarded the carriages, ready to send the princess out of the city. Princess Taiping helped Dugu Ning Ku to sit in the carriage with her. It was easy to distinguish the other people. The officials all rode horses, while the aristocratic families all rode ox carts. There was only one exception. Yang also rode in an ox cart, and his carriage drove slower than those of the aristocratic families. At the 10 Miles Pavilion, everyone stopped, and it was time to say goodbye to Princess Taiping. Ning Ku got off the carriage, supported by her personal maid, and stood side by side with Yang Fan, who was also pretending to be weak. Everyone said goodbye one after another. Princess Taiping had returned the salute, boarded the carriage, and turned her head. Finally, she couldn't help staring at Yang Fan, and then gently raised her hand. With a pull of her hand, the bamboo curtain of the sedan slowly fell down, covering her beautiful hair, her black brows, and her pair of eyes that were staring deeply into the distance. The whip cracked in the air, and the princess's carriages, escorted by 300 dragon guards, set off for Luoyang. Standing next to Yang Fan, Miss Ning Ku withdrew her gaze from the carriages and said in a low voice, "Yang Longzhong didn't go back to Luoyang with the princess. Is it because he is not feeling well?" Yang Fan was about to let Feng Yuanyi help him turn around and board the carriage, but stopped when he heard this. Miss Ning Ke's lips curled into a mysterious smile. The Dugu family invites several famous doctors to stay in their mansion all year round. Dugu, who was beside her, understood and said hurriedly, "Look at Erlang. You look so weak. Why don't we ask our doctor to treat you again?" "Ah, okay. Then, I will some other day, hey? There is no other day. Come on, get on my ox cart. Since you are sick, of course, the sooner you are treated, the better." Dugu took Yang Fan's other arm and dragged him into his carriage. At this time, the aristocratic families and the officials were about to leave, and no one paid special attention to their conversation. Yesterday, at Chu Zhang's hibiscus garden, Li Taigong wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Dugu wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Lu Qiantian wouldn't make a big deal out of it. And the people of the Lu family wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Other than a few important figures of the aristocratic families who already knew the whole story, most people were still in the dark. Today, those who came to see off Princess Taiping were the younger generation of various aristocratic families. They hadn't heard the news, otherwise they wouldn't have ignored this delicate Yang Longzhou. Seeing Yang Fan board her eldest brother's carriage with difficulty, Ning Ke couldn't help but smile. Today, she forced herself to see off Princess Taiping with her sick body, but her main purpose was still Yang Fan. For her next plan, she planned to let her elder brother go with her or follow her to Luoyang. Now that Yang Fan stayed because of his illness, it was really a surprise. How could she not take Yang Fan to the Dugu mansion? Yesterday in the Lotus Garden, Li Taigong's eyes, as if he had found a treasure, could be hidden from others, but not from her. She and Li Taigong were a pair of friends who had a hobby of collecting antiques. When Yang Fan was about to leave, Li Taigong looked at him as if he had found a living treasure that had been buried in the soil for thousands of years. Ning could guess that Li Taigong might immediately send someone to the Gongsun mansion after knowing that Yang Fan didn't go with the princess. What a pity! Green damask was taken by Li Taigong, but Yang Fan fell into my hands first. Thinking of this, Ning Ke couldn't help but smile. Ning Ke was sitting in the carriage, and his smile was seen by the boat lady, which really shocked her. She had been responsible for taking care of Ning Ke's daily life since he was very young. Miss had strict rules. Except for her, who had been taking care of Miss since she was born, no one was allowed to enter Miss's room easily. Miss's body couldn't accept other people's touch, so she was always the only one who took care of Miss's bath. In fact, the closeness between her and Miss was even less than that of Miss's mother. So in this world, there was no one who knew Miss better than her. Although Miss spent most of her time awake in contemplation, it was rare to see her smile when she was thinking, not to mention that her smile was so sweet. In the boat lady's mind, this kind of situation could be counted on one hand, and the other few times it happened when Miss was a child or a young girl. Yang Fan got on the carriage. As soon as the curtain was put down, he sat up straight, his eyelids were no longer drooping, and he was no longer listless. He knew that the Dugu siblings had seen through the truth, so why did he still pretend? Yang Fan said to Dugu with a smile, "Brother Dugu, why did you drag me into the mansion? To hold a banquet to apologize?" "No," Dugu said very seriously. "I want to make a deal with Lang Zhong." Chapter 587. The long line of carriages returned to the city and dispersed to the houses where they were located. In the first carriage of the Dugu family, Dugu was talking with Yang Fan. In the second carriage, Miss Ning Ke was dozing off. She curled up her body like a well-behaved kitten. The boat lady sat on the edge of the bed and lovingly brushed aside a lock of hair that brushed against her cheek, as if she was taking care of her own young daughter. Heroes can create the current situation, and the current situation can also create heroes. Many times, heroes and the current situation complement each other. Heroes are water, and the current situation is also not enough. Heroes are water, and the current situation is a form. Only when water and form interact can they stir up monstrous waves and roar for thousands of miles. Just like this time, Erlang went from Yaozhou to Barbarian, and from Barbarian to Panzhou, resulting in the current situation in Southern Frontier. Among them, the Barbarian officials, the cruel officials of the Imperial Censor, and you, Erlang have all done different things. Together, they created this situation. For all parties, the results are different. For the Imperial Censor, it is a disaster, but for Erlang, although there is no harm, there is not much benefit. Dugu spoke very slowly. His words were clear and orderly, revealing a convincing feeling. He was not a fool. Even if he was the eldest grandson of the first wife, he would not be able to sit in this position, even if he had the help of his younger sister. Aristocratic families naturally had their own way of survival for thousands of years. They respected the system of the eldest son of the first wife. But if the eldest son of the first wife was useless, they would not hesitate to abandon him. The reason is that Erlang did not grasp this opportunity. Therefore, many people who originally had nothing to do with this matter can instead take advantage of this situation to gain benefits. For example, Heir Wu, Heir Zhang, Taiping, aristocratic families, powerful ministers, and relatives of nobles all move upon hearing the benefits. However, Erlang, who created all of this, cannot gain any benefit from it. For example, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang rebelled, but what they achieved was Liu Bang's hegemony and Xiang Yu's eternal fame. This kind of situation has existed since ancient times. The one who first stirred up a storm would eventually decline due to various reasons. A small figure who had been a subordinate at that time could eventually be the one who achieved great things. Another example in our dynasty, the Crown Prince Li Chengxian and the second Di Sunwei, Wang Litai, fought over heirs, but in the end, they became Emperor Gaozong's wedding dress. Liu Bang, Xiang Yu, Gaozong, and the others were born with a good life. They did not have to fight for anything, and the heavens would give them such great benefits. That was because they were able to accurately judge opportunities, seize opportunities, and make use of the situation. When it was not time to take action, he would conceal his strength and conceal his strength. When it was time to take action, he would not hesitate. In this way, with the help of karmic luck and the current situation, there was no need to worry about not being able to accomplish great things. Erlang is a hero. It's a pity that such a good opportunity has passed him by. My Dugu family can help Erlang take advantage of the situation. Yang Fan touched his nose and said with a smile, "Brother Dugu's words are making my blood boil. But does Brother Dugu really know what I want? If we want to do great things together, we have to be like-minded in order to go far." Dugu Yu said, "Even if you don't say it, I can still roughly guess. Since Erlang is friends with Shen Mu, at least he is not a loyal official of the Empress. Helping the Li family and restoring the Tang dynasty. This should be one of Erlang's wishes, right? On this point, our aspirations are the same. Erlang, as an official of the Imperial Court, being able to work with Shen Mu shows that you also have your own pursuits. Perhaps you are not passionate about power, but there is no doubt that what you want to do requires power. On this point, as long as we cooperate, you can also take a step forward towards your goal. No, it's a big step forward." Yang Fan was secretly shocked when he heard this. If Dugu Yu could even guess this, then he remembered that the Dugu family was a part of the Guanlong group. From the close relationship between Miss Ning Ku and Old Li, they were also close to the Shandong aristocrats. Anti-military was the common goal of the Shandong aristocrats and the Guanlong group, so it was not unusual for them to cooperate. On the other hand, Shen Mu was the helmsman of the succession hall set up by the Shandong aristocrats. His main area of activity was in Chong and Longyu. As long as Dugu Yu wanted to, it was not unusual for him to find out about the cooperation between him and Shen Mu. As for the second Zhang, the second Wu, and even the Emperor, it was impossible for them to find out if they didn't expose this layer of window paper. Yang Fan's relationship with the succession hall was that of an ally, so he naturally had a lot of freedom in choosing allies. Especially now that the succession hall was split into two. The hidden sect, which was originally attached to the obvious sect, became independent and became an independent force. The obvious sect and the hidden sect fought openly and secretly, restraining each other. He was a friend of the hidden sect and an enemy of the obvious sect, so he had even more freedom. Therefore, If there were other forces that could cooperate with him and help him achieve his goals, Yang Fan didn't mind making one more force. But in this way, his relationship with the hidden sect couldn't be as close as it was now. The entire Guanlong group had declined, so how much help could the Dugu family provide? The gains and losses involved in this. Yang Fan lowered his eyelids and pondered for a moment. He slowly raised his head and his eyes turned sharp. What does Brother Dugu want me to do? And what can you provide me? Dugu became nervous. He knew that the next words would be crucial to whether or not he could convince Yang Fan. A dozen big white geese swaggered over at a leisurely pace, squawking solemnly. Although they were fighting for food, they still had the demeanor of a gentleman. Many people like to raise pets, and Li Mubai liked to raise white geese the most. He was wearing a linen robe, and he threw down the food in his hand with a smile. He clapped his hands and asked Lin Zixiong, who was standing at the side, "What's wrong?" Was Yang Fan taken away by that lass, Ningke? Yes. I went to the Gongsun residence and asked. I found out that Yang Fan didn't go back, but his ox cart did. I asked the coachman and found out that Yang Fan was invited by the Dugu family to treat him. When Li Mubai heard that his younger generation returned and said that Yang Fan didn't leave with Princess Taiping, he immediately asked Lin Zixiong to invite him. But Lin Zixiong came up empty-handed. Yang Fan didn't return to the residence at all. Li Mubai chuckled. See? You're wondering why this old man values this young man so much. That lass, Ning Ku, has a pair of eyes that can recognize treasures. Since she has fallen in love with him, how can this person be lacking? Lin Zixiong smiled and said yes. This little one is ignorant and doesn't understand great-grandfather's true meaning. Li Mubai shook his head, walked to a rattan chair under the grape trellis, and sat down. A big white goose dragged itself over and pecked at his wooden clogs a few times. Li Mubai smiled and lifted his leg, saying, "Go, go." After driving away the big white goose, Li Mubai lay on a rattan chair, closed his eyes, shook his body gently, and said, "Each of our aristocratic families is extraordinary and has a wide range of contacts. But if we think carefully compared with the imperial power, each of us is very weak. If we fight against the imperial power with the strength of one family, the result can be imagined. But when a family has such a large scale, it naturally has its own demands. The strength of one family is not enough to fight against the imperial power, and it is impossible to continue to expand and change the dynasty to rule the world by itself. So, the only way is to unite. Unite with other noble aristocratic families. One aristocratic family is not enough to be feared, but what about 10 or hundreds of them? If dozens or hundreds of aristocratic families form an alliance, they will have the strength to bargain with the imperial power. But this is not a war between two armies, and it is also impossible to look down on the imperial power like this. It is impossible to openly tell the emperor that we, the aristocratic families, are one, and we want to discuss things with him. Then what should we do? So, we can only use our huge influence to hide our demands under the demands of the people of the world through various levels, and then feed it back to the emperor. And to do these things, there must be someone to coordinate, arrange, and act on our behalf. Let him summarize and balance the demands of the aristocratic families, and then take the lead to exert influence on the imperial court. Lin Zixiong carefully said, "Aren't these things done by the succession hall now?" Li Taigong nodded and then shook his head, but they are not doing well, especially those two bastards. In order to fight for power, they used all their efforts on internal strife and almost no longer have any influence on the imperial court. Li Taigong lightly patted the armrest twice and said in a serious tone, "This person, it is not necessarily only one person, and it is not necessarily always the same person. Do you understand?" Lin Zixiong was somewhat moved and said in astonishment, "Could it be that Li Taigong has taken a fancy to Yang Fan?" Li Taigong crossed his hands in front of his abdomen and closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. Then he slowly said, "It is still too early to say, or perhaps it is only for him to be of use at this time and in this matter. Whether or not he has that ability in the long run, we still don't know. Even if he has that ability, we still can't entrust him with such a heavy responsibility. Li Taigong gently sighed and said, "In the end, he is not one of us. How can the aristocratic families accept him? Last time this old man condescended and personally went to see him, but I was disturbed by that scoundrel Lu Binji. 3 days from now, it will be my birthday. Send an invitation and call him over. This old man will see him first, and then we'll talk." Yang Fan listened to Dugu Yu's words and was momentarily stunned. He was frightened by his bold plan and exclaimed, "This is Brother Dugu's idea, or the idea of the entire Dugu family. How could Dugu Yu be vague at this time?" Without blushing, he falsely claimed his little sister's credit and said, "Of course it is my idea, and I'm the Dugu family's head. My thoughts are the thoughts of the entire Dugu family. I will use the entire family's power to help you succeed." Yang Fan hesitated and said, "I'm afraid that this is not in line with the rules of Shandong's aristocratic families." Dugu Yu sneered and said, "Rules are meant to be broken. Since the Han and Jin dynasties, has Shandong's aristocratic families not broken the rules many times?" Yang Fan chuckled and said, "Good. Brother Dugu has really moved me. However, I have to see your abilities first before saying anything." Dugu Yu also laughed and said, "Of course." Yang Fan said again, "I won't be staying here for too long. At most a month, and then I have to return to Luoyang." Dugu Yu said cheerfully, "Time is not a problem, and distance is also not a problem. Besides, Lil, brother has already started making preparations. Perhaps in less than a month, we will see the results." Chapter 588. Yang Fan was invited to the Dugu family, under the guise that a famous doctor of the Dugu family would treat his illness. Yang Fan arrived at the Dugu family's residence. However, there was no famous doctor to take his pulse, nor was there anyone to prescribe a few decoctions for him to drink. Instead, he was eating the most exquisite dishes in the Dugu family's residence, and he was drinking fine wine. After the banquet, the host even spread a long bamboo mat in the garden and chatted with him while drinking yogurt and eating cheese. Although the Dugu family was large, not all the clansmen lived together. Each branch had their own residence in Chang'an. Because Dugu Yu and his sister were the eldest lineal branch, they lived in the largest ancestral house with their mother. Of course, the eldest lineal branch was not the most important reason. If he was not the head of the Dugu family, he would still have to move out and arrange another residence, leaving this place to the real owner of the Dugu family. Yang Fan also met the mother of Dugu Yu and his sister. Dugu Yu's mother looked very young, only 3 or 4 years older than Yang Fan, and this was because of her dress and the unique temperament and way of talking of elders. Ningku was actually 4 or 5 years older than Yang Fan, but she looked 6 or 7 years younger, probably because she inherited her mother's beauty and special constitution to slow down aging. Dugu Ning did not eat with the guests. When Yang Fan and Dugu Yu sat in the garden after the banquet, she and her mother came together. Standing together, the mother and daughter looked like a pair of beautiful sisters. Madame Dugu sat with her daughter for a while, chatted with Yang Fan for a while, and then got up to leave. As soon as Madame Dugu left, Ning stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, "Fortunately, Erlang came to my house today and helped me out." Yang Fan asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Dugu Yu smiled knowingly. "Why? Is mother in the mood for poetry, or do you want to paint?" Ning said with a bitter face, "Mother wants to play the zither today." Dugu Yu laughed heartily, but stopped when he saw Yang Fan's blank face. "To tell you the truth, my mother is interested in the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry and songs. Every time she recites poetry, paints, plays the zither, and plays the zither, she needs someone to listen, appreciate, and comment. Haha, of course, this person is my sister." Ning smiled and said, "But my mother only wants to hear my praise. It's impossible for me to criticize her, but I only want to criticize her when she paints or plays the zither, but I don't want to praise her." Dugu Yu could not help but say, "But in order to make mother happy, May has no choice but to praise against her heart." Not a single word of her true feelings can be spoken. It's really bitter. Ningku said, "Today my mother suddenly has the mood and wants to play the zither again. Fortunately, Erlang is here, so I hurriedly said that I have to accompany the guest, and then I got away." Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Although Ning Ku's words were exaggerated, he just saw Ning Ku's mother's temperament, demeanor, behavior, and style of conversation. She was obviously a lady from a respectable family. Although her musical, chess, calligraphy, and poetry writing skills were not very brilliant, they were not unsightly. Ning Ku's words could only prove that she was 10 times better than her mother. Yang Fan could not help laughing. In this case, Miss Ning Ku must be very good at the zither. I wonder if I have the honor to listen to it? Dugu was stunned. He glanced at Ning Ku and wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Ning Ku's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Fan without blinking and suddenly said sweetly, "If Erlang doesn't mind my poor zither skills, I will show you my incompetence." She looked back at the boat girl, who bowed and retreated. She thought as she walked, "Playing the zither requires all your attention. Playing the zither requires a lot of strength in both arms and fingers." Miss has not played the zither for a long time, but today she made an exception for that boy. I should have stopped her, but she thought about how her mistress spent her days alone, sitting quietly, and rarely spoke. Her life was even more monotonous than that of a monk. It was rare for her to be in such a mood today. The boat lady sighed faintly and gave up on the idea. After a while, the boat girl brought a zither, took down all the food on the table, and put the zither on the table. Miss Ning Ku sat in front of the zither and put her slender fingers on the strings. Clang! As soon as the sound of the zither started, a simple, elegant, and desolate atmosphere came to their faces. It was as if the autumn air was cool, the wind was calm, the sand was flat, the clouds were thousands of miles away, and wild geese were flying in the sky. The melody of the zither rose and fell continuously. There was movement in the silence, and it was beautiful and pleasant to listen to. It was as if wild geese were flying back and forth, flying up and down, gathering and flying again. All kinds of scenes were vivid in people's eyes. Yang Fan had been to the great desert of the western region. Suddenly hearing the sound of the zither, his heart sensed it, and after listening for a moment, he closed his eyes. The sound of the zither started, like the swan geese arriving, extremely faintly discernible among the clouds. The wild geese were flying in harmony with their cries, faintly discernible, coming and going. Then, like a flock of geese about to land, they circled in the sky, and then quietly flew around the continent 3 times, flying and eating, getting what they wanted. This song, Wild Geese Falling on the Sand, was played by Miss Ning Ku since she was a child. She didn't need to look at the strings at all. Her eyes were fixed on Yang Fan. When she saw Yang Fan close his eyes, Miss Ning Ku raised her eyebrows slightly. Yang Fan was sitting there. He didn't shake his head to reflect on the aftertaste, nor did he gently clap the zither. It was as if he was a bosom friend. He just sat there, but his mind seemed to have drifted to a very far place. He slightly frowned and then slowly relaxed. He listened to the zither, but completely forgot about the zither. Instead, he was fully immersed in the artistic conception created by the sound of the zither, and his eyes became more like a bosom friend. The autumn air was cool, the wind was calm, the sand was flat, the clouds were thousands of miles away, and the birds were singing in the sky. Young people are ambitious, but who can understand the heart of vicissitudes? The sound of the zither lingered in the air. At the end of the clear autumn, wild geese disappeared in the sky, and only the vast desert, the clear blue sky, and the same color could be seen. Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, slowly opened his eyes, and gently clapped his hands, saying, "This is the most beautiful zither sound I have ever heard in my life." Ningka was panting after playing the song. The boat girl handed her a wet towel. She gently pressed it on her forehead, and then said with a smile, "Erlang, you flatter me. It seems that you're also an expert in this field. Can you play a song for Ningku to hear the good news?" Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I dare not make a fool of myself. I dare not make a fool of myself." I only learned zither for a few days when I was a child, and then... Speaking of this, Yang Fan seemed to think of something, and his face became slightly gloomy. Duguyu and Ningke looked at each other in surprise. Yang Fan came to his senses and said, "I'm sorry, I suddenly thought of my late father. When I was a child, my family was in a difficult situation, but there was a zither at home at that time. My father always taught me how to play the zither: chess, calligraphy, and painting, poetry, and songs. Zither was also a compulsory subject for me. Later, because I was too naughty, I accidentally fell down while climbing a tree and broke my leg. In order to buy medicine, my father sold that zither." Speaking of this, Yang Fan's eyes were faintly filled with tears. Duguyu was solemn, and Ningke softly persuaded, "Erlang, you have such achievements today, and you have not let down Uncle's painstaking teachings. Uncle will also be happy in the underworld." Yang Fan raised his sleeves and gently wiped the corners of his eyes and bowed to her to thank her. But he was sad and couldn't say anything for a moment. At this time, a maidservant in cyan came slowly to Ningke with a small porcelain bowl in her hands. The boat lady bent down and reminded her, "Miss, it's time to take the medicine." Ningke nodded and asked the maidservant to bring the bowl to him, and then he sipped the medicine soup. Duguyu took the opportunity to change the topic and talk with Yang Fan about other things. After a while of talking and laughing, he finally got rid of the sadness caused by thinking of his late father. After Ningke took the medicine, the maidservant took the empty bowl and quietly left. Yang Fan couldn't help saying, "All the medicine is bitter. Although I am an adult, I still feel unbearable pain when I am occasionally sick and have to take the medicine. But just now I saw that you were willing to take it. Your endurance is really amazing." Ningke took out a handkerchief and gently touched the corner of his mouth and said with a tranquil smile, "It's not endurance. I'm just used to it." Used to it? How much bitterness was hidden in this simple sentence. Seeing Yang Fan showing sympathy and pity, Ningke said with a smile, "I heard from my mother that I was fed a small spoonful of coptis when I was born. She said it could get rid of fetal toxins. She also said that newborn babies haven't tasted all kinds of things in the human world. At that time, it was easy for them to endure some hardships, and then they would be able to endure more hardships in the future. For me, maybe it's for today. Doogie wanted to say, I was born on the same year, the same month, and the same day as you. And I also ate coptis. Why can't I endure hardships now?" When the words were on the tip of his tongue, he thought of the pain his little sister had suffered for many years, and his heart ached. He couldn't say this joke to lighten the atmosphere. It was a custom passed down from ancient times that newborn babies should be fed a mouthful of coptis. It was probably nonsense to say that it could get rid of fetal toxins. But this was the tradition, and future generations naturally followed it. Yang Fan didn't know whether he ate coptis when he was born or not. His parents didn't tell him about it. But after hearing Ningke's words, he also felt endless bitterness in his heart. He looked up and saw many ripe pears on the branches, which were yellow and bent. Yang Fan said, "Medicine is always bitter. I'll pick a pear to moisten Miss Ningke's throat." The pears on the tree could be reached as long as one stood up. But Yang Fan just wanted to make Miss Ningke laugh. So how could he do that? He slapped the ground with both hands, and his whole body soared into the air. When he was more than a person's height, he used his waist strength to jump straight to the top of the big pear tree. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a pear. His toes bounced on the branches, and he did a somersault in the air, landing in front of Miss Ningke. Although this movement skill was brilliant, Miss Ningke wasn't a martial artist, so she wasn't very interested in it. Besides, there were many martial arts masters in the Dugu family, and Miss Ningke had seen similar lightness kung fu before. But Yang Fan took advantage of the momentum to step on the tree trunk, and many ripe pears fell. Yang Fan and Duguyu's table was under the pear tree. Pears fell one after another like hail, and 2 pears hit Duguyu's head. Duguyu cried out and hurriedly covered his head. Seeing this, Ningke couldn't help laughing. Her laughter was as innocent as a child's, but it was clear and slightly hoarse. Because it was rare for her to laugh out loud, she couldn't help coughing a few times. Her little face was flushed, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. She had always been a gentle, virtuous, elegant, and noble young lady in front of others, but she was a strong woman who endured loneliness and illness alone when no one was around. But at this moment, she was just a happy girl who loved to laugh. Pear's hit on the head was very painful. Dugu rubbed his head and was about to say a few words with a bitter face. Suddenly he saw his sister's bright smile, and a kind of emotion welled up in his heart. He hadn't seen his twin sister smile so happily for a long time. If he could make her so happy often, he wouldn't care even if 2 iron lumps fell on his head. Chapter 589. A clear stream flowed into the Gongsun Manor from the waterway, meandering through the back garden and exiting from the other side of the garden wall. The part that flowed through the Gongsun Manor's garden converged into a man-made pond that was so clear that one could see the bottom. In the pond, a school of fish swam back and forth, advancing and retreating together. Whether it was advancing, retreating, or turning, they were always so uniform like a well-trained army. Feng Yini squatted by the stream and picked the most ripe, plump, and lustrous jujubes, pears, grapes, apples, and other fruit from a large wooden basin. He happily washed them in the stream before putting them into another clean wooden basin. Autumn was the season when all kinds of fruits were the most abundant. Aunt Pei said that pregnant women should eat more fruits so that the children they gave birth to would be fresh and beautiful. Thus, Feng Yuni was duty-bound to snatch this job. He felt very happy. Although he was the son of a provincial governor and had been a young master since he was a child, he was no different from heaven to him after that painful experience. He could feel Yang Fan's concern for him and Sister Buchi's love for him. As long as he had something to do, he felt that he was not an idle person. Moreover, he really wanted to do something for his benefactor, even if these things were insignificant to others. After washing the fruits, Feng Yuni picked up the wooden basin and happily walked back to the courtyard. When he reached the courtyard, he saw 2 maidservants of the Gongsun mansion sitting on a long board by the railing, chatting while eating melon seeds. The 2 girls didn't see Feng Yuni, but the content of their conversation was precisely Feng Yuni. "What's his name?" "Feng Yuni." Hearing his name, Feng Yuni stopped in his tracks. "I heard that he's the son of a high-ranking official." "Yes, I heard that he's a provincial governor, and it's a hereditary one at that. He's the local emperor of Lingnan." "Oh, that's really pitiful. He was castrated at such a young age." "Yes, a castrated person, bringing shame to his ancestors. Look at him, he's still so happy all day long, so carefree." "You can't say that. Don't be fooled by that child's tall stature. I heard that he's only 10 years old. What does a kid know? Maybe he doesn't even understand what it means to change from standing to squatting." The 2 girls giggled. One of them said, "Yang Longzhong and Madam, take good care of him." It was said that after his father's case was solved, he would be sent back to Lingnan. "Sigh, I don't know how he will live then. Maybe the Feng family will look down on him." In the future, when there were no outsiders around, girls dared to say anything. The 2 handmaidens spoke without restraint. The more Feng Yuni heard, the paler his face became. He did not know that the castration of his body would have such a huge impact on his dignity and everything in the future. Apart from the painful days after he was castrated while waiting for the wound to heal, he only felt that urinating was not as convenient as before. The 10-year-old child had no idea that it had ruined his life. Clang! The 2 girls suddenly heard a muffled sound behind them. They could not help but jump in fright. They hurriedly turned their heads and saw a large wooden basin jumping on the ground. Pears and apples were scattered all over the ground. A figure was madly running into the distance. Feng Yuni ran madly, letting his tears fall all over his clothes. The world was so big. He did not know where he could stay. After young Master Jiang arrived in Chang, and he moved into one of the Liu family's mansions. In Chang, and where aristocratic families gathered, in Chang, and which had now become Shenmu's nest, the safest and most secretive place was instead the most conspicuous. He could only keep the secret that he was in Chang, and by staying in the Liu family's residence. Liu Taigong and young Master Zhang's second brother, Liu Binji, had already left Chang, and Lu Taigong had lost face at the hands of Yang Fan. Moreover, he had already sworn in the name of his ancestors that he would no longer participate in the fight for the vacant position in the southern border. There was no use in staying in Chang'an, so he wanted to leave immediately. He could not even wait to see his most valued eldest grandson. Liu Bingji had caused a great disaster. He also knew the impact this matter would have on the entire family. He had long been silent out of fear of being punished. When the old grandfather wanted to leave, he did not even dare to fart before leaving. He did not dare to say a single word. As for the other members of the Liu family, they were scattered all over the world. Among them, the majority were in Luoyang and Chang. And the people who had received orders from the clan master were already hurriedly preparing to evacuate. Everywhere in the Liu family's mansions and manors, there was chaos. This time, it was not a short departure. It had been 3 years. Of course, there were many things that needed to be moved. However, ever since young Master Jiang moved in, it was as if a ladle of cold water had been poured into a pot of boiling water. It immediately regained its calmness, even though this calmness was only temporary and superficial. No one dared to cause a scene in front of this young master. It was as if their country had been destroyed and their homes had been destroyed. The walls and corridors of a house were covered with ivy. However, because it was already autumn, the ivy was no longer green. Instead, it had turned into a patch of fiery red. Therefore, the house looked as if it was on fire, and it was bright red. A man dressed in green walked to a house covered in ivy. Climbing up the stone steps, there was a wooden corridor. The man in black stood in the corridor and said respectfully, "Yuan Tingyun requests to see the young master. Come in." The man in black took off his boots and put them aside. He gently opened the door and walked in wearing a pair of cloth socks. Young Master Jiang was sitting behind a low table, looking at something. Behind him was a window, and outside the window was a dense shade. Liu Boyan's white beard fluttered as he sat upright in the corner. Yuan Tingyun only glanced at him and quickly lowered his head. He walked to the opposite of young Master Jiang and knelt down. He bowed his head and said, "Young Master." Young Master Jiang raised his eyes and looked at him coldly. He said, "You were in charge of the assassination of Yang Fan." Yuan Tingyun's face paled. He lowered his head and said, "Yes." Second young master said that Yang Fan was the eldest young master's enemy, and he wanted to avenge the eldest young master. So, young Master Jiang lightly snorted. He said, "So, you ruined my Liu family's important matter?" This light snort was no less than a clap of thunder in Yuan Tingyun's ears. His body trembled, and he touched his forehead to the ground, not daring to raise his head. The eldest young master was the master, and the second young master was naturally the master as well. How could he not follow the master's orders? Although it was not his idea, since it had failed, there was nothing he could do if the master wanted to vent his anger on him. Arguing that this idea was not his idea and that he had no choice but to follow orders was meaningless. Therefore, Yuan Tingyun did not argue and only waited for the eldest young master's decision. However, young Master Jiang was silent for a while and did not say anything to have him commit suicide. He only said, "The matter failed, and we were counterattacked by him. He forced all the descendants of my Liu family to retreat to Fanyang and not leave for 3 years. Although the losses were not serious, this was a complete loss of face." Yuan Tingyun lay on the ground, not daring to answer. Young Master Jiang said, "Kill Yang Fan." Yuan Tingyun was startled and abruptly raised his head. Young Master Jiang said, Yang Fan also knew that it was impossible for all the descendants of the Liu family to return to Fanyang, so he specifically forced great-grandfather to swear 3 deadly oaths. Within 3 years, if any descendants of the Liu family do not return to Fanyang and intend to harm him, the 2 sides will fight. Life and death will be up to the heavens. When the Liu family returns, they will not make an enemy of him. Haha, he thinks that without the support of my family, he can rely on his martial arts and position to deal with me. Arrogant. Bin's order for you to kill him may be a mistake. But if it is a mistake, then you can only continue to be wrong. Only his death can wash away the shame of my Liu family. Yuan Tingya nodded and said yes. This subordinate obeys. Young Master Jiang lightly said, this time, you'll either bring his head back or bring your own head back. There is no third choice. Yuan Tingyan clenched his teeth and nodded. Yes. At this time, the shade of the rear courtyard suddenly moved despite the absence of wind. Liu Boyan, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like cold lightning as he glanced outside. However, he immediately restrained his fierce, lion-like demeanor and once again became that of an old man. He slowly lowered his head. A figure suddenly flashed out of the shade. In the first flash, it seemed as if he had drilled out of the shade. In the second flash, he had already appeared in the window. In another flash, he was kneeling at young Master Zhang's side. His face was covered with a black cloth, revealing only his eyes. He did not speak, only offering a letter to young Master Jiang with both hands. Young Master Jiang did not seem the least bit surprised by this ghost-like person. He took the letter and carefully read through it. Suddenly, he began to chuckle. Yuan Tingyan looked at him in surprise. Young Master Jiang waved his hand, and the masked man cupped his hands towards him before disappearing from the rear window. Young Master Jiang said to Yuan Tingyan, the mission is cancelled. Yuan Tingyan was stunned. However, young Master Jiang was too lazy to explain to him, so he only waved his hand. Yuan Tingyan did not dare to ask again. He only kowtowed and saluted. Then he got up and quietly withdrew. Yuan Tingyan left the room and pulled down the door. Then he heaved a long sigh of relief. Cold sweat suddenly poured down his forehead. He had endured the fear in front of the young master for a long time. Young Master Jiang opened the letter in the room and read it again. He had only read half of it when he couldn't help but burst into a mocking laughter. Liu Boyan was sitting in the corner. He hadn't said a single word since the beginning. Young Master Jiang glanced at him and asked, Old Liu, why don't you ask me why I'm laughing? Young Master Jiang had always been an autocrat. He didn't like other people to interfere. How could Liu Boyan not know this? However, Liu Boyan had no choice but to comply since he wanted someone else to ask. So he asked, Young Master, why are you laughing? Young Master Jiang waved the letter and said, That old man Li Mubai thinks highly of Yang Fan. The Duga family also wants to make friends with him. When I first saw him in Luoyang, I also thought that he was a piece of unpolished jade. I even thought of cultivating him. Unfortunately, I observed him for a while, so I let it go. I didn't think that Li Mubai and Dugu you would have the same thoughts as me. Young Master Jiang slapped the letter on the table. I can't kill him if that's the case. Young Master Jiang proudly said, You think highly of him. So, I'll defeat him in front of you. I'll let you know that you've misjudged him. I'll let you know that he's worthless. Liu Boyan's white eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He wanted to remind the young master, Shenmu was also discovered by that old man Li Mubai. You didn't think much of him at first. In the end, however, he knew that the young master wouldn't listen to other people's words. Therefore, those two white eyebrows were like two clouds in the sky. They came into contact with each other, and then suddenly separated. Young Master Jiang raised his chin. He looked like a proud peacock. If his second brother hadn't been rushing back to Fanyang, then he would have asked someone to draw his eldest brother's appearance at this moment. He would have mounted it on his fan. That way, it would have completely replaced that big-tailed bird with its tail spread out. Chapter 590. Yang Fan was sent back to the Gongsun mansion by a carriage sent by the Duga family. After entering the mansion, he walked towards the back courtyard where he and Xiao Man lived. As soon as he passed through the moon gate, a figure rushed towards him. Yang Fan suddenly condensed his strength in his palms. He immediately recognized that the person was Feng Yuanyi and quickly withdrew his strength. Feng Yuanyi was too ashamed to show his face after hearing what the two maids said. For a moment, he didn't want to see anyone and didn't dare to see anyone. Right now, he just wanted to escape from everyone who knew him and knew that he was a eunuch. Feng Yuanyi was running out of the mansion with tears streaming down his face when he suddenly saw Yang Fan. Afraid that he would bump into him, he quickly turned around. But because he was running too fast, Feng Yuanyi couldn't stand still, and his body spun and fell into the flowers. Just as his body tilted, his arm was firmly grasped by a strong hand. Yang Fan was surprised and said, "Yuani, what's wrong? You? Who bullied you?" "Brother Yang, let me go. I don't want to stay here." Feng Yuani was sobbing and struggling with all his might. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Come here and tell me what happened." Yang Fan didn't allow Feng Yuani to speak. He pulled Feng Yuani into a gazebo in the woods, pressed him down on a seat, and sat down beside him. He stared at him and said, "Tell me what happened." Feng Yuani only shook his head in tears. His eyes were lowered, and he didn't dare to meet his eyes. He pursed his lips and didn't say a word. At this time, Anu and Gongsun Lanji also hurried over with the two maids who had caused trouble. After bringing Feng Yuani back to the mansion, Yang Fan naturally didn't hide his identity and experience from Xiaoman and Anu. Anu didn't tell anyone about it. Xiaoman was going to be a mother soon, so she was especially soft-hearted and loved Feng Yuani very much. However, she had told her senior sister about Feng Yuani's background and identity. Xiaoman and Gongsun Lanji were martial sisters, and they were as close as real sisters. To be precise, the Gongsun clan and Gongsun Lanji were her benefactors. Now, not only was her family living here, but Feng Yuani was also going to live here. It was only right for her to tell the owner of this place about Feng Yuani. Moreover, Xiaoman also wanted to use this to arouse senior sister's sympathy for Feng Yuani. Although Gongsun Lanji has a carefree temperament, she has a very good heart. After listening to the details, she really sympathized with Feng Yuani. She also specially instructed the servants and maids working in the guest house to take good care of this little fellow Feng Yuani. No one was allowed to bully him, and no one was allowed to order this child to do any dirty or tiring work. The problem was that Gongsun Lanji didn't think it was a big secret that Feng Yuani was a eunuch. In order to arouse the sympathy of these servants and maids, she also told them about this matter. Because of this, the servants and maids working in the guest house really took special care of Feng Yuani and sympathized with him. But when people talked inside behind his back, it was inevitable that they would say whatever they thought. Anyway, Feng Yuani wasn't around, so they didn't think about taking care of his feelings. As a result, their discussion was heard by Feng Yuani. Feng Yuani left in tears. The two maids knew that they had caused trouble and hurriedly went to report to their Mississippi. Gongsun Lanji, Anu, and Xiaoman were talking and chatting together. They were shocked when they heard the news. Xiaoman had a big belly and couldn't move easily, so Anu and Gongsun Lanji quickly chased after her. Feng Yuani was crying, and when he saw a large group of people surrounding him, he felt even more embarrassed. He simply covered his face, and only tears flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. He even refused to let others see his face. Seeing that Anu and the others had chased after him, Yang Fan gave Anu a puzzled look. Anu pursed her lips and gestured to him. Yang Fan patted Feng Yuani's shoulder to reassure him, then got up and walked over. Anu sighed and told him what had happened in a low voice. Only then did Yang Fan understand. Gongsun Lanji's pretty face was red, and she said embarrassedly, "This time, it's my fault." Yang Fan shook his head, then turned and walked to Feng Yuani's side and sat down. After a moment of deliberation, he slowly said, "Yuani, being framed by cruel officials and suffering misfortune is not your fault. There are some things that can't be changed, but how you walk the path in the future is up to you." He put his arm around Feng Yuani's shoulder and said softly, "Think about it. When you used a stone knife to assassinate the imperial envoy, how brave was that? How bold was that? Who dares to say that you're not a real man? Qin Huiyang is a famous warrior in history, but he only dared to kill someone when he was only 13 years old, and the person he killed was a ruffian. To put it bluntly, it was just a street fight between two ruffians. What you did was 100 times more brilliant than what he did. If this isn't a real man, then who is?" Feng Yuani's crying became softer when he heard that. He was only a 10-year-old child, and it was Yang Fan who helped him when he was most helpless, so he was especially willing to listen to Yang Fan's words. Gongsun Lanji felt very guilty. Seeing this, she also came forward to persuade him. "Yuani, what do you think is a man?" What kind of man brings honor to his ancestors and does not bring shame to his ancestors? Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, loyalty, filial piety, compassion, forgiveness, courage, and tolerance. Any one of these can make a man of indomitable spirit. Anu said, "What Brother Yang and Sister Lanji said to you is the truth of life. The standard to measure a person is these noble virtues, and what great things he has done in his life that others can't do. You can't change what has happened, but what kind of future you have, it's up to you. Brother Yuani, do as Brother Yang and Sister Lanji said, and you can also become a famous person in history, a real man, a real man." Feng Yuani slowly put down his hands. Through his blurred eyes, he saw their sincere and concerned gazes, which made his extremely sensitive but also in urgent need of care feel a sense of warmth. Seeing that his attitude had warmed up, Yang Fan gave Gongsun Lanji and Anu a look, signaling them to leave for the time being. Then he said to Feng Yuani, "Brother Yang won't say anything now. He's only here to accompany you. Think about what Brother Yang and the two sisters said to you, and think about the truth of life." Anu pulled Gongsun Lanji, turned around, and was about to leave, but after 2 steps, she hesitated for a moment, stopped, and said to Feng Yuani, "Sister Xiaoman was very worried when she heard that you ran away. She's pregnant, so she can't catch up with you. I'll go back and tell her first, so she won't worry. Sister Anu and Sister Xiaoman will wait for you to come back and have dinner together." Feng Yuani stared blankly at Anu and Gongsun Lanji, leaving with the 2 little servant girls who caused trouble. The 2 elder servant girls looked back at him as they walked, their faces full of guilt. When Anu and the others walked far away, Feng Yuani slowly lowered his head, pondered for a long time, then raised his head, looked at Yang Fan expectantly, and said, "Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, loyalty, filial piety, chastity, forgiving, courage, and letting go. Teacher once said these words to me. Brother Yang, do you think, if you can do these, you must be a real man, a real man?" Yang Fan rubbed his head and answered affirmatively. "That's right. Taisher Gong studied the relationship between heaven and man, understood the changes of the past and the present, and became a family of words. When the people of the later generations mention him, whether they are scholars or common people, who doesn't revere and respect him? Who cares that he has been subjected to castration? Whether a man is a real man or not depends on his character and his actions, not his appearance." "Yes." Feng Yuani nodded hard, and his eyes gradually lit up. At this moment, a member of the Gongsun Manor walked over from a small path and inadvertently glanced at the small pavilion in the forest. He stopped in his tracks and hurriedly passed through the thicket to the front of the small pavilion. Standing with his hands by his side, he said, "So Physician Yang is here. This lowly one has just received an invitation for Physician Yang to attend a banquet." After saying that, the family member presented an invitation, and then looked at Feng Yuani in surprise, whose face was full of tears. Yang Fan took the invitation and opened it. It was an invitation that Lin Zixiong had written for Li Mubai, Grand Duke Li's birthday. Yang Fan went back with the invitation and specially inquired from Gongsun Bufan. Only then did he know that Grand Duke Li's real identity was the clan master of the Longshili family. Gongsun Bufan naturally had to go to Li Mubai's birthday, but he didn't know that even Yang Fan had a part in it. He didn't expect that Yang Fan would have an invitation, which really shocked him. With Grand Duke Li's status, there were very few people who could get an invitation to his birthday. Most people knew that Grand Duke Li was going to celebrate his birthday, so they would rush to send gifts and congratulate him. If they could enter the Li family's door and drink a cup of wine, it would be a great honor and capital. You want to wait for the Li family to send you an invitation? That's impossible. But it just so happened that Yang Fan had an invitation. According to reason, with Grand Duke Li's status, only officials at the Prime Minister level were qualified to get an invitation from the Li Mansion. If Yang Fan, a 5th-grade minister of Ministry of Justice, took the initiative to come to the Li Mansion to congratulate him, It was hard to say whether he could get a cup of wine or not. Gongsun Bufan really couldn't figure out why he, the adopted son-in-law, was so valued by the Li family. On the day of the Li family's birthday banquet, Yang Fan shocked Gongsun Bufan once again. The birthday gift that Yang Fan brought was actually a birthday cake and a pair of birthday candles. The gift was tied up neatly, and there was a longevity character cut out of red paper on it. Holding it in his hand, he shook it in a festive manner. Gongsun Bufan turned pale with fright. This was just the most common birthday gift among the common people. Not to mention that today's birthday star was Grand Duke Li, the head of Longshi's Li clan. Even if it was someone else, it would be too shabby for a minister of Ministry of Justice like Yang Fan to give such a birthday gift. Gongsun Bufan hurriedly said, Erlang's home is in Luoyang, and he just came back from the south on business. I think he didn't have the time to prepare a generous birthday gift in such a hurry. This is my nephew's fault. If you're short of money, you can tell uncle about it. I'll ask my family to prepare another one for you. Yang Fan interrupted him and said with a smile, You don't have to be so polite, uncle. This is the gift I prepared for Grand Duke Li. Grand Duke Li has seen all kinds of rare treasures. Even if I prepare it carefully, I think it won't be able to enter his eyes. Gongsun Bufan said awkwardly, But your birthday gift is a little too simple. Yang Fan said with a smile, It's hard to attract people's attention no matter how generous the gift I prepared is. Why don't I bring a simple birthday gift? In this way, I'll be the center of attention. How glorious will that be? Huh, uncle, you don't have to worry about me. Let's go. Yang Fan pulled Gongsun Bufan and left without saying anything. Gongsun Bufan smiled bitterly and thought, I have to separate from him as soon as I reach the Li family. We can't be together. Gongsun Bufan, want to be strong all my life. I really can't afford to lose my face. Chapter 591. On Li Mubai's birthday, even the imperial court specially sent a middle-ranking official to Chang, and with gift from the emperor to congratulate him. Although Wu Zetian used all kinds of means to suppress the aristocratic families, she still needed to save face. Many officials of the imperial court in the capital also sent their sons and nephews to the Li mansion in Chang, and with generous gifts. As for the aristocratic families and officials in Chang, and it was needless to say, today's day was undoubtedly a grand gathering for the descendants of the aristocratic families to socialize. For those who were much lower in status than them, it was also a rare opportunity to get to know them. Therefore, as long as they could come, they would all come. The fact that they could come meant that they were of high social status. Only at this kind of time and in this kind of family would such a strange scene occur. Because the officialdom of the southern border was about to undergo a great purge, there would be a large number of vacant official positions. Those who wanted to find an official position for their sons and nephews would all rush to Chang, and like sharks smelling blood. Among this group of sharks, the most powerful were the aristocratic families. Li Mubai's birthday party became a meeting for these bigwigs to divide the spoils. It should be known that these bigwigs were all influential heroes. If not for such a good opportunity, they could only hold a large-scale gathering secretly. Otherwise, once the emperor found out, he would not be able to sleep well. However, with their status and extravagance, even if they were to travel incognito, they would still be escorted by numerous guards in the open and in the dark. It would be fine if one or two of them met, but if so many important people were to gather together, only a blind person would not be able to see it. With such a good opportunity, they could gather openly, and no one would be able to question them. At the gate of the Li mansion, the old steward and a few stewards dressed in fresh and clean cyan robes welcomed the guests with a smile. After receiving the name card, there would be someone leading the servants to hand the gifts to the gatehouse for registration. If an important person came, the steward would announce the name. Li Taigong's sons and grandsons were waiting inside. After hearing the name card, they would come out to greet them according to their corresponding status and seniority. Gongsun Bufan and Yang Fan rode in 2 ox carts and arrived at the gate of the Li mansion with a creaking sound. Ox carts were a relatively slow means of transportation. Not only people who travel long distances would not use such slow ox carts, but even in the city, few people would take ox carts. But this was only limited to officials and ordinary people. Aristocratic families were not included. Ox carts were the favorite means of transportation of aristocratic families during the Han and Jin dynasties. Because ox carts were spacious and stable, riding them could fully display the graceful demeanor of aristocratic families. So even though few people took ox carts in Luoyang nowadays, ox carts were still common in Chang, and the ancient capital of thousands of years. Of course, as long as they saw people traveling in ox carts, they would know that it must be an aristocratic family with a long history. As soon as the head steward saw the two ox carts, he knew that they must be from an aristocratic family. He immediately welcomed them with a smile, and at the same time, signaled the deputy steward to prepare to call out the names. Gongsun Bufan got off the carriage, and the steward who accompanied him immediately handed over the greeting card on his behalf. A few servants in green clothes carried many congratulatory gifts tied with red silk and pasted with the character longevity on them from the back of the carriage. Li Taigong's eldest grandson heard this and quickly came out to greet Gongsun Bufan. As soon as he saw Gongsun Bufan, he cupped his hands and greeted Gongsun Bufan with a smile. Then he went inside to let the guest in. The steward's eyes were sharp. He saw that Gongsun Bufan was sitting in the first cart, and the gifts were also placed in the first cart. Seeing that there was no movement from the cart behind, the steward smiled and said, "Are the guests in the cart behind also from Gongsun family?" Gongsun Bufan glanced at the back and hurriedly pretended that he didn't know them. He shook his head and turned to Li Taigong's eldest grandson. He said with a smile, "I'm here to congratulate Old Master on his 88th birthday. Please lead the way. I want to pay my respects to Old Master in person." Gongsun Bufan glanced at the back and hurriedly pretended that he didn't know them. He shook his head and turned to Li Taigong's eldest grandson. He said with a smile, "I'm here to congratulate Old Master on his 88th birthday. Please lead the way. I want to pay my respects to Old Master in person." "Ha, Brother Gongsun, please. Brother Li, please." Gongsun Bufan was even more anxious than the host. He hurriedly entered the Li family's gate. At this time, Yang Fan just got off the cart. He didn't have any servants to help him, so he didn't need anyone to help him with the gifts. He carried them and walked over leisurely, nodding to the white-haired old steward with a smile. The old steward didn't dare to be negligent. Which family steward was this old steward from? The Longxi Li clan. He was the steward of the Li clan lord and had served Old Master since he was young. He had seen all kinds of people and experienced all kinds of situations. He didn't dare to treat this young master lightly when he saw that he was dressed in simple clothes and had a calm demeanor. He didn't dare to treat him lightly. He looked at this young master again and saw that he didn't have anything on him except for a small bag about a foot long. It was so light that it didn't weigh much. His face was even more affectionate, and the wrinkles on his face were like blooming autumn chrysanthemums. According to the old man's experience, the smaller the gift, the more precious it was. His old master loved to collect rare things. If this young man's birthday gift was some rare antique or unique item, his old master would definitely be happy. The old steward went forward and didn't let the stewards do anything. He personally took the gift from Yang Fan's hand. When he looked down, his smile froze. A pair of longevity candles appeared in front of his eyes. Although there was a paper bag underneath, since there was a pair of longevity candles on the top, how precious could the gift underneath be? The old steward still couldn't believe it. He secretly squeezed the paper bag. It was broken. The feeling from his hand was that it was clearly a bag of snacks. The old steward's face twitched violently. He raised his head and looked at Yang Fan in disbelief. When Yang Fan was about to say something auspicious, he suddenly found that the old man's face was a little strange. He couldn't help asking curiously, "Old man, what's wrong?" The old steward seemed to have run around Chang and city 3 times before he came back. He took a few deep breaths and swallowed the malicious words that had rushed to the tip of his tongue. He forced a smile and said, "Young master, do you have an invitation?" There were only 2 kinds of guests today, those with invitation and those without. Basically, the number of people who had an invitation could be counted on one hand. Only the leading figures of the major families had an invitation. Most of these people were white-haired old men. The rest of them had all come uninvited. Even a magistrate of Chang and local government, Lu Chietian, came with an invitation himself. The old steward was sure that this young man couldn't have an invitation in any case. However, the old steward had served Old Masterly all his life and had developed the habit of being cautious. So he still asked, if this young man didn't have an invitation, he would drive him away without any hesitation. How could he come to the Leaf family with a pair of longevity candles and a bag of longevity cakes? Was he here to congratulate or to humiliate? Wasn't this just a trick played by those ruffians in Chang, in city who wanted to borrow money for a living? Someone had eyes but failed to see and came to the Leaf family. Hey, if I don't beat you up, you want to know why the flowers are so red? The old steward swore in his heart. He secretly gathered his Dantian Chi and waited for Yang Fan to say no invitation. Then he shouted, "Come on, beat this bastard out of here." As a result, the young man, who had two beautiful dimples on his cheeks when he smiled, let out a soft cry, as if he had just remembered something. He hurriedly took out an invitation from his bosom and politely handed it to him. The old steward took the invitation and glanced at Yang Fan. He opened the invitation and made a sound as if he had a toothache. Then he glanced at Yang Fan and opened his eyes wide. He held the invitation and looked at it over and over again. He said, "There's no mistake. It's an invitation from the Li family. Honorable guest, please come in." The old steward was cautious after all. He said with a fake smile. Seeing Yang Fan swaggering into the mansion, he immediately beckoned two stewards over and ordered in a low voice, "You go and keep an eye on him." Then he said to the other steward, "Go and ask Lin Zixiong if this person is really our guest. Hey, if someone comes to our Li clan to swindle people and get free food and drinks, we will lose a lot of face if it gets out." Yes. The two stewards left in a hurry. The old steward looked at the bag of snacks and candles in his hand. He pursed his lips and casually threw them into a trash basket next to the mansion's door. He turned around and stood at the door again with a humble smile on his face in a quiet room. The wooden floor glowed with a clear oil luster. The whole room was spotless. It didn't seem to have any magnificent or luxurious furnishings, but the screen, table, and utensils all exuded a simple and unadorned aura. Everything in this room was very old. The oldest was the bronze wares from the Shang dynasty. All the treasures of the dynasty were gathered in one room. Those who didn't know what was good and unadorned might feel that the furnishings in this room didn't match the identity of the master of the Longxili family. But those who knew what was good and unadorned would find that the incense burner was from the Qin dynasty. The table in front of him was from the Han dynasty. The futon under his butt and the big jar next to the table were from the Jin dynasty. Maybe the futon was where Ji Kong used to sit, and the jar used to be Lu Ling's wine vessel. All the things in the room, big or small, were unique and priceless treasures. On the small table on the green jade table of the Han dynasty, there was a zither. The zither was 1 meter, 2 feet, and 3 inches long. The surface of the zither was 1 meter, 1 foot, and 2 inches long. The surface of the zither was slightly peeled. It could be seen that the paint was divided into 3 layers. The bottom layer was made of thin antler gray, the middle layer was made of black paint, and the surface layer was made of thin chestnut-colored paint. There was a small broken snake belly, a purple jade emblem, and a rectangular dragon pond and phoenix pond on the forehead. The back of the zither was engraved with the seal script green damask, and the 4 characters Sima Changqing were engraved on the bottom of the pond. Li Mubai, who had his 88th birthday today, pretended to walk back and forth in a room with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he peeped at Ning, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the table, and tried to suppress his complacency. Ning was dressed in snow-white clothes. She was as beautiful as a cloud covering the bright moon or a lotus coming out of the water. Her eyes were focused on the zither. From the back of the zither to the dragon pond and phoenix pond, she could see the wood of the inner belly of the zither. The wood was old, golden, and a little soft. There were some fingerprints left by people of different ages on the zither. There was an obvious depression at the end of the phoenix pond. The texture was delicate and the paint was pure. A ray of sunlight shone on the surface of a zither. You could see the glittering antler frost and gold, silver, copper, and other powders in the paint. Ningku slightly closed her eyes and gently plucked the strings with her fingers. The sound of a zither was gentle and peaceful. Ningku took a deep breath and opened her eyes. She said happily, "It is indeed Sima Xiangru's green damask." "Ha ha!" Li Mubai smiled proudly and immediately stopped smiling. He pretended to be profound and said, "If it is a fake, how can it hide from my eyes? Ha ha! I have collected all my life. Only this zither and the purple bamboo flute of Prime Minister Qin Han Fei are my favorite." Ningku said sweetly, "Among the musical instruments, zither and bamboo flute are both gentlemen who are aloof from the world. Other musical instruments are for appreciating the sound, but bamboo flute and zither are for listening to the rhyme. They are the best objects for nostalgia and meditation." Bosom friend, bosom friend. Li Mubai was very excited. "This is my bosom friend. Unlike my stupid children and grandchildren who only know how to flatter me. None of them can say the true meaning of zither." Ningku made a face at him and said mischievously, "Since we are bosom friends, how about lending this zither to Ku for a few days?" "No, no." Li Mubai's face changed. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "If I lend this zither to you, it is like Liu Bei lending Jingzhou. It will be difficult for me to see it again. Ha! I said that I will play with it for a year and give it to you as a birthday gift next year. You little girl, can't you wait for such a little time?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zixiong called outside the door, "Great-grandfather." Li Mubai said, "Come in." When Lin Zixiong opened the door and came in, Li Mubai said, "What's wrong? Is it the right time?" Lin Zixiong said, "It's not the right time. But just now the old steward sent someone to ask me if I invited Yang Longzhong of the Ministry of Justice as a guest on behalf of great-grandfather." Li Mubai said, "This old guy is really muddle-headed. All my guests have invitations. If they have invitations, they're invited by me. Does he need to specially send someone to ask?" Ningku was fiddling with the green damask with a look of fondness. Suddenly hearing the name of Yang Fan, she couldn't help raising her head. With a strange look on his face, Lin Zixiong said, "Yes, it's just because Yang Longzhong's birthday gift is too shabby, so the old steward suspects that he is a ruffian who unintentionally picked up the invitation to eat and drink." Li Mubai was startled and asked curiously, "What birthday gift did Yang Fan give me?" Lin Zixiong laughed dryly and said, "A pair of longevity candles and a box of longevity cakes." Li Mubai was stunned at first. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha! This young man is really interesting. I have celebrated my 88th birthday since I was 1 year old. This is the first time I have received such a birthday gift as longevity candles and longevity cakes." "Ha ha!" Lin Zixiong laughed dryly and said, "The old steward suspects that he is a swindler and has sent someone to keep an eye on him." Li Mubai's childishness was aroused, and he said to Ningku, "Girl, do you want to go and see the ruffian who came to my mansion to cheat food and drink?" Ningku covered her mouth and laughed. "Great-grandfather is the birthday boy today. When he goes out, he doesn't even wear his birthday robe. It will shock the whole mansion." Li Mubai waved his hand and said, "Hey." Yang Fan was a junior, so he was naturally in the middle hall or the front hall. Those old guys were all in the backyard. How many of the guests outside could recognize this old man? Let Zixiong lead the way so that people in the mansion don't make a fuss. Hearing Li Mubai's words, Ningku also became interested and said excitedly, "Okay, then I will accompany you to see the little ruffian who cheats food and drink." Chapter 592. The old master of the Li clan of Longxi wanted to hold a birthday banquet. Those who came were either high-ranking officials or noble families. Which one of them was short of money? Naturally, it was impossible for them to hold a banquet like other ordinary families, with lavish meals for their guests. The purpose of the people who came to the banquet was not this. In addition to expressing goodwill to the Li family, the main purpose of these people who came to the banquet was to use this opportunity to get to know more people in the upper class. Knowing more people meant more connections, and this was something that money could not buy. Therefore, the entire front hall and the middle hall, including the 2 courtyards, did not have tables and tables of banquets. There were only a few tables placed in unobstructed places with some wine, fruits, dairy products, and cold dishes. If someone was really hungry or thirsty, they could take them to fill their stomachs. Therefore, as he strolled around the hall, under the trees and among the flowers, groups of people could be seen everywhere. Some were sitting on the tables, some were standing shoulder to shoulder, and the atmosphere was elegant and refined. Yang Fan wandered around the crowd for a long time. There were many people like him who wandered around. They were all noble young masters looking for acquaintances to chat with, or officials and children of middle-class aristocratic families who were dissatisfied with their current status and wanted to curry favor with famous families. Because of their different purposes, Yang Fan's behavior was very different from these people. These people wandered around with a goal in mind. Once they found a target, they would either greet with a smile and chat, or tidy up their clothes and greet and introduce themselves. Only Yang Fan didn't know anyone and didn't want to deliberately make friends with anyone. Therefore, he looked around leisurely. This behavior was seen by the steward of the Li clan, who was secretly watching him. Naturally, he felt that the old steward's eyesight was extraordinary. This kid was indeed suspicious. However, so far, he hadn't seen him steal any noble young master's purse or jade pendant. He also hadn't seen him meet any naive and gullible young masters of aristocratic families to strike up a conversation. Instead, he ate a lot of fruits, snacks, and platters. Yang Fan wandered around for a while and stopped at the left side of the garden. There was a large flower garden here. All kinds of flowers were in full bloom, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. There were relatively few guests in the garden, so it was very quiet. There was a long corridor in the midst of the flowering shrubs. The roof was covered with tiles, and every beam was painted with lush forests, tall bamboos, flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, clouds, and rivers. It was exceptionally gorgeous. There were 4 octagonal pavilions with heavy eaves at both ends of the corridor and in the middle. Most of them were occupied, talking and laughing. There's a lot of wine and food on the long bench closest to each pavilion. Yang Fan picked up a glass of 3 baskets of wine and walked to the side. He leaned against a colorful pillar and crossed his legs. As he sipped the wine, he looked around leisurely. Most of the people in the hallway were disciples of aristocratic families. Some of them were strangers, some were old friends, and some were new acquaintances. There were even women among them. That was because those who came to the Li mansion to celebrate his birthday were not only the aristocrats of Shandong, but also the local aristocrats of Chang'an. The Guanlong clan had a strong sense of propriety. It was normal for women to show their faces in public. If someone brought a woman over, and she wasn't familiar with the women of the host's family, then she wouldn't have to go to the rear residence where the woman was placed. Instead, she could casually wander around the garden and chat with others. This wasn't considered rude at the time. Because there were new friends and women, the noble young masters would try to show off their manners and accomplishments in front of the disciples of other aristocratic families. As a result, they could only talk about elegance. And among the elegance, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry, were the most suitable to talk about. As Yang Fan drank, he listened to the moaning of the noble young masters in the pavilion to the side. They were like a swarm of flies buzzing around him. He felt very bored. He had only come today because he had been invited by the Li family. Otherwise, according to his plans, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to visit. Especially after chatting with Duguyu, he already had a new idea of cooperating with the aristocratic families. He was in no hurry to take the initiative to contact these aristocratic families. However, he also knew that since the Li family remembered a minor character like him and even specially sent him an invitation, there must be a reason for it. They definitely wouldn't treat him as an ordinary congratulatory guest. Yang Fan took a sip of wine and thought to himself, "Does old grandfather Li have something to say to me? That's not right." If that was the case, he wouldn't have chosen today. He He's the birthday boy today. How could he have the leisure to chat with me? In that case, he probably wants to use this banquet to introduce me to someone. Those who could come to the Lee family were all people with a certain amount of status and power. They also had a wide network, so it was impossible for them to not see a single friend. Thus, it was rare for them to be sitting alone. One of the dozen or so people sitting and chatting in the pavilion happened to turn his head and saw Yang Fan sitting alone. He couldn't help but be curious. The descendants of aristocratic families rarely wore gold and silver. They dressed up like nouveau riche. From Yang Fan's clothes, he couldn't tell who this person was. He only felt that this person was drinking leisurely and had an extraordinary bearing. So he got up and walked over. This person's surname was Wang, and he was called Wang Siyuan. He came from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Among the 7 sects and 5 families, the Wang family of Taiyuan had declined greatly since the early Tang dynasty. Of course, this decline was only relative to the other aristocratic families. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In the eyes of others, the Wang family of Taiyuan was still an unreachable figure. However, because of this, the descendants of the Wang family became even more low-key and lowered their attitude. They intended to make friends with some aristocratic families and use this to consolidate the Wang family's position. He saw this person sitting alone with a leisurely expression. Sitting among the many descendants of aristocratic families, he didn't have any reservations at all. He assumed that this person was a descendant of an aristocratic family and wanted to make friends with him. Wang Siyuan walked to Yang Fan's side and smiled. He cupped his hands and said, "May I ask what this brother's name is?" Yang Fan was thinking about this question and secretly analyzed Li Mubai's intentions. Suddenly, he saw that the other person was talking to him politely. He quickly got up and returned the greeting. He said, "My surname is Yang, and my name is Fan. I wonder who this brother is." When Wang Siyuan heard that his surname was Yang, his heart jumped. Could it be the Hongnong Yang family? However, Yang Fan didn't report his family background. Normally, those with the county's prestige would report their family background. This wasn't because the descendants of aristocratic families liked to show off, but because it was a form of pride and respect for the family's inheritance. Yang Fan only said his name and didn't report his prestige. Wang Siyuan was a little puzzled at first. When he thought about the 2 words Yang Fan, he suddenly remembered that he had just heard this person's name. He couldn't help but cry out, "Ah, are you the Ministry of Justice's Yang Longzhong?" Yang Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect this person to have heard of his name. He quickly said, "Yes. It's an honor to meet you at last." Wang Siyuan originally thought that Yang Fan was a son of an aristocratic family. He didn't expect that it was Yang Fan who had offended the Lu family of Fanyang. He was greatly disappointed. He said a few polite words without sincerity, then cupped his hands and bid farewell. There was nothing to say about his demeanor. However, Yang Fan already saw that this person's expression was slightly awkward. It seemed that he had misjudged him. He couldn't help but secretly laugh. When Wang Siyuan returned to the pavilion, he quietly explained Yang Fan's identity. Everyone in the pavilion began to look at Yang Fan one after another. The Lu family had all returned to Fanyang. How could these aristocratic families not know about this? Although the conflict between Lu, Binji, and Yang Fan was secretive, and some people wanted to cover it up, it slowly spread. Some of the core disciples of the aristocratic families already knew of this matter. Moreover, it wasn't because of a woman's jealousy, as the outside world had said. They understood the truth of the matter. Because of the Lu family's withdrawal, the various aristocratic families received even more benefits. In their hearts, they didn't reject Yang Fan. Moreover, the Lu family had suffered a small loss. They even had a kind of schadenfreude. However, this did not include the younger generation who didn't know the value of rice and daily necessities. They and Lu Binji were both sons of aristocratic families. Naturally, they had a feeling of being bound by a common enemy. Yang Fan, a son of a commoner family, had unexpectedly caused the son of the Lu family of Fanyang to be disgraced. Even old grandfather Lu had fallen for his tricks and was forced to return to Fanyang. These sons of aristocratic families felt that the Liu family's loss of face was equivalent to them losing face. They looked at Yang Fan with a somewhat unkind gaze. When Yang Fan had come, he had thought that the Li family would also treat the banquet with fish and meat, so he had come on an empty stomach. In the end, this was not the case at all. He was young and strong, and he also practiced martial arts. His appetite had always been large, and the bits and pieces of food he had eaten along the way were not enough to fill his stomach. Now, he saw that among the food laid out on the long bench, there was one that had been arranged in the shape of a landscape garden villa. It looked quite pleasing, and the food on it was just right for his appetite. As for the sons of aristocratic families who were talking loudly, no one came to eat. Thus, he unceremoniously brought the food over and began to calmly eat. As he ate, he continued to think. When the sons of aristocratic families saw Yang Fan's behavior, they looked at him with even more disdain. After whispering to each other, they stood and walked toward Yang Fan. "Yang Langzhong, please." They greeted Yang Fan with smiles on their faces. Yang Fan's train of thought was once again interrupted, and he slightly furrowed his brow in displeasure. They acted as if they did not see him, and one after another introduced themselves. A youth with a face full of acne cupped his hands and said, "Taiyuan, Wang Siyuan." Yang Fan tried hard to swallow the extremely delicious bacon and raised his eyebrows to look at this person, thinking, this person must be that Wang Siyuan's brother. A square-headed, well-built young man cupped his hands and said, "Xingyang Zhengyu." Another four handsome brothers, ranging from about 30 to 15 or 16 years old, cupped their hands together and said, "Bowling Chui Shi, Chui Qi, Chui Yi, Chui Di." When they came, their aura was somewhat unfriendly. Although their smiles and demeanor were impeccable, they were still a group of young people after all, and they were not very shrewd. Although their hostility was well hidden, with Yang Fan's experience, he could still feel it immediately. Since Yang Fan knew that these people did not have good intentions, he did not even stand up to greet them. He lazily put down the plate of garden that he had eaten earlier and said indifferently, "How is it?" The one who called himself Chui Shi said with a smile, "Today, you and I are attending Grand Duke Li's birthday banquet together, and it can be considered fate. I see that Brother Yang is sitting quietly drinking alone, unavoidably lonely. As the saying goes, having fun alone is not as good as having fun together. Why don't we use this Li residence's garden as a topic, a scene, an object, or the scene of the birthday banquet, and recite a poem to answer? How about it?" Yang Fan was stunned at first, and then he frowned and said with a faint smile, "Can you heavens chosen be any more bored?" Chapter 593. Chui Shi said in astonishment, "Reciting poems is a matter of elegance. How can you say it's boring?" Yang Fan smiled faintly and directly exposed their intentions. Using elegant things to do inelegant things, and showing off your abilities by writing poems? There's no harm in showing off your abilities, but you people have studied the classics since you were young and have been immersed in the way of poetry for a long time. You know that I, Yang Fan, can't possibly be more accomplished than you. So you want to refute me and vent Liu Bingji's anger. Don't you find this kind of tactic boring? The exchange here immediately attracted the attention of a group of people sitting idly and chatting in a small pavilion. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The people sitting in that pavilion were the scions of the Guanlong Corporation, but Dugu Yu wasn't among them. Despite his young age, Dugu Yu was the lord of clan. Therefore, he was accompanying those old fellows in the back residence. The scions of the Guanlong aristocracy weren't unfamiliar with these scions of the Shandong landowning families, but they didn't recognize Yang Fan. Their curiosity was immediately piqued when they saw these scions of the Shandong landowning families surrounding a young man they didn't know at all. They didn't know who this person was, but he actually refused to get up from his seat despite the Shandong landowning families taking the initiative to curry favor. Thus, they all walked over. As soon as these people gathered around, the scions of the aristocratic families sitting and chatting nearby also followed out of curiosity. The Wei clan of Jingzhou, the Pei clan of Hedong, the Liu clan of Hedong, the Shui clan of Hedong, the Yang clan of Hongnong, the Du clan of Jingzhou, and the Shao clan of Lanling, which was originally one of the four major overseas Chinese surnames of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, and had now integrated into the Guanlong Corporation and become an important member. In a moment, the scions of Shandong and Guanlong aristocratic families were all gathered here. Cui Shi revealed an embarrassed expression after his intentions were exposed by Yang Fan. He forced a smile to hide his embarrassment and said, "Yang Longzhong is overthinking. We only want to recite poems and answer your questions to relieve our boredom. As for Liu Binji, the Liu family is the Liu family, and we are us. Why would we stand up for someone else?" Yang Fan snickered and continued Cui Shi's words, "I, the Yang, have a great appetite for wine. I don't need boring things like poems to liven things up with wine. If you really want to answer with a poem, there are many refined people here. There's no need for me to answer." Zheng Yu was displeased and said, "How is poetry and songs considered boring?" Dozens of disciples of aristocratic families surrounded him. Yang Fan sat there carelessly, without any awareness of getting up. He just smiled and shook his head. Sangjie created words to record things. Later generations evolved and created poems to express their emotions. However, words were limited, so how could they express the creation of heaven and earth? In this kind of situation, one should be complacent and forget one's words. Putting it into words is already falling behind. Isn't it boring? These disciples of aristocratic families usually had nothing to do, so they specialized in studying poems and were conceited about their attainments. They expected that it would be difficult for Yang Fan to defeat them. Now that they saw Yang Fan's clever refusal, they were even more certain that he was afraid. Cui Shi laughed. "Brother Yang's words are wrong. Poems are elegant and used to express emotions. How can you say that it is falling behind? I, Cui Shi, have once written a poem about peonies. The beauty of a country is different. There are many kinds of peonies. After admiring them, I am frivolous with thousands of flowers. Brother Yang, do you think that using this poem about peonies will bring out the best in each other and increase the interest?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "The peonies are colorful, and there are many varieties. Some are like lotus, some are like phoenix, some have dense and towering petals like a crown, some are white on the outside and red on the inside, gradually evolving like snow reflecting the morning glow. The beauty is indescribable. Brother Cui Shi's poem, I have only heard of its nobility and cannot think of anything else. If you're talking about nobility, who doesn't know that peonies are rich and noble? This is superfluous." Cui Shi was very proud of this poem, but was criticized by Yang Fan to be worthless. His expression changed. Wang Xiyuan could not help but step forward and said, "Brother Yang is talented. How about listening to my poem about pomegranates?" He did not wait for Yang Fan's reply and continued. "The cicadas whistle in the autumn clouds. The locust leaves are all together. The pomegranate's fragrance is low in the courtyard. The flowing clouds are dyed purple poppies. The yellow wax paper buds are red. The jade-carved ice bottle is wet with dew. The stain seemed to carry Xiang Yi's tears. Xiaonyang's first marriage is sweet and sour, chewing thousands of water drops." Although they were good at poetry, it was difficult for them to have Chao Zijian's ability to compose a poem in 7 steps. These poems were all old works, carefully chosen and revised repeatedly. It could be considered a good piece of work. Yang Fan still shook his head. "Not good. If I have the time to appreciate this poem, I might as well see the pomegranate flower and taste the pomegranate seed. It's sweet and sour. It's delicious." Wang Xiyuan's face darkened. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Just a commoner." Behind the crowd, Li Mubai and Miss Ning had already walked over and were standing there listening. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Ning could not help but secretly cover her mouth. Li Mubai stroked his beard and looked at Yang Fan, frowning inadvertently. Yang Zheng, you had a square face and a square temperament. He did not reject Yang Fan, but when he saw Yang Fan's disdain for poetry, he was not convinced. He stepped forward and said, "I have a poem about bamboo. Brother Yang, please have a look." Thick green and sparse stems surround the Xiang River. The spring wind pulls out the dragon's tail. The color embraces the frost and pink light. The branches support the shoe brocade, and the red clouds rise. The sound of knocking is not vulgar. The forest is full of wind, and swords and spears are horizontal. The black marks cannot be washed away by the bitter rain, still carrying the blood of Xiang Yi's tears. The slender branches sweep the autumn moon. The shadow passes through the forest like snow. Today I am ashamed of Zio's heart. I love this gentleman's name. Good poem. Good poem. His words are magnificent, and his ambitions are noble. Artistic conception is fascinating. Before Yang Fan said anything, the people around him began to sing. It seemed that these people were also afraid that Yang Fan would continue to belittle him. So they first created a momentum for Zheng Yu. Yang Fan looked at Zheng Yu and said with a smile, "Brother Zheng, how long did it take you to write this poem?" Zheng Yu was stunned. He had never met anyone who asked him this question. But Zheng Yu's temperament was upright. He would answer any question asked, and he did not want to lie. After thinking for a while, he honestly said, "I used less than an hour to write this poem and wrote the first 7 lines. Afterwards, I deliberated over each word and changed a few words, but I did not feel anything for the last few lines. Until one day, when I came back after drinking, I walked alone in the bamboo forest under the moonlight and suddenly realized something. When I went home, I finished the whole poem in one go. It took a total of 10 days. Yang Fan shook his head and said regretfully, "You are born into a noble family of the Zheng family, so you are naturally superior to others. If you spent 10 days doing things, who knows how many things you could have done for the benefit of the country, the people, and the family. But you did not think of progress and wasted your good time on these small things. It really is a pity." Zheng Yu did not think that he would put on the face of an elder and arrogantly lecture him. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and for a moment he could not say anything. Cui Yi said, "Nonsense. The book of history says that poets express their aspirations. Poetry is pure and beautiful and is close to human nature. If you do not learn poetry, you cannot stand. If you do not know etiquette, you are at a loss for what to do." Confucius said, "To stand at 30 means to understand the book of poetry. Only then can you stand. If you do not learn poetry, how can you say that?" Yang Fan said disdainfully, "That's just **T. Cui Yi was stunned and angry, and said, "You are a high official of the court. How can you be so rude, so impudent?" Yang Fan said, "You said that if you do not learn poetry, you have nothing to say. Isn't that what I said? You gave a long speech, and I only replied with 2 words, **T. Is it you who does not speak, or me who does not speak?" Yang Fan slowly stood up and said, "Poetry can cultivate one's mind, refine one's language, and can also help one's interest in traveling, drinking, and having fun. Its use is only so, and in governing the country and the people of the world, it is not the least bit helpful. You all come from aristocratic families. If you have aspirations for the world, if you have a heart for the people, who knows how many more things you can do compared to others. It's a pity that you all have wasted your good time in babbling." Yang Fan looked at them with disdain and said, "When you all chew on words, do you know how many great things Yang has done for the court, for the country, for the people of the world? Not to mention the officials of the court, even the elders in charge of the aristocratic families like you all, who would spend all day moaning about nothing." Yang Fan looked up to the sky and laughed and said, "A real man either dominates the battlefield or governs and weaves politics. Poetry is an insignificant path. It is a pastime for us scholars to govern the world, to establish our lives, and to achieve the goals of the people. Qin Huang and Han Wu, who established their country with poetry. Feng Mao and Du Duan, who established their achievements with poetry. If there is poetry, then there is. If there is none, then there is no harm. If there is no poetry, then there is no standing. If there is no poetry, then there is no speech. Ha! What a big **T. It's not as good as a mouthful of cured meat, a mouthful of steamed bun." Yang Fan laughed and was about to leave, but Wang Xiyuan's face turned red, and he said, "You are not allowed to leave. You are insulting the refined. Wang Er, you're in the wrong here." It was you all who insisted on dragging Yang Longzhong to comment on poetry, so Yang Longzhong can express his own opinion. Although Yang Longzhong's words are a bit crude, I think they are very reasonable. How is it an insult to the refined? The person who spoke was in his early 20s, tall, but he was Lu Yinji of the Lu family of Hedong. He had been laughing at the children of the Shandong clans, and now that he saw Wang Xiyuan not letting go of Yang Fan, he spoke up for Yang Fan. Lu Yinji's sister, Lu Yi, stood to the side and said with a smile, "That's right, I also think that a real man should either render meritorious service on the battlefield or help the country's politics. The path of poetry is an elegant hobby, but there is nothing wrong with it. To show off too much, to the point of putting most of one's energy into it, that is giving up the big for the small." That's right. Yang Longzhong is right, Brother Lu and Missy are right. The Wei family of Jingzhou, the Pei family of Hedong, the Lu family of Hedong, the Shui family of Hedong, the Yang family of Hongnong, the Du family of Jingzhou, and the Shao family of Lanling all supported Yang Fan. The aristocratic families of Shandong, represented by the Wang, Cui, Lu, Li, and Zheng families, were friends with the Zhou, Lu, Qi, and Wei families, and had been taught by Great Duke Tang. They also had the legacy of Zhou and Kong, and advocated Confucianism. They had always considered themselves to be pure and upright, so naturally they were the most outstanding in education. The aristocratic families of Guanlong were in a dangerous position, and from the end of the Western Jin dynasty until the beginning of the Tang dynasty, wars broke out and warlords divided their territories. In order to survive, these aristocratic families rarely practiced Confucianism and only respected martial arts. In addition, from the Northern Wei dynasty until the beginning of the Tang dynasty, a large number of people entered the country, including Li Tang's royal family and a portion of the aristocratic families of Guanlong Group. Therefore, although the descendants of the aristocratic families of Guanlong Group had been educated since they were young, and their attainments in poetry were not shallow, their overall level was inferior to the aristocratic families of Shandong. The art of poetry was not their best skill, and on top of that, they advocated martial arts. Their views on poetry were the same as Yang Fan's, and they competed with the aristocratic families of Shandong openly and secretly. At this time, it would be strange if they didn't stand on Yang Fan's side and watch the fun of the aristocratic families of Shandong. As soon as these people joined the battle, it became a war of words between the descendants of the aristocratic families of Guanlong and the aristocratic families of Shandong. Both sides were pointing fingers and arguing with each other, arguing until their faces were red and necks were thick. The only difference was that one side was cursing Tian Shinu, poor quota, and the other side was cursing son of 8B*sh, inhuman. Fighting for the Tao, all the so-called elegance was swept away. Chapter 594. The Wang family of Taiyuan was now hiding their strength and accumulating power. Therefore, the descendants of the Wang family did not want to go against the Guanlong aristocrats. But now the descendants of the two aristocratic groups were arguing fiercely. If they did not take a stand, it was hard to say whether they could win the friendship of the Guanlong aristocrats or not. Therefore, the descendants of the Wang family had to take a stand. Wang Xiyuan thought for a while and picked up a soft target. He started to make things difficult for Yang Fan, who was standing at the side and watching the two sides refute each other's arguments. Wang Xiyuan said angrily, "Yang Fan, your glib words are just to cover up your shortcoming of not knowing poetry. Our Wang family does not care about such a vulgar person. It is beneath our status to argue with you. Brothers, let's forget about it. Why do we have to hurt our friendship for such a person?" Yang Fan suddenly looked surprised and asked, "If I remember correctly, you are a descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, right?" Wang Xiyuan looked at him coldly and said, "What?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Nothing. Lai Junshan, the former deputy prime minister of the imperial censor and now the county lieutenant of Tongzhou, is an official of the same court as me and is quite familiar with him. I suddenly remembered that Lai Junshun is the son-in-law of the Wang family. I have not heard from him for a long time. I wonder how he is now. Brother Wang, would you like to tell me? When Wang Siyuan heard this, his face immediately turned purple and he couldn't say a word. Who was Lai Junshun? He was a famous ruffian in Chang, and a vulgar person who did not know how to read. After he became an official, he committed all kinds of crimes and was notorious all over the world. But such a person forced the Wang family of Taiyuan to humbly marry their daughter to him. Speaking of which, the daughter of the Wang family was Wang Siyuan's aunt. The Wang family could not do anything to him, but he was defeated by Yang Fan. He fell from the high and mighty deputy prime minister of the imperial censor to Tongzhou and became a county lieutenant. Because Lai Junshun was originally from Chang, and everyone in Chang knew about his past and present. And because he forced the daughter of the Wang family of Taiyuan to marry, everyone in Shandong knew about him. Wang Siyuan's words just now were righteous and powerful. Now that Yang Fan suddenly asked about Junshun, it was tantamount to a big slap in the face of the Wang brothers. Yang Fan was different from these sons of aristocratic families who were raised in a golden cage. Whether it was his knowledge, experience, or temperament from his previous performance, he was very calm and honest. But today, Yang Fan was unruly, looking down on the prestigious sex. Thinking of his aggressive behavior in the Furong restaurant, Senior Li couldn't help but feel displeased. From what he knew, Yang Fan was not such a wild and unruly person. This person's behavior was like a completely different person. Li Mubai frowned and couldn't help saying, "This Yang Fan is too unrestrained." Ning Ke looked at Guanlong and the sons of Shandong's aristocratic families quarreling endlessly. Some were arguing fiercely, some were helping, and some were watching. He could not help sighing and laughing. Great-grandfather, it should be the sons of the Chui, Zheng, and Wang families who are arrogant. As for Erlang, I just think he is quite good at making trouble. Li Mubai glanced at Ning Ke and snorted. This girl had always been arrogant. Except in front of her mother, brother, and his friend, she would show a little girlish air. Most of the time, she was as quiet as a nun who had been meditating in a nunnery for many years. She was very cold, so it was not easy to make her lively. It was rare that she looked at Yang Fan in a different light. He didn't know what characteristics Yang Fan had that made her like him so much. Although Li Mubai had lived for 88 years, there were still many things in this world that he couldn't figure out. In terms of family background and status, Ning Ke had seen many people who were higher than Yang Fan. In terms of appearance and temperament, there were 4 or 5 people in the corridor who were not inferior to Yang Fan. Chui Shi's face was like jade and his eyes were like stars. He seemed to be more handsome than Yang Fan, but there was no reason to talk about first sight. Li Mubai called Lin Zixiong and whispered a few words to him. Then he said to Ning Ke, "Girl, have you seen enough? Let's go." "Oh." Ning Ke glanced at Yang Fan with a smile, and then slowly left with Li Mubai. 2 members of the Li mansion followed them step by step. "Ahem, what are you guys shouting for?" When they were quarreling in circles, a majestic voice suddenly sounded outside. A middle-aged man who was frowning and watching in the crowd looked back. He couldn't help but exclaim softly and quickly stepped aside. He cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Lin." Uncle Lin was Lin Zixiong. In terms of age, he was only 3 years old, but this person who was almost the same age as him respectfully called him Uncle Lin. The person who spoke was also a disciple of the Li family. But he was not from the Li family of Longxi, but from the Li family of Zhao County. His name was Li Shangyin. He moved to Wanyan County of Chang, and when he was young, at the age of 20, he passed the Jinshu examination and became the registrar of Ji County. This time, he specially asked for leave to congratulate the old master Li on his birthday. Li Zhenghu, Li Shucai, and Li Jingyu stood beside Li Shangyin. They were all disciples of the Li family from Zhao County. As for the disciples of the Li family from Longxi, they couldn't be seen here. They were all busy with their ancestor's birthday and had no time to spare. It was not that the Li family had no servants to use. It was just that the younger generation had to take care of such a big day in order to show their filial piety. These people always bowed to Lin Zixiong. Whether they recognized him or not, they all knew that he was an extraordinary person and made way for him. Lin Zixiong glanced at those young men who were still flushed with anger and snorted heavily. Today is the birthday of our Li clan's great-grandfather, but you guys are quarreling here. Is this what you call etiquette, what you call gentleness? Wang Xiyuan knew that this person should be someone with a high position in the Li family. He respectfully defended himself. Elder, it's not that I don't know etiquette. It's that Yang Fan is being disrespectful. The Tao of poetry, in his words. Lin Zixiong rolled his eyes and disdainfully interrupted him. The Tao of poetry has always been a word game to cultivate one's character and add elegance to one's mood. Other than that, it has no use at all. I have done many great things for the old Master Li in this half of my life, and not a single one of them can be accomplished by relying on some dog fart poem. Wang Xiyuan's face turned red again. He was about to argue with Lin Zixiong again when Lin Zixiong pointed at Yang Fan. Yang Longzhong is younger than many of you, but he is already a minister of the Ministry of Justice, a fifth-rank official of the imperial court. All of you were appointed officials much earlier than him. Now, how many of you are more senior than him? If one's career is not as good as others, let's talk about achievements. A few years ago, Embark led 100,000 elite Turkic soldiers to attack our Ming dynasty's garrison. It was Yang Longzhong who devised a strategy and ingeniously used it to first rescue the 5,000 soldiers of Flying Foxmouth and then drive back the 100,000 Turkic soldiers. What were you doing at that time? If I let you go to the battlefield and recite a few poems, would you be able to accomplish such a feat? A group of cruel officials from the imperial censorate ran amok in the southern frontier and incited a popular uprising. Yang Longzhong beheaded the cruel officials and appeased the people. He made rewards and punishments clear and mediated in many ways. The rebellious barbarians of the Man, Yao, and Pan prefectures were completely convinced. Only then did they cease their banners and cease their drums and beg for the imperial court's surrender. If I tell you to go and boast about it, can you do it? None of the aristocratic families said anything. The heads of the aristocratic families had gathered in Chang, and for the matter of the southern frontier. The aristocratic families viewed the southern frontier incident as an important opportunity to change the political situation in the imperial court. And this opportunity was created by Yang Fan. If this matter was easy, the aristocratic families would have done it long ago. Why would they only treat it as if it was a treasure today? To belittle this matter, wasn't that the same as admitting that the aristocratic families were useless? Lin Zixiong glanced at them coldly and said, Yang Longzhong's contributions to the country are not limited to this. It's just that some matters are confidential, and I can't let you know. I can only tell you that Yang Longzhong's contributions are not inferior to Su Qin and Zhang Yi's ability to unite and form alliances. This is a contribution to the expansion of territory and a contribution to the rise and fall of the country. Everyone in the corridor was silent. Lin Zixiong let out a breath and cupped his hands at Yang Fan. Ignorant child, please forgive me for offending you. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled. I'm not that narrow-minded. There's no offense. Yang Fan walked in front of Cui Shi and cupped his hands. Cui Shi did not understand what he meant and hurriedly returned the gesture. Yang Fan said, reciting poems and composing songs is an elegant matter. If you invite me for an elegant matter, there's nothing wrong with it. Yang Fan was first arrogant and then respectful. Cui Shi was momentarily at a loss of how to respond. Yang Fan's tone changed. He smiled and said, however, to use an elegant matter for a dirty purpose, that's very hateful. If the method used is also an elegant small way in my eyes, then it's like a child playing with mud. If the adult is in the mood, then play with him. But if the adult is not in the mood, then why would he play with him? Don't you think so? Reciting poems and composing songs were not only small ways in his mouth, but also children in mud. Once these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. But with Lin Zixiong, an elder whom no one knew of but whose status was definitely not low, no one dared to act rashly. Lin Zixiong saw that Yang Fan was unforgiving. He couldn't help but feel angry and amused. He once patted his chest in front of Grand Elder Li and guaranteed that Yang Fan had a steady temperament and was experienced in handling matters. He had the air of a general and could be entrusted with important tasks. But in the end, from the overbearing attitude of a few days ago to today's arrogance, it was as if Yang Fan had changed into a different person. Lin Zixiong was afraid that he would continue to show off and hurriedly said, "Yang Langzhong, Grand Elderly invites you to meet him in the rear residence." Hearing this, Yang Fan grinned and bowed to the crowd. He performed the proper etiquette before leaving. Needless to say, the Wei family of Jingzhou, the Pei family of Hedong, the Lu family of Hedong, the Shui family of Hedong, the Yang family of Hongnong, the Du family of Jingzhou, and the Xiao family of Lanling all bowed in return. After leaving the crowd, Lin Zixiong said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, the things that happened recently are really not like you." Yang Fan smiled and said, "After my reprimand, many of the scions of the aristocratic families kept quiet out of fear and could only cup their hands and listen." "Huh! Such awe-inspiring power. Not like that Lin Zixiong from the Miaolo who was not a big shot." Lin Zixiong was speechless and could only laugh bitterly. As soon as Yang Fan left, the crowd began to discuss him. Some praised him for his awe-inspiring power. Some criticized him for being arrogant and conceited. Some admired him for looking down on the scions of the aristocratic families in Shandong. And some gloated over the fact that he had offended so many scions of the aristocratic families. But no matter what, after today, the Guanlong aristocratic family and the aristocratic families of Shandong would remember the name Yang Fan.